Fromville, where nightmares collide. Monsters in the shadows, nowhere to hide. Lighthouse flickers, visions in the dark. Every step forward, another ripped apart. Street filled with whispers, eyes always peek. Nightmares descend, sanity's on the streak. Doors creak open, shadows start to move. Town's got a rhythm, every step's a groove. Farmville nights, monsters out to feed. Trapped in visions, fear plants the seed. Lighthouse calls, but escapes a myth. Nightmares wrap around on an endless drift. Screams echo through the misty air. Every corner turned, you find despair. Hope is a phantom, trapped in the gloom. Monsters own the night, sealing your doom. Town's got secrets, buried underground. Every lost soul, here they are found. Cursed by the darkness, can't break free. Vision after vision, haunting memories. Fromville nights, monsters out to feed. Trapped in visions, fear plants the seed. Lighthouse calls, but escapes a myth. Nightmares wrap around on an endless drift.
You don't fucking break me. That's what she said.
Fear plants the seed. Lighthouse calls, but escapes a myth. Nightmares wrap around on an endless drift.
What? 你看他可以起 K 了。
Okay, say it again. I know. Come on, please don't. Hey, don't. Okay, look at him. Keep looking at him. I'm sorry. You're so strong. Just. No. I know. God. I know. Look. No. Look at me. Look. Keep your eyes on me.
And welcome everybody to a very special Fromville live stream with a powerhouse panel celebrating the From Season 3 premiere, Episode 1, Shattered, and a very special giveaway to all you guys in the chat for all your support. So welcome everybody, and of course to my awesomest co-host out there in all the land, Miss Dana Marie. How you doing tonight, my lovely lady?
I'm doing great. And that intro, I told you that intro was fire. I told you.
Too much. I just hope it wasn't too much.
No, that intro was awesome.
I don't know.
That song's going to be stuck in everybody's head. Everybody's going to be jamming to that song.
Well, I hope you all enjoyed it, as that was a awesome season, premiere episode. But Dave, you would have welcomed our lovely gentleman that we have on panel with us tonight.
Yes, we gathered some of the best from minds around. We have a couple of people who are going to be coming in a little bit. But to start off, we have our amazing Dark Lord, Mr. Ravener. How are you tonight?
I'm doing well. Thank you for having me. You can't get enough talking about From. Such a strong first episode for season premiere. Man, it really ticked all the boxes for me. It was so satisfying, and I'm ready, just to jump right into season 3.
Awesome. Thank you for coming. And what about you, Mr. Real? How are you doing tonight? Oh, I think he might be muted.
You know, all is well. And Scarlett, I love that intro. That was lit. I love it. Shout out to everybody in the chat.
Liked it, man.
Yeah, shout out to everybody in the chat was vibing with that groove right there. And you're right, that is one that gets kind of stuck in your head, sis. But yeah,
Right?
I'm hyped for this live right here.
Everybody's
I,
gonna be jamming to
I
that
have
shit
my
by the
I have
time we're
my
done.
snacks. I have my water. I'm rolling up. I'm ready for this live.
There we go. I'm glad. I'm happy that you decided to come and hang out with us. And what about you, Mr. Christian, from an awesome channel called BeyondPremiere? I always geek
I'm
out when he's
hype.
with us because I've loved him ever since Shogun. So thank you so much for coming on with us again tonight. How are you tonight?
Good afternoon to all. I'm excited to discuss the first episode and see what everyone thinks about it.
Awesome. And finally, our newest member to our new little Frumley, who I'm calling my little Lost Theory buddy. How are you tonight, Mr. JH?
It is I, the hidden hand responsible for everything going on in Frumland. How are we doing?
I love the that was great. How are you doing tonight, honey?
I'm doing fine. I don't like the way I was portrayed in that little trailer you had going on.
You're too funny, but thank you so much for
Awesome
reaching
intro.
out.
Awesome intro.
Oh, thank you.
Oh,
That's
thank
all
you so
Scarlett.
much, man. I didn't know, was it too much? I mean, I wanted to pay tribute because we don't get to see her no more. And I mean, everybody speculated who that one was going to be. Man, that was one of the scenes, I think, at the end that really left me at the end of that episode wanting more of what, like, so many people are involved with that. Oh.
I kind of wish I didn't watch the trailer. It would have been so much stronger.
You think?
Yeah.
Well, I don't know if are you one of the press people that got the episodes ahead of time?
No, I'm not that special.
Because I know some people did, and they're going to be really nice and not have any spoilers or share anything with us. They're going to keep this a spoiler-free chat. So we thank you guys for anybody who happened to get the episodes ahead of time and are going to let us stew and just rack our brains to what's going to be coming next. So I appreciate everything that you guys have done in the From community. Your videos, all of you have been amazing, and it's inspired me and Scarlett a lot when it came to our video and what we did. So I'm glad that we were able to bring you guys all together and have one of the biggest From discussions that we're going to have. And so you're going to hear my dog squeaking her toy every so often. She's become a staple in our live streams. My dog just always seems to get her toys whenever I hit that live button. So if you hear something squeaking in the background, it's just Nico playing with her toys. So I apologize for that.
Like, it's fine. She wants to be heard as well. She has her own theories, and she lets us know in her squeaky toys.
Yes, she does. But that is Nico with us along for the ride. So basically, guys, how tonight's going to go is we have a lineup of questions that we're going to ask our amazing panel guests, get their take on a few things, see how they felt about some stuff. Then we're going to throw it to you guys in the chat, see how you felt about things, get your take on some stuff. And then we're going to do part of our giveaway at the end of every question. So Scarlett's going to give you guys the keyword when the time comes. And if you just throw it up in the chat, sub to the channel, throw this in the chat, and you will be entered in the awesome giveaway for these amazing shirts. I don't know if you guys can see our From shirts. They have the talisman on them. They have From at the bottom. So we're going to give away these awesome t-shirts, and I can't wait. So it's going to be fun.
But first, we got to say what's up to the chat real quick. We're going to say hello to you guys and see who's hanging with us.
Yes.
And I see we got Vic hanging with us first and foremost. Welcome, welcome. I see D-Wag. What's up, D-Wag? Always awesome to see you. We got Kiwi Skirt in the house. What's up, Kiwi Skirt? Our lovely Star. Always welcome to see.
Yes. Hello, my star.
We got the awesome Delcinia. Always awesome to see you hanging with us in the chat. Illegal Mods hanging with us. What's up? What's up? We have Summer Girl hanging out with us. Let's see.
I know all these new faces. Thank you guys. Thank you
all for hanging with us tonight. And if I say something wrong, I apologize. I know because Dana knows. If you're right here, you know I have a hard time reading. So I'll do my best.
It's okay. You're good.
Please stay fine. And see, and then these names, you know, there's going to be one that's written in a certain way. So if you're going to say something, that's what I'm trying to be careful.
Yes. And
Kinda gives
Scarlett,
me that.
unfortunately, is dealing with some weather issues, so her internet, she might robot every once in a while, but fear not, we will power through it. And
Yeah, I'm roboting right now, ain't I?
Yeah,
yeah, I could tell because it wouldn't let me click.
Just a little bit.
Just a
That's
little
just
bit.
farmland fighting back.
It is.
Right?
We're deep down the rabbit hole, guys. We went past the tree. We're in the forest.
The monsters is coming. That's it. It's a wrap.
And we got the awesome Robert Sanders hanging out with us tonight. Welcome, welcome. Always glad to see Robert.
Yes.
We got the wild Marjorium. You guys are going to kill me with some of these names.
Wild Majorum.
Wild Majorum. Thank you, Dana. I should let you do it. Dana is very smart, guys. No, honestly, she writes stories and stuff. She's very intelligent.
You're giving me a little too much credit. Stop it.
See who else we got. We got Susan Greenberg hanging out with us. Who else we got? We got PM hanging out with us. I know I'm probably going to forget some folks or miss somebody. We got D. I looked at two different names and I did Daryl.
There's our BK. What's up, BK?
What's up, Betray King? Hanging out with us. We got Daryl hanging out with us. We got Anna.
This is so awesome. Thank you guys for
Thank you all
popping
for
in.
coming. Yes. Let's see who else we got. Laser Bean Sports. Let's see. I'm trying to make sure I didn't miss anybody.
People are loving that intro. I told her she's
yes.
Up as like
and no, me and Dana, I did see Robert. Yes, I did see you have a comment asking about it. We did not sing that song.
No.
No. That was not from us. That was provided by a lovely program. But I am glad you all enjoyed it. But no, we did not sing that. But thank you. I mean, I wish I had that good of a voice. You know what? Dana sang it. We'll give credit to Dana.
Shut your face. No. No way, shape, or form did I sing that song.
But welcome everybody. And if I missed anybody, I'm terribly sorry. Oh, I see your cousin in here too, Dana.
Oh, yep. She's not here. She's in her own home.
Well, not that one, your other one.
Oh, I thought you were talking about Terry. I was going to be like,
no, I was talking about Jim.
Here. Oh, hi, Jim. Hi, Lindsay. Love you guys.
They're hanging with us. I see Sweet Pea, and I see all you guys are hanging with us. So we're going to I see Vanessa. Thank you all for hanging with us. Purple Alizé. Bitey. There's Bitey. I knew Bitey was leaving. See, that's what I was looking for, too, was for Bitey. Bitey will sneak up on Dana.
Mm-hmm.
Bitey likes to sneak up on her.
I got my eye on him. I see him.
Dark Lord's watching you.
He's my protector from the darkness.
He's watching you. No bonuses here.
I see Percy hanging out with us. A whole bunch of you guys, but we're going to get ready to dive into it. So yes, Miss Dana, I will let you take over.
Well, before we get into the questions, because I know Jeremy said he's going to be popping on any minute, and I'm pretty sure Tony's going to be joining us any minute. So I guess we'll just go around and you guys just let us know, what was your first thoughts of the episode, this premiere? We'll start with you, Ravener. What was your overall first impression of this episode?
Well, you know what? Honestly, I go through. I'm so accustomed to being disappointed. By no matter whether it's House of the Dragon or you name it, pretty much. I'll get X number of episodes in, and then it always falls short. And I had so much anticipation. I didn't want to let that spoil my attitude towards going in. But this episode, man, I even before it, I was saying they had a tough row to hoe. They had a very, they had to fit in. They had to touch base with all the characters and show us a status, basically a status report of where everybody is, kind of refresh our minds of where everybody is, what they're doing, and still tell a decent story and still build up that anticipation for what's to come for the rest of the season. And and I had my critical eye going, and I was just like, okay, I'm waiting for it to let me down. And man, I was very, very satisfied with this one. I think it did exactly what it needed to do. It touched base with all the characters, showed us where they are, what they're up to. Only a few days had passed in real time, the amount of time that Tabitha was in the hospital. So, and in that meantime, Ethan had, obviously made a break for it, tried to run off and find her. And I kind of like that aspect too. I mean, they showed that the world went on while we weren't there, kind of, because it was Ethan getting hemmed up by Tien Chin. But overall, I mean, without getting too deep in the weeds, I was very, very satisfied. I was waiting for it to let me down, and it didn't. So my anticipation is sky high for what's to come. And so yeah, I would say, and I don't usually give 10 out of 10 ratings, but I didn't have anything to knock it. I mean, there were a few eye roll moments, but you're always going to get that, no matter what. They're not telling the story the way I would have told it. Well, I can't knock them for that. They told the story the way they wanted to tell it, and I was very, very satisfied with it. So
awesome.
Yeah.
And welcome, Jeremy. Thank you so much for joining us tonight. How are you this evening?
I am doing great. I'm so sorry about my tardiness. I feel like I should put perpetually late on my name instead of Jeremy. It's becoming a thing with me. But no, thank you guys so much for the invite. I'm very much looking forward to tonight, and looking forward to season 3. This was an absolutely insane premiere. I heard a little bit what Ravener said, and I kind of agree with everything he said. It really did kind of touch on everything that I personally like about From was in this one episode. All of it, the mystery, the intrigue, a little bit of answers, the absolutely visceral visual experience at the end. And I equated this episode where just the kind of feeling that I had, the feeling of intensity, the feeling of being on the edge of your seat, I hadn't really quite felt like that since the Red Wedding episode on Game of Thrones. It was like kind of that for me. But yeah, great way to start the season.
Awesome. And what about you, Real? What was your first impression of this episode? Is he muted? I can't see. Oh,
he's muted.
Okay. So let's go to you.
I think it's definitely my fault.
It's okay.
I think it's definitely the scariest episode of the entire series so far. We got to see the slow walkers get busy, and we also got a little bit of relief from always seeing the characters not talk to each other. This, we got a little bit of them talking to each other, and we got some answers on why actually we were seeing goats in the promo photos, and now we know that was the actual reason why Ethan opened the door. I know everybody was wondering about that, but yeah, this episode overall, I gave it a 10 out of 10 for sure.
Awesome. And what about you, Christian?
In terms about being scariest, I think the scariest scene I've ever seen in From is witnessing how Christy's haircut seems to get worse every season.
Yo, word.
She's getting enough. That poor girl. She just needs to stop. It's like it got worse from last season to this season. It's horrible. I feel for that. I feel for her.
It's out of this episode. Christy's haircut and the sex scene from episode 3.
Stop it. People were just you have some time to kill and From, so what better way? I mean, you can't knock it. What about you, Christian? What was your overall thought of this episode?
I said give him just a minute, Dana.
Did he? So we'll go to you. We'll go to you, JH. How was your overall experience of this episode?
Overall, it's been after the fan in me calmed down and I look more with more critique. It did move a little slow. It was necessary. But it did move a little slow. Like the last 10 minutes, it didn't kick into the last 10 minutes. So that's probably my only negative. But other than that, just like everybody else said, acting, the camera work, they must have made an upgrade.
Yeah, they definitely did that. But I thought it moved kind of fast, being that we saw. I thought it moved kind of fast, being that we saw Jim and Kenny going out into the woods like within the first.
Yeah. It seemed like they shoved a whole lot of stuff in only like 49 minutes of screen time, maybe 48 minutes after you take away the intro sequence and the credits. They did, and we were talking about this, we were wondering when we got all those stills that seemed to be labeled for episode 1, we were like, how the hell can all of these stills be from just one episode? And now we know some of them weren't from episode 1, the ones of Kenny finding the new body of water and things like that. But no, for me, it was kind of a little bit more faster because it was just like one scene after another. They shoved so much into this premiere in such a short amount of time.
They did. It was a very, I feel like they did a really good job with getting us up to speed for what this season's kind of going to give us. So I feel like this first episode was kind of the, okay, here we go. Here's all your starting information. And now from here on out, it's just going to be a banger of a season.
Yeah.
Like it's just going to be episode after episode of just giving us, whether it be that fan service, whether it be those answers, anything like that. I feel like they were kind of building us up, and now we're up. So you got to keep that pace. You got to keep that momentum with everybody. You got to keep us interested, keep us going. So it's going to be interesting to see what they do with this coming season. But Christian, what about you? What was your takeaway from this first episode?
So there's so many things that they're doing right already. Like there's a reason for everything. Like Jim and Kenny going into the forest. There's a reason for that, and there's a reason for Boyd seeing Father Catherine. So what I love about the season already, it's like, okay, we're going slow, but everything that we're doing is because of a why, and that why is provide the audience answers, which is so exciting. But I loved it. I love this show so much, and the first episode has me more excited to see everyone's reaction to what is going to happen. So that's the reason that I was so excited for this panel.
Awesome. So I guess we'll jump right into some of the questions. So me and Scarlett have 6 questions, but before we get started, Scarlett, what was your takeaway from the very first episode?
Oh man, it was awesome. I mean, for those of us who did watch season 2 and had that long wait, for what they gave us in that first episode, and they jam-packed it, it laid down for me the foundation for what they're going to give us for season 3 with the famine, with how kind of Tabitha's working, like the way she sort of maneuvered to get to where she ended up at the end of the episode, the way the monsters are elevating sort of their stance. All these little things they showed us in the episode to me just sort of laid down where our characters are and what they're getting ready to kind of encounter. So I enjoyed it. I would say even there was no downtime in that episode for me. It was all stuff that was needed for the story.
Yeah, definitely.
What about chat? What about you guys? What was your guys' takeaway? I'd love to hear from the chat on what you guys thought of this very first episode. If it was to your liking, did you feel like it kept with what you thought of From and what we waited for? So I'm interested to see what like Robert thought, what Percy thought, Bitey. I'm very interested to see what you guys thought of the episode.
And we got some of that already, Dana.
Yes, Robert, you're going to have to read because it's a little small for me to see.
We got Robert says, I understood the time jump, but I was disappointed that we did not get to see Jade in the cave and how he made it back to town. Otherwise, loved it. And I understand that sentiment, because I really wanted to see if Jade was going to come back with a doll, or if the string was going to get like moved or something, like he didn't make it back.
And I think a lot of us were anticipating, where the heck was that dog leading Boyd at the end of season 2? Every time
just let him back to town. I mean, like,
come on. Boyd already knew how to get back to town from there at that point. So I was really wondering, like, okay, where's the dog leading Boyd this time? Because every time that dog shows up, at least where Boyd's concerned, it always takes him somewhere where he needs to go, whether it's the talismans or back to the town after he first encounters Martin. So a lot of us saw that, dog show up and Boyd kind of start following it. And we were like, okay, where's the dog leading Boyd this time? And then boom, we get this 2-3 day time jump. I was like, no.
I know. Other than the symbol, the root symbol, and the vision of the stone pillars with the Ankui kids on it, nobody other than Victor and Tabitha have seen those cave drawings. I mean, we didn't actually see Jade witness any of that. That was the only scene that had those cave drawings in the monster caves, was the one with Victor and Tabitha. So
I was hoping he would see something different, cave drawings, anything. Take the doll with you. It was sitting right there. You touched it.
Yeah, and it was like a completely different cave. I mean, when Jade went down there, when we're there at the beginning of season 2 with Tabitha and Victor, there's all tons of stuff down there. There's monsters down there. There's TVs. There's grandfather clock. When Jade went down there, it was just bare empty. There was nothing there was practically nothing except for that doll in the rocks with the Ankui children.
Mm-hmm. And what about you? What about you, Jade? What did you think? Were you upset that we didn't get to see where Jade was, or where the dog led us? Any of that upset you?
I forgot all about that dog. I'll be honest. Now that I think about it, that was a miss. But yeah, we could have saw more with Jade, as far as leaving off at the cave. So yeah.
What about you, Christian?
Well, I think that they should go back. There's a possibility that we may see other places that we have not seen before. Like they built the lighthouse for a reason. Maybe we're gonna see it again. This is this is just a theory, not something that I have seen. So maybe, yeah.
What about you, Real? Were you upset that we didn't get to see what Jade was doing in the caves, the dog?
Yes, I was upset that we didn't get that, but we might get it. Hopefully we get it in the form of a detailed story from Jade's perspective when he's talking to Boyd or talking to Donna. I hope they all get together and start like talking about more things. That would be nice to actually see some of the thought process of them trying to figure things out. I respect how they took Jade to the post office, let him sober up. He wakes up and he tells Boyd straight up, yo, I gotta figure out some things in my head first before I can like talk to you about this. So hopefully that means that he's gonna say, okay, look, when I was down there in the tunnels, I went through this corridor, everything was blank. Then next thing you know, I seen these kids laying on the slabs. I look up, everything was closed. Next thing you know, I seen these roots moving, or I seen the hole was open with these roots, and it was the same symbol that I've been obsessing over. So I figured this out, and I figured out this, and I figured out that. And now that I think about it, if Tabitha went through this lighthouse or whatever, or if Tabitha disappeared around that time, then I was doing this. And this is, I want to hear some of the thought process of how they're trying to figure this out. I definitely think that Jade is going to be instrumental with figuring out what the symbol does. I even think that he's going to be able to predict when this place brings cars in, if not exactly what time. He'll figure out where they come from, everything. Hopefully, he starts to figure those things out. That would be real dope.
Yeah, they got to give us something substantial this season, and I feel like they're going to, with everything we've been hearing from Jeff Pinker and the writers, all of them, even the actors themselves. They've all been promising definitive answers that are actually going to mean something this season. And then when you hear John Griffin talk about the quote unquote true nature of the town will come into focus, that's the stuff I want to hear. Let's move this narrative forward a little bit more. We've had great world building and great character development for the first two seasons, setting up all these mysteries. Now it seems like we're finally going to get into the actual meat of it. And apparently season 3 is quote unquote the end of the beginning, according to John Griffin. So that's very promising, in the sense that we'll probably at least have a few more seasons to look forward to.
Absolutely. And welcome everybody who else has been piling in. I know I saw Julie pop in. Welcome. And see, Susie says, great episode, great pacing, great acting. I like that so much was packed in. Sorry about that. But it wasn't unnatural. It makes me really excited. And for what else could come or could be coming, going to be a full season. Absolutely could not agree more. They packed a lot in this episode, and it was very much so. It didn't seem like it was unnatural. It seemed kind of like it was well paced.
Yeah, it did. I really thought that they did really good with this episode. I'm sorry, my dog is just not behaving tonight. But it was overall for me, I thought that it gave me everything I thought of a season opener. Like, I'm glad that they didn't do a full time jump and we started off right where Tabitha left off. I know that they did that little time jump with Boyd in a few days and we didn't get some of that answers between Jade and where the dog was leading him, but I have a feeling that's going to come back. I don't think that was a full throwaway. I think that we're going to get some kind of maybe Boyd thinking about it or Jade thinking about it and maybe seeing something in the sense of where they were or what happened to them after we left them off in season 2. So it's going to be really interesting to see how they pull that in. I don't want it to be another Bile situation to where it's just something they kind of dangled in front of us and then did nothing with it, because I'm still hopeful that the Bile is going to come back in some way, that maybe they just used it wrong or didn't use it in the right scenario or something, because I feel like there was so much build up to that autopsy scene, and to give us that little bit, I'm hoping it's not for nothing. So we will see. So I guess we will get started with the questions, guys. So I'll go around. I'll ask you guys the same question. We'll get some answers, and then we will throw it to the chat and see what the chat thinks. And then we will do a giveaway at the end of every question session. So if that works for everybody, is everybody ready?
Mm-hmm.
Awesome.
Yes.
So we will start with you, Jeremy. What was your favorite moment from this first episode?
Ooh, that's a tough one. That is a tough one. I really like good scenes that are written well, but sometimes I just really prefer just a really good performance from an actor. And it's really hard to point to any other scene being the MVP other than Boyd at the end of the scene and at the end of the episode when he's watching what's happened to Tien Chen. And I like the decision that they went with filming that, the whole concept of it, how they didn't really kind of zoom into any of the gore that was happening to Tien Chen. They solely kind of just focus on Boyd and his reaction as we get it closer up, as they zoom in closer and closer up on him. And to just see the range of emotion that Harold Perrineau is able to display without saying practically any dialogue. The guy is just such a master at his craft in terms of body language and how he emotes and the little bit of dialogue he did deliver, trying to coach Tien Chen through this hideous nightmare. And then to hear in the interview later on with Harold that when they were actually setting that scene up, apparently the director, Jack Bender, and the writers were actually giving Harold Perrineau specific details as to what the monsters were exactly doing to her. Like like really vivid details. That way it could help him kind of accurately more display the kind of horror that he is seeing. Because apparently they went into like really, really interesting detail as to what exactly those monsters were doing to her. So just seeing that performance from Harold, seeing the way that they chose to shoot it and how they didn't kind of rely on the kind of shock factor of throwing some gore at us, and they more relied on just solid performance from their lead actor. That was probably my favorite scene.
Awesome. And just really quick, I saw Michelle popped into the chat. I just want to give a shout out to Michelle. She is from the awesome Facebook group that I've gotten to know in these past few weeks. And I'm going to put up the link to her Facebook group. If you guys if you're not on Facebook, this is definitely something because there's a girl in there, Martina. When I tell you, she puts up the most interesting pictures and photos and theories and breakdowns that she reminds me very much of Robert. She's got that same kind of breakdown mentality of how they look at things. So if you're not part of this MGM Facebook group, go ahead and join. It's a awesome group of people. They would fit in perfectly with our community, Jeremy, especially your Discord. They are kind. They are nice. They are so awesome. So if you guys are on Facebook, join this group and show them some love because they are really awesome Facebook community. So I told Michelle, I was like, I'm going to brag about you tonight. So get ready. Mm-hmm. So I'm bragging about you, and she knows that because we have she's an awesome chick in that group. So hi, Michelle. I wanted to make sure that I said what's up to her as soon as she popped in. But so Real, what was your favorite moment of the episode?
I'm going to have to agree with Jeremy about the last scene being my favorite moment of the episode due to Harold Perrineau's acting and how he conveyed that sorrow. Even all the way from when they first grabbed her and he screamed no, that's when he turned the light switch on and like he really bodied that. But I have to disagree. Maybe I think they might. I actually predicted that they were going to do that and cut to a cliffhanger at the end of the episode. I think we are going to start focusing on some more of that gore. I think we're going to see them pull that leg off.
You just gave me goosebumps.
I think it's definitely going to go down in episode 2. And I don't know if the 2 feet were different in the cart. Did they catch someone else? But another thing that I noticed and I found strange about the episode, hopefully this is not one of your questions for later, but where the hell did Sarah come from? She just came out of nowhere. And if she was, I was going to say, if she was in the church, How the hell she get over there with you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah, I think she's back in her old home. I mean, the old occupants of her old home, Paula and Reggie, are both dead now. So I think that she's
Oh,
back in
yeah.
her old house. Because we do see in the season 3 trailer, her and Victor are in her old house. We can see the butterfly pictures on the wall that we know for to be in Sarah's house. So I think she's back in her old house, and maybe she saw something out of the window similar to how Victor did and kind of just ran out and helped. That's the only thing I could think of that makes sense because, yeah, if she's in the church, she's on the whole other side of town. But if she's back in her old house, maybe she could have had a view of seeing the animals get loose or seeing Julie and Ethan in danger, maybe.
yeah, you know what I mean? Don't take your eyes off Sarah yet, though, because they didn't
We gotta
really
watch her. We gotta watch her.
Yeah, especially with what Jeremy just said, with her being back in that house. Don't take your eyes off of Sarah, because let's say, you know, you're doing a redemption arc with a character. You're not going to kill some characters that just were mean to that character that's in the redemption arc, right? Like, Paula was shitty towards Sarah when she went in the house to get her brother's stuff and a jacket and stuff. And then they kill Paula. You know what I mean? And the crazy part is that Sarah offers to bury her body, which is just crazy as hell. So what's going on? Let's not forget, this is the girl that tried to kill a little boy. This is
Yeah.
the girl
I
that
know, right?
This is the girl that kissed the dude before she just stabs him in his throat.
Savage.
Like, yo, don't take your eyes off Sarah just yet. Just because Boyd got a soft spot for Sarah and Katri did too, doesn't mean we have to. Because
Yeah, we
Boyd
saw
has been
the
wrong many times. But Boyd was wrong about running out there to get the animals. So, I mean, that was the wrong move.
I mean, we've seen Sarah get manipulated by these voices, entities once before in the past. What's to say she doesn't get manipulated again at some point in the future? She seems like she is kind of primed to be susceptible to some kind of mind manipulation. I know she's trying to resist it a little bit more now, but she might not be all the way out of the woods. So I do agree with you there. I think you're right.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. What about you, JH? What was your favorite moment of the episode?
Before I do that, you know what about Sarah? You know what?
Hey, she's not going in the goddamn box, okay?
She's not going in the box, okay? Just know that. All right.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Let me not use the answer of Boyd. I just don't think you can beat that scene. So I enjoyed Victor pulling out the strap.
Yeah.
Yes, that was so good.
I enjoyed all the gangster music this episode. Yes.
Yes. And then Boyd stepping up to Randall like, we can do this right now. And Randall wanted none of that.
Yo. And then Ethan mad at Victor for snitching on him. Yeah, all the gangster music was beautiful in this episode. The gangster music was good. I love it.
So go ahead, JH. What was your favorite moment if you have one?
Oh, definitely the milkman. Finally some justice for the milkman. Finally got some screen time. He gutted that cow. I went crazy. I love it.
The poor cow. He said,
milkman is MVP.
Yes. And what about you, Christian? What was your favorite moment of the episode?
It has to be when Tabitha is talking to her mom. That moment is so human. Like the possibility of being able to talk to your family member after she exited that from Bill. It was a beautiful. For me, it was one of the biggest moments of the episodes.
So did that confirm for you that she was in the real world?
Yeah, 100%. I mean, if all of that is fake, then someone took a lot of time to build like the city, the hospital, the people walking. So, like, how can you?
Well, it
say,
was a big theory out there whether she was in the real world or not, and I think they did that to kind of confirm for us that she was.
Yeah, I think that was the confirmation we needed. I mean, we've seen a lot of signs that were already kind of close to confirming it, but yeah, that one kind of took the cake for me too. It's like, all right, she's in the real world. I mean, she
sealed the deal, right? sealed the deal. And what about you, Ravener? What was your favorite moment of the episode?
Well, everybody loved the barn scene, of course, but I'm definitely the scene prior to that, the build up, because it was kind of slow. Not to say that it was slow, but there was a lot of dialogue, a lot of moving the plot forward during the day. But once the sun set, then shit got real. And what I really liked about it was one of the strongest scenes of season 2 was Elgin driving down to the clinic, and where the cameraman was in the van with them and looking, and you were processing it at the same rate as the characters were. They went right back to this too, and it goes back to what Real was saying earlier on about the camera work. It definitely was an upgrade, and I actually saw that in the I'll just call it the monster attack prior to the barn. When Granny was coming through the house, and then Sarah appears out of nowhere and chooses the first bush as the hiding spot. But what they did do though is they had a reverse view. They had the view from like what would be Sarah and Julie and Ethan's point of view, where the shrub was in front of, kind of obscuring the camera a little bit, and you could see Granny coming down the steps a little bit onto the porch, or coming onto the porch, and then they cut away to that scene, which was a classic camera view. But they did take the time to do that POV, and I think they might have done that a little bit with the horse too, or the cow, where it was a little closer. I mean, the POV was a little closer. You're a little deeper in than just the standard far away view where you're a disinterested observer of what's going on. You're kind of in there with it and trying to process it at the same rate. And then you can start to understand some of the stuff, what the characters do. Because it's easy to sit back and say, well, knowing what I know, if I were there, I would have done this and I would have done that. And they were stupid. Man, you can't. But if you're in there in the moment and you're making a decision, and the real goat, honestly, I mean, not goat, not the Alma goat, the real hero,
no pun intended,
was Randall. Man, he just got face down, got a gun pointed at him, got basically shown up by Boyd and sent slinking back to his bus. A lesser person, a real villain, when he saw those monsters creeping around the side of the house, he could have just rolled over in bed and pulled those blankets up and just let shit play out as it would. But he did. He said, I'm not going to let these people die. So whether you hate him, and I think that's one of the stronger parts of Randall is I can't stand the dude either. But the way that, I mean, the characters that you hate, it means that the actors are doing their job, in a lot of cases. Mm-hmm. And he is kind of, I mean, he's still complex. I mean, I want to hate him. He's such a dickhead in a lot of instances, but it's like, man, you can't just write him off completely, because there is something. Now, it's easy to say, well, anybody with any hint of morality, seeing the monsters creeping around the thing would start banging on the horn. But, not in every case, especially when you've been face down, especially if his pride was hurt.
Yeah.
But yeah, that whole dark sequence, and I thank them for not going too dark so that you couldn't see anything. It got a little dim, when they were hiding in the bush, which is fine, but we didn't feel like we lost anything. We didn't lose any detail in the darkness. There's enough ambient light. What's that?
House of the Dragon could have learned a thing or two about that.
Right. Absolutely.
You definitely felt the chaos of the moment.
Mm-hmm.
And I like that this moment was separate from whatever we're going to see with the ambulance. I like how they didn't just throw this all into one night and are like, it seems like we're going to get 2 of these like really chaotic night moments where something is going on, and we're going to see more monster interaction, which I'm always for. So I'm very glad that it was this scene and we still have the ambulance scene to look forward to. But what about you, Scarlett? What was your favorite moment of the episode?
Oh, there's so many good juicy moments. Which one to pick from? Honestly, I like how I'm gonna say the ending, just because it reminded me of season 1, how you get that first sort of like real death that kind of sets the tone for the season. And this one was even more heartbreaking because now we have that sort of connection with the characters and stuff, and just the torturous kind of nature. We're seeing it more now from them. So I don't know, that ending just probably will be my favorite, because it was probably staying out even more than the season 1. That stood out to me for what felt like forever.
Yeah, I agree with you on that one. And like Megan passing away, that definitely set the stage for the whole entire series. And I think this I want to ask Jeremy and them a question. Jeremy Raven or anybody that's Game of Thrones or House of the Dragon on the panel. Which
Mm.
had more impact, the blood and cheese or Tien's barn scene?
Oh,
Tien's barn scene, 100%. Just because Blood and Cheese, in my opinion, it wasn't handled as well as it could have been on the show. They made some changes to the adaptation, changes to the source material, and they weren't necessarily good changes. If they would have adapted it as it was written on screen on the book, maybe it would have been a little closer. But as of right now, the Tien Chen scene hit way harder. At least just for me personally. I can't speak for everybody. For me,
No.
definitely Tien Chen.
And I absolutely agree. The kid who got killed in Blood and Cheese, they almost at the beginning of that episode, they almost had to just give him a scene to remind us who he was. There was no real connection to him. You know, they
Yeah.
kind of had to have like, hey, there's JHReview. Remember who JHReview is? JHReview is the son. Hey, remember him? You know, we didn't spend any time with this person. We had no connection.
Right.
And Tien Chen was the through thread throughout this whole thing. I mean, never
Part of
like
the
a,
show.
I mean, yeah, never a major player, but she was always there, you know, in a pinch. She was like the, you know, holding the town together. She was, you know, the cook, you know, she ran the diner and she did it in a remarkable way. So yeah, losing her, I mean, the overall impact, plus we just, you know, we would just naturally make a greater connection. And they did, going back to House of the Dragon, right before Rhaenys was going to be killed, the episode before that, they gave her some really good dialogue and a little more screen time. And that is just a big red flag, because when somebody starts getting, you know, a really good dialogue and you're like, man, I'm really digging this character, you know, they're about to die. And Tien Chen showed up, and she, you know, she had some good scenes, you know, in the you know, prior, and you know, prior to her death, of course. But you know, some of that stuff where she was worried about Kenny. I can't lose you too. She's telling him, I can't lose you too. And then
he ends up losing her. That's crazy.
Yeah.
I
And
think
that's
she had a really good part before she passed, though.
Mhm.
I loved seeing them have her sitting at the table discussing the food, and she had a great idea, was to plant smaller crops and find different soil. And hopefully they take her advice on that, because that was the key. That was the jewel that she dropped before she left, for sure.
Yeah.
It was cool. It was cool that they said her telling Kenny, I can't lose you too. Then when Kenny was outside talking with Boyd, he was like, I've already lost one parent. I can't, you know, when he was justifying his venturing out with Jim, Kenny was justifying to Boyd why Kenny wanted to go out with Jim. He's like, I've lost a parent here. I can't, you know, I
Yeah,
can't
I'm
have
not
these
going to let
kids.
these kids lose both of their parents
Yeah.
in the span of a single week. And then he actually went on to lose both of his parents in the span of like 2 or 3 weeks. So it's
Yep.
crazy.
What about you, JH? Have you seen? I'm assuming you've seen Game of Thrones. What do you think? Which was more impactful?
Oh, I never seen it. I've never seen it. Never seen
It's okay. Like I didn't get to watch this season, so it I understand. But so you would say definitely Tien Chen.
I take that back. I did watch I watched the first couple of seasons, maybe like 2 or 3, and I think I heard about the ending. I just decided not to go through.
Gotcha. What about you, Christian? Have you seen the House of the Dragon, and what would you think?
I have not. Season 2, I have not seen it.
Okay, well, there you go. So we have some people have seen it, some people haven't, but I definitely agree. Even though I haven't seen it, I know of Blood and Cheese from the book, and I know from hearing what you said about it, Jeremy, and how people were talking about it, that they definitely dulled it down in a sense. And especially for HBO, I really thought they were going to go hard with that. Like, I really thought they were going to make that be like the holy shit, what am I watching? I cannot believe I am seeing this like in front of me right now. And you guys said it was really... It could have been a lot more, but and it was their season opener, or
it could have been the Red Wedding.
Yeah.
It could have been a Red
Yeah.
Wedding
It
for
was their
the
season opener. The first episode was Blood and Cheese too. So yeah, first. But yeah, Red Wedding, like Ravener said, that is something that I would probably put above the Tien Chen scene. It was just way more impactful, just for me personally, maybe because I was a little more attached to those characters after spending 3 seasons with Robb Stark and Catelyn Stark and all of that. The Red Wedding, that's one of those scenes that you look for when trying to craft the blood and cheese scene. And that's the kind of vibe they crafted here on From. It definitely felt similar to the Red Wedding.
Gotcha. And what about you guys in the chat? What was your favorite moment from the first episode? And do you guys think that between Game of Thrones and From, which scene kind of tugged on your heartstrings a little more? Was it Blood and Cheese or was it the death of Tien Chen? I'm interested to see what our chat thinks. What are they saying, Scarlett?
Oh, they're saying all kinds of stuff, Dana. I keep up. You guys is killing it in the chat as always. Oh my goodness. Let's see. She had a very important scene several times. Episodes with Jade. She was a very likable character. I hope she reappears as a ghost. I could not agree more. That would be awesome.
Well, that would be interesting if Kenny sees her.
That would be creepy and crazy. And he would definitely be. Yeah, that why he threw the thing at the music box. No, I'm just kidding. He probably threw it just because of her death. I would. I'd already be pissed at this place. I'd been destroying stuff a long time ago. Don't take me to From.
What else we got going on in our awesome chat?
Let's see what else we got. Let me go back up. I'm trying to scroll back up because you guys were saying a lot of stuff while we were talking.
Yeah. And I think a lot of it is the amount of screen time we spend. I was just going to reply in the chat, but it's the amount of screen time you've spent with the characters that really makes that connection. That's what made the Red Wedding so shocking. Is we'd spent a lot of time with Robb Stark,
Yes.
and calling it back to From. It was just like with Father Katri. I mean, he had ambitions, he had dreams, he had plans for what he was going to do in the future, and that's why his death was so shocking. Even though it wasn't super gory and graphic, it was just quite sudden. But it was a slash across the throat, and then there it goes. All of his dreams and ambitions and plans and what I'm going to do and what I'm going to do in a week from now and a month from now, all that is gone instantly. And that's what happened. That's what happened with the Red Wedding. We spent a lot of time with the characters, getting a connection, and then slash, suddenly it's like, and you're stunned. You're shocked because you're sympathizing and empathizing, and you're projecting yourself into these people. You're like, okay, well, this is what they plan to do. I wonder how it's going to play out. I wonder if they're going to be successful. I wonder if they're going to be, if they're going to fail. I wonder what obstacles are going to appear for them. And then it's all gone in an instant. And that's where you get shocked because of the connection you've made with them. And this too, I mean, and we got a little more FaceTime with Tien Chen in this episode. And she had some key lines and some important lines. And then, even though we'd seen most of it in the trailer, there was a little piece of me that was in denial. I was like, maybe I'm all wrong. Maybe it's all a red herring. Maybe there's something, but no, it was pretty much straightforward. It was like, oh shit. Yeah. Well, that's the end of her.
Yo, Ravener, don't you just hope that like episode 2, Boyd wakes up and Tien Chen, it was all a dream and Tien Chen's not dead? Like,
oh, that would be a huge twist.
That would
if none of this happened, if none of the livestock stuff happened.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Pretty interesting.
Yeah, but I don't think so. But yeah, that would be so nice.
You fingers crossed you could see something, but
but it would be really cool if she came back as a ghost. But then who would she really haunt though?
Kenny.
Okay.
Imagine seeing your dead mother.
Oh my goodness.
See, I anticipated episode 2 opening up the next morning. Somehow they're in the next morning. Maybe the sun's up. Boyd sees it coming through the cracks in the in the boards, starts yelling because he's still cuffed. As far as I know, he's still cuffed to that pole. Maybe the monsters are gone and he's in there with the thing. The point that was made earlier about that we did have a cliffhanger ending that they may continue and we may see the leg being pulled off and all that stuff. That it never even occurred to me that they would go. They would just begin episode 2 where 1 left off and just have an extended, gory, dismemberment scene. I mean, I thought that partial scalping, that tiny little bit of scalp, was more than I needed to see.
Yeah, that right there. There were 2 things that kind of talked to and during that scene, there were 2 things that kind of speak to my theory a little bit about like history in the country and things of that nature. And that one of them was the scalping. because Native Americans would scalp people to appease to placate the spirits, pretty much. And also the other thing was, you know, like the lynching factors and how it looked like Boyd was being lynched. Like when we saw that season 3 teaser, it definitely appeared to be like, if you never saw the show before, you saw that teaser, it definitely looked like a guy being lynched in a barn. You know what I'm saying? But then you also had how he dropped his handcuffs, and they could have been like speaking on like a nod to like police brutality or some shit like that. You know what I mean? I don't necessarily like those types of nuances in shows. However, I do like to just point out certain things that I noticed, and it just kind of spoke to my theory a little bit, you know, about like
Interesting.
from actually being like a proverbial sundown town.
Okay. I see that stuff as always. I look at it at face value, and I kind of thought it was just expedient to the plot. Like he was getting manhandled, his cuffs come out, and then the dude picks it up. I mean, they had four or five people holding them, so they could have
Right.
gotten the job done.
But how
Yeah.
they put them on real tight and everything, it just kind of looked like a scene from like one of those movies, like where, you know, you have the cop putting the cuffs on extra tight.
Mm.
You know what I mean? And then, you know, you also have the scalping part was what I really noticed. I was like, wow, they scalped her. There's another, if you look at the scene, Victor's memory scene with the massacre when he was a little boy, there was someone laying on the ground and their whole scalp was taken off with the hair still attached. And
Mm.
so the hair attached is like a spiritual reference that, you know, that is done, like I said, to placate the spirits. And in Native
Interesting.
American culture, yeah. That's
Mhm.
why you hear about, like, you know, old movies where, you know, Indians scalp
Mm-hmm.
stuff like that.
Yes.
That's what that was about. And I mean, even when you look up the definition of the word, it's totally like pulling a piece of the scalp off with the hair still attached. So
Yeah,
yeah,
I
I
mean,
thought that was kind of dope.
yeah, I
I
always
know
have
that.
a different perspective though, because yeah, I mean, I majored in history and that kind of stuff, and I've kind of, it is very, you know, scalping is attached to Indians, but people have been, you know, that's probably the first time somebody cracked their head and realized that their scalp bleeds a lot. And, you know, even, I mean, anybody who's had a cut on their head, they realize, you know, you're going to bleed a lot more than the severity of the cut, you know, you bleed more than you should or more than you think you should. And I think that was always part of it too. There was like a terror aspect. You know, it created more blood than the severity of the cut. And the other side of it is, you know, there was also like bounties and both, you know, the Indian tribes did it to each other. The Mexicans did it to the Indians. The American colonists did it to the Indians. Everybody did it to everybody. And a lot of it was I mean, essentially it's like pelting someone when you take, you know, when you take a beaver, when you take anything, you know, you get the pelt, a squirrel, anything, you get the pelt. The hair is the only thing that we, you know, the only really like thing that humans have. So you kind of, I know this is such a morbid conversation, but I mean,
Nah, but that's where they took it. That's where they took us at the very end of the episode. We got to go there, bro.
yeah, that's true. That's true. But yeah,
I
like
know this was really crazy,
I mean,
but
if
we're
you,
gonna get ready to do our first giveaway.
Cool.
So, Scarlett, can you tell everybody what the keyword is and how it's gonna work?
Yes, I'm going to make sure I have it typed in before I put it in there. Alright, so it will be hashtag Fromly, but give me just a second to make sure it is set
Yep.
up.
As soon as Scarlett gives you guys the prompt, you're gonna put in hashtag Fromly into the chat, and it will enter you into the raffle. And then we will start giving away the awesome shirts.
And yes,
So,
Dave, you
yes,
want to
and
make sure of any stipulations or anything like that? I know you
yes,
said for
unfortunately, we
overseas
have
we
to
may
keep
not be
it.
able to.
Yeah, if you to do overseas shipping, I need a lot of information to be able to get it to you, because I've noticed in the past giveaways that I've done, if I don't get your full information, it gets stuck in customs, or like, and I've had trouble with that. So unfortunately, we're going to have to keep it to people who are only in the United States. So, or if you're somebody overseas and you have a PO box or something here that I could ship it, I will certainly go ahead and do that for you. but we have to just keep it to within the United States, unfortunately, because I know a lot of you might not want to give the full information that you're going to have to give me to ship it to you. But if you're willing to give me that information and really trust me with it, which everybody knows I do giveaways a lot, so I'm able to, you could trust me with your info. I think everybody knows that, but it's going to be a lot more information that I'm going to have to get from you in order to ship it to you overseas. So if you're willing to deal with that, then you can go ahead and enter in the giveaway. But if not, it's going to be for just people in the United States as of right now. So you're going to type in #Fromly when Scarlett gives you the okay to do so, and then we will draw our first winner.
Yes, it is ready to go. You guys can go ahead and type it in. We will give you a minute.
Yeah, so while we're waiting for people to enter the giveaway, why don't you guys just give me some more information? Like, what did you love? JH, what else did you take away from the episode? Did you see any lost connections? Wink, wink.
Not this episode. Not this episode.
Me
I
neither.
really wasn't looking for it, but not this episode. I want to know what's up with these statues or scarecrow. I think I have an off the wall theory I would like to throw out. It's like,
go for it. Throw it at us.
This is like 5% chance happening. What was knocking at the door or whatever when they were in the huts? Maybe,
I wonder.
just maybe, at night, these things come alive.
Oh, that'd be so creepy. I love it. Yes, and they was knocking on the door. Oh,
Ew.
I suppose that's possible. The one thing that kind of was a little bit of a tell in
It's
that
kind of
scene
weird on
is
camera, though.
if you watch From, I would highly recommend watching it with the subtitles on every once in a while, even if it's like on your second go around. Because that scene I went back and watched with the subtitles, and the subtitles say footsteps approaching, indicating that it's actually someone standing out there. But then again, I mean, I suppose it could have been stick footsteps. But the subtitles can sometimes give away certain little hints to scenes like that. But it said footsteps departing. That was the
I noticed
official
something in that
description.
scene too, when Jim was inspecting the actual cabin, and Kenny was like, "Hey, let's go back to the stone hut." And Jim was standing there, and he was inspecting the cabin. You could see that little chain there with the ring on it. That's a mechanism for a bear trap right there.
Ooh,
So
okay.
whoever had, we know somebody's foot gets stuck in a bear trap, but that's the
Mm.
chain that goes on to the bear trap.
I think it could be multiple of them out there, just a bunch of bear traps out there scattered about, maybe.
Yo, that was
yeah.
that's
And
a
if any of you guys
terrifying
got
thought.
like particular screenshots and stuff, because I mean, I got a few things, but I may not have something like that. I didn't focus in on that. So if you
I
want to share that, and
I
if any of
share
you
something in the
guys,
Discord with you. I think it might.
yeah, I just didn't get it pulled up.
And what about you, Christian? What do you think was outside that cabin stepping around? You think it was a person? You think it was the spider? You think it was, like JH said, the little creepy figures coming to life?
It could have been the spirits, like those things that you see outside. They're there for a reason, and you see them like the steps. It is near, so it's connecting. I want to connect those weird thingies to the kids that Tabitha is seeing, but hopefully they connect it as well.
Interesting.
It
I
instantly made me
wonder.
think of whatever was dragging Boyd and Sarah's tent. We got 2 hints to whatever was dragging Boyd and Sarah's tent in this episode alone. I have a feeling they're bringing that dialogue back because they want to maybe remind the audience of that scene. We got 2 mentions of it in this episode. That was the first thing that kind of came to my mind. Could this be the same thing that was dragging their tent, maybe? But then I started to think about the damn RV knocking that we see in season 2 when Boyd,
Yeah.
Donna, and all them are in the RV. We hear that knocking coming up from the bottom of the RV where nothing should be able to fit under there. Super creepy. Still have no idea what that was. But those are the kind of 2 scenes that cabin scene reminded me of.
Bitey says the person outside was a friendly. The scarecrows keep bad away. There you go, Bitey. Bitey's on top of it.
Ooh. Okay.
Could be.
You know what? I did make a lost connection. I'm sorry.
Did you what? Gimme.
So the scarecrow, let's say they ward off evil.
Mm-hmm.
Of course, in Lost, you had two examples of this. You had the sonic fence or the pylons that kept the smoke monster away, and you also had the ash that was around Jacob's cabin that kept the smoke monster away as well.
Good point. Good point.
See, I knew I'd get that out. I knew I'd get you out of there. But if everybody is ready, I think everybody entered in the giveaway that wants to enter. So last shot, #FromLee in the chat. And then Scarlett's going to go ahead and see who our first winner is of the night.
That's right. Here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully we do it right.
I
Gotta love
know.
the raffle.
Here we go. Let's see who's going to get it.
Oh my gosh, oh my gosh, oh my gosh. Who's it going to be?
I know.
It's still going. Kenny Rodriguez!
Yes.
Woo! You are the official winner of our first prize. And because you are the winner, we have something very special in store for you.
I love these.
My blood is your blood now, motherfucker.
That's right. You have won. You have beat the monsters. You are our winner for our first prize.
And so how we're going to do it, if you're either in Jeremy's Discord or Scarlett's Discord.
And I have my Discord linked to pinned to the.
Yep, or Real's Discord. I'm in all of them. You can reach out to me through one of the Discords. You can leave a message on the video and I will find a way to contact you. But it will be much easier if you're in the Discord and you can message me. So either Jeremy, Reels, or Scarlett's, one of those Discords, or even if you're in JH, I know you just started a Discord as well.
Oh, it's been up.
Oh, it's been up. So any Discord that you're in, I'm in all of them. So you can find me in any one of the Discords and message me, and we'll make sure that we get you your awesome shirt. And just let me know the size, because I am going to print them to your size. I didn't get a generic size. I'm going to make it easier because some people are small, some people like them big. So we're going to print them to your size. So yes, yay, Kevin. Awesome.
Congratulations.
Yes, so this is going to be fun. So now I guess we'll get to the second question. What was your least favorite moment of the episode? And I know we're going to be losing Christian soon, so I'd like to start with you. What was your least favorite moment of the episode?
It's hard to think about a moment that I didn't like, because I love everything about the episode. Like, nothing comes to mind that I didn't like. Since the image of Jade was there, maybe that he didn't provide more answers about what he saw, like what is consuming him. Like, he said to Lloyd when he was in the night talking to him, like, he's getting there, but come on, tell me more. So that's the thing about it. The episode is just like, it's giving us like little by little. Yeah, and that scene is okay.
I could see that. Because I know I've seen a lot of people posting that they really wanted to know if Jade saw anything more in that tunnel.
Exactly.
I know, like, people like Scarlett and Real were even talking about, did he take the dummy? Did he not take the dummy? Like, what possibly else could have gone in there? And then I was actually thinking, what if somebody messed with him? We know that an unknown entity threw down Boyd the rope. What if somebody moved his string and led him somewhere else? I would have loved to see something like that. Like him following the string home, like thinking he's going to leave, and it brings him to either the big cave paintings, but I know that's where the house fell, but something else, because I always thought there was more to those cave paintings. Like, I feel like they only showed us a small little area, and if those monsters are as old as we think they are, then there should be way more cave paintings maybe somewhere that might fill in a little more of the story. So that's very interesting. What about you, JH? What was your least favorite moment of the episode?
Before I answer, I apologize to interrupt. I will have to drop now, and I'm thankful for Perini discussing with all.
Thank you, honey. We appreciate it. I know you're going to be on with me and Scarlett some more, so we will get more of your thoughts and theories. And it's not the last you've seen of him with us.
This is going to be a weekly thing. So
yes.
Thank you
Cheers,
to all.
Definitely.
You have a great
Thank you
night.
so much for joining us, man. Have an
Have a
awesome
good one,
night.
man.
Thank you, honey. Yes, guys, that was Beyond Premiere. If you are not subscribed to his channel, if one of our mods can drop his links, that would be awesome. Check out some of his theory videos. They're really, really good. And he's onto some stuff. So it's going to be interesting to see where his brain goes with from. Because if it's anything like how he did with Shogun, that's how I still say that to this day. His Shogun videos were so interesting. So check him out. He's really awesome. But so what about you, Jade? What was your least favorite moment of this episode?
All right. I have a super roast that I'm going to give Ethan. I gotta say that for my review. I haven't done my review yet. But I'll talk about the townspeople. I didn't like how they ran up on Miss Lou's house and just took all the food. I better not see any of you at the funeral.
Right? It's going to be pretty messed up.
Pretending like you care.
And just bogarted her, like just pushed her out of the way. Like no regard.
Infuriating. Another scene that was super infuriating. I don't know why they did this. We see Jim and Kenny heading off into the woods. They're getting some advice from Boyd as to what direction to go in. Why the heck did they just not go up to Victor and have him lead them to the bottle faraway tree? Exactly where he led Tabitha. They're going to look for Tabitha. Why would they not have Victor, hey, show us where you led Tabitha? It made no sense. Huge plot hole for me.
So would you say that's your least favorite moment?
Yeah, definitely.
What about you, Ravener?
I didn't like the people in Camden. They seemed a little more. I mean, I know it's in service to the plot, but they seemed a little hostile. More than just average people. I guess like that's stereotypical. Like when they show New York, you walk in front of a car, somebody will honk the horn and be like, "Hey," they'll curse you out or whatever.
What are you trying to say, Ravener?
That's a million.
It's
a trope. We've seen it a million times on things, but I've never really seen it in real life. Where you might say it, or you might have your window rolled up and you might say it, but a lot of that was in service of the plot. And then how, and it was kind of, of course, it was still justifiable. I didn't like it necessarily, but they still kind of, gave it a little bit of plausibility when she, put her hand on the boy in white and said, "What did you mean? This is the only way." And then she's like, "Get your hand off him," and that's understandable. The mom, but the girls, when she was trying to borrow the phone, and they, I always make a point about how much, real estate there is in a 51-minute episode or something. There every single thing has to be significant, or it should have a purpose. But the girl, the other girl was making the comments under her breath, not the girl who gave Tabitha the phone, but the girl in blue there, she was just like, so snooty and nasty, to the point where it was like, okay, you've already said like two things, you got the point across. But maybe I totally get it. What they're trying to do is show how harsh the real world is to Tabitha, because she is completely disconnected. She's completely alone, and kind of like the reflexive hostility towards this strange person. That is serving to show how isolated she is, in that world. So and she kind of, I think, alluded to that in the church scene, how she's completely alone. And even when she just did her, when she told her life story to the priest, right in this scene here, exactly. She said, "I'm in a place where monsters come out at night," and she's like, "You think I'm crazy, don't you?" And the priest has to, priest being a priest, he has to be comforting. He's like, "I think you're in pain," and that's when he diverted to, what was the snack. But yeah, it was just, it kind of rubbed me wrong. But the thing is, and I totally understood it, but it just kind of, the same way as a girl pounding on the bathroom. It seemed like you're a little more, if it's daylight, man, if all you got to do is pee and it's daylight, the whole town is your bathroom, man. You don't have to, you don't have to go into that one room,
right?
Wait for an hour.
True. And what about you, Real? What was your least favorite moment of the episode?
I think my least favorite moment of the episode was when you have Boyd, Jim, and Kenny in the kitchen talking about where Boyd went and everything, and they're talking in reference going to search for Tabitha, but they didn't have Victor in there, and Victor was the one that took her to the faraway tree. I just don't see why they weren't consulting with Victor about
So you
just
and
trying to
Jeremy kind of
connect
are
the
on the
dots
same
a little
page with
better.
that.
Yeah.
I could see that. I could definitely see that. That didn't make a lot of sense. Like, why, where Victor led her somewhere. So why wouldn't that be the first place you chose compared to going out to the light? Like, the faraway tree allegedly leads to the lighthouse. Why would you take Boyd's way to the lighthouse? Like, it seems like you're taking like that, when you could go in a straight line and it's a shorter distance, but they decided to go all the way around.
Especially when Victor just like took Tabitha to the bottle faraway tree like it was nothing. Like he just took her right there. It wasn't a far spot because obviously he was able to go take her and get back before nightfall. Look at what time of the day that she left. You see what I'm saying? That they left to go do that. It was like it wasn't that far from dark. What the fuck? Why would you I just don't understand that. Why would you go that way instead of not asking this man, which way did Joe guys go? This is the way we're going. But he goes a whole nother
start
way.
there. Start at the one place we know she went to.
Yeah.
So you and Jeremy, that I definitely agree. And what about you, Scarlett? What was your least favorite moment of the episode?
Oh dang it. Least favorite. No, yeah, I don't. Me, Dana. I'm probably least critical. So for me, I probably will have to agree with the fact that I don't like that I didn't get to see what happened with Jade. Although I understand why they had to do the time jump. I do agree with some of you guys in chat that were saying that. Probably some of you guys on the panel. I wanted to see what was going to happen with Jade a little bit more because they show him sort of in this madness, like what happened between what he saw in the cave to where we see him with all, the strings, and he's just like almost out of his freaking mind at this point. Like it had to be a little, it just seemed like, I don't know. I mean, I'm assuming he's going madder and madder, but I was hoping to get a little bit more from that.
And it makes you wonder if that's kind of what happened to Christian. Like, are we literally seeing the descent into madness that happened to Christian?
I mean, Christopher,
Jesus. Sorry, I'm fanboy. You have no idea. Like, I geeked out when he first came on. I blushed.
That's why I had to leave. That symbol was in his mind.
Oh my gosh. Like, you have no idea. Like, I was totally like fangirling out. Like, I was just like,
still the
brain. What do you
brain.
mean he's in your chat, Real?
Yeah,
I was like, what are you talking about?
He's
and Real's like, why don't you come on panel? I was like, what are you doing? What? And I was like literally sitting there like geeking out for a very, very long time. And I was just like, so yes, I must still have him on my brain. But yes, you guys know what I meant.
Christopher.
Thank you.
But yes, I definitely do agree.
That's it. I'm turning off my camera. Stop it. Make me blush. You guys are all making me blush. I don't want to do it no more. Stop it.
No, he definitely, though, is going a little crazy, perhaps like Christopher.
Right. And maybe Christopher didn't have a Boyd and Kenny to pull him back. The same. Like Jade might have kept spiraling. For God knows how long if they hadn't have like intervened and pulled him out of it. Maybe Christopher didn't have somebody like that. To ground him in reality. Maybe he was just on his own and he just sunk deeper and deeper with nothing stopping it. So
now what I'm curious is that if he's seeing all right, so Jade is seeing Christopher, right? And sort of things that we think represent Christopher, like the doll. And he's also seeing other visions, right? What if those visions he sees of the other soldier, that was someone who also went crazy? So he's seeing all the embodiments of those who came before him and all the cycles of those sort of that into the beginning, which were the kids. Possibly. I don't know.
Yeah. It's entirely plausible. Yeah. Until we get, more info, it's absolutely plausible. And Jade is working in quantum mechanics, so we just automatically assume he's got the like mental capacity to think about abstract things like this and try to find a solution. Maybe somebody like Christopher wasn't prepared for that. Maybe somebody in 1864 wasn't prepared for that. Try to wrap their brain around something so complex, and eventually they did succumb to whatever the the repeated visions. Like essentially, it's like a psychological torture. That eventually they give it whatever the goal of it is. They ended up falling victim to it completely.
Interesting. And what were you going to say, Real?
I forgot. What was I talking about? I started listening with she, and he just got done saying
Jade and the visions.
Oh yeah, this was funny to me. So some shit just comes flying out the window at the bar, and then when they get over there, Jade's laying on the floor under there. So what did he do? Just throw the shit and then run down and lay on the floor and start gibberish and shit? Like, that was hilarious to me. I was like, well, what the fuck happens here?
He just baseball slid right.
He's
got a mechanics creeper. He just like slides up under him.
Slides up under the ladder real quick. I'm like, what's going on? Like, how did he do that? But one thing that I did notice about that scene was something was communicating with him in that moment. Because the first words that he was saying sounded like it was in a different language. And then you can make out that he's saying, they tried to show it to me. I didn't see it. I don't see it anymore. I don't understand. They tried to show it to me. And he just kept saying that, incoherent nonsense. But I just thought it was funny as hell how fast he got up under them ropes and laid down and with the bottle of liquor in the book. Like, ow, bro. Like, and what
I thought they was running out of potatoes. What happened? Where did all the liquor come from?
I mean, what he threw? What did he throw out the window for? He just got mad. He just
it out
throwing shit out the window and got under there quick.
I put it in my video program. I've been going frame by frame. I just can't make out what the fuck that shit is.
That's the mystery. Yeah, what did Jade throw out the window?
Was it Tom's old liquor contraption?
I thought it was something like that, like a piece of it, but it was hard to tell.
But Scarlett, what is our chat saying? What was their least favorite moments of the episode? I'd like to see. What do you guys think? What was your least favorite moment of the episode?
All right, I'm trying to scroll back up I had to scroll way back up. Oh God, did they said that like?
I know you guys are killing it. We're getting used to this rhythm.
Some girl says, I didn't like the Jim and Kenny quest. Kind of feels like a letdown. They're going back home. What was the point of all that? And yeah, I think they're going back, and definitely you kind of hit on it real. And I know we talked about it last night. What Kenny's mom was talking about with the soul. I think they're going to go back there and try to plant. I definitely think they're going to try to go back to the town. They're going to go back, talk about it. I think they've already kind of shown in some of the trailers and stuff that they're probably going to go back there. And with what she said in this episode, I definitely think they're going to may possibly try to plant there and see if it works.
I think you're right. I think you're 100% right, actually, because we do see that one little glimpse in that latest season 3 trailer of the snow's way worse at this point, so you can tell it's a later episode, and you see Jim and Kenny returning back into the woods, and you can see they have in their backpack carrots, so it looks like fresh carrots. So maybe they do eventually find some soil that they can grow out of.
Mm-hmm.
Well, what kind of time skip would that have to be in order for them to grow some carrots and come back with them? I think they might find somebody else's food that's already planted.
That's possible too, yeah. That's probably even more likely even, yeah.
Because there was definitely somebody out there. There's definitely somebody that put those dolls there. I said last year in a video that there has to be somebody out there living in those woods.
Gotta be. They can't be the only people.
Yeah, they can't be the only people there. And if there is another town with multiple people there, I wonder if they're like children there and shit. That would be an interesting look there.
Yeah, that's why, I mean, I would love for them to try and get some kind of bird's eye view of what is really around them. We saw Randall with the drone in season 2, and I know a lot of people were hoping that they were going to attack, because we have seen that there are smartphones in Fromville. Tabitha has one, Kelly had one. So, strap up a freaking smartphone, put on the camera, send it up on that drone, go up as high as you possibly can, see if you can finally get a bird's eye view of everything around you.
Right? And we can charge stuff now. We can charge stuff now.
Yeah.
Now that they figured that out.
Hey, a crow will probably just come eat it.
All they got to do is stick an iPhone charger in the light bulb, and there you go.
Yes.
Boom. Good to go.
Yeah, and the phone would work a lot better than 40 pounds of cable trying to lift that with that little quadcopter.
Exactly.
Yeah,
You'd be able to probably get a lot higher than when they did trying to do the antenna, because they need to get some kind of knowledge of the lay of the land. Until they really understand their surroundings and what's really out there, they're never going to be able to fully combat it.
What I really want to see is them setting some traps. I want to see them setting some traps for these monsters. Because
I think we're going to see that in episode 2. If anyone's seen the trailer for episode 2, it looks like a certain character might be having a similar mindset as to what you just mentioned.
Interesting. And if one of you guys has the trailer, we'll pull it up and we'll give it a watch and talk about it. If you guys want.
Let's see. I got a link from Beyond. I do not know if I don't know if it's the trailer.
But Fred says, hate the cow's death, but love the episode. My mother would so agree with you. She's still talking about that cow's death.
Oh, yeah.
My mom is still traumatized by the death of the cow.
And also got Golden Child saying the way boy just walked outside to save the animals without even discussing it with Jade. That was the least favorite. I know poor Jade. He was like, wait, no, not the talisman. Wait,
the talisman.
I mean, and Boyd too, knowing the kind of person that Boyd is, he usually is the kind of person that's very aware of his surroundings. He took one super quick glimpse out of the window and just ran right out the door. He didn't even really stop to really take a look at if it was really clear. And that was really un-Boyd of him to kind of just go off reflex instinct like that. He's usually much more calculated. He barely looked out of that freaking door, and he just grabbed the talisman and went. It's like, man, take a look around, make sure it's really clear before you go out there. So that was a little un-Boyd.
Percy Garcia brought up the point in my live the other day about how that was very reminiscent of a chess move, and that's the same thing I was thinking. Like, chess is definitely one of those kind of games where if you want someone to go left, you threaten a pawn, or you threaten something on the left, you're going to get you're going to divert their attention over there so you can work at another goal. And that was totally what they did. I mean, they thought that they were wrangling the animals together, but they were the ones that were being wrangled to the barn.
One big trap. A clever trap, too.
You got Stars saying the girl rushing Fatima out of the bathroom was pretty bad. Yeah, I think we all agree that chick. And Jeremy, you're the one too, I think, that said that's the one we see in the trailer that might be getting some later.
Yep, that's the one that's going to get injured later on at Colony House. Whether it's a stray bullet from Acosta or something else, that is the same girl we see in the trailer that is wounded on the couch at Colony House. The one that a lot of people thought was Julie at first, because they looked.
I definitely thought that was Julie at first.
So
you showed it, and I was like, "Yeah, that was Julie." I was like, "Oh wait, that ain't Julie." Oh crap! And now she seems to be more prominent, right? They're making a point to show her.
Exactly. They're introducing her early on, giving her some dialogue, so we'll recognize her later on. I think Nikki was her name.
Yeah.
I agree. Okay, guys, let's get ready. We'll do our second giveaway for the night. So do they have to put the hashtag in again, or once they enter?
No, it is ready to go. If you haven't already put it in, we still have 26 entries. So if you've already won, I believe I have it set up to where it will not allow you to win again.
Okay.
So we'll give it just another minute. Make sure anybody who has just come in with us, go ahead and hit that hat. Let me I'm trying to bring that up as well.
Yep. So it's hashtag Fromly in the chat, and that will automatically enter you to win our second T-shirt of the night. And I just
show our last winner before, because I have to press the draw button again.
A friend of mine is printing all the shirts for me, so he didn't want to be like thanked. He's like you, Jeremy. He doesn't like compliments, so I promised that I wouldn't gush too much. But he's gonna print all the shirts for me and he's awesome, and he'll know who he is. But yes, this is so much fun. And thank you guys again for coming on with us and talking from. We appreciate each and every one of you guys. Chat, panel. Scarlett and I are very, very humbled that you guys decided to spend your Monday night with us. And we look forward to possible streams in the future with you guys to come together and have this kind of Monday night mesh up and just talk all things from and what we've seen. And so, but I appreciate each and every one of you. Scarlett appreciates each and every one of you. Thank you to all you guys. We are very humbled.
Yes, thank you for the invite. I'm super pumped to be here.
And yes, Jeremy, indeed. I did have something planned for your birthday tonight, but unfortunately I didn't get it yet. So I'm going to have to embarrass you at a different stream. And I'm really upset because it was really cool and I really wanted to do it. And now it's got to wait. So hopefully I will get it.
Stay of execution. I'll take it.
So when we do the giveaway for the shirts and stuff on your channel, I will have it hopefully by then, and I will embarrass you at a later date.
Yeah,
you're going to deal with it. You're going to shut up. You're going to deal with it. You're going to like it, and that's it.
Okay, I hear you.
Yes, that's the New Yorker telling you. You're gonna just deal with it for one night.
I gotta respect my fellow Italiano. I mean,
yes. Otherwise, I'm gonna feed you Stofers.
No, don't start that shit.
Oh, yeah. Just remember that. Remember that. Otherwise, I'm gonna punish you with Stofers.
That's a real threat.
Don't send me over to Crazy Mad's team. No way.
Okay, are we ready, Scarlett, for our second?
Ma'am.
Our second go around.
Yes, we are. All right, here we go, guys. Click back over, and we're gonna press the draw button and see who gets to be the winner of our second awesome T-shirt prize.
Yes.
And here we go.
Let's go. Who's it gonna be?
I don't know. I don't have music yet for that. We didn't think about that. That's okay. Think about it in your head. What? Chocolate Beauty!
Hey!
What's up? You are the winner.
Yes.
You get an awesome little winner clip just for you.
My blood is your blood now, motherfucker.
You are the winner.
Yes, awesome. Yes. So you're in the Discord, so I'll be able to find you easy. But this has been fun so far. So now let's go on to one more question. So for my panel guests, name one thing you noticed or really stood out to you from the episode. We'll start with you, Real. What was the one thing that if you could look at anything and say it stood out to you, what would it be?
I'd say what was the main thing that stood out to me? The way Ethan looked at the gun when Boyd was putting it in his pocket.
Mm-hmm.
The way Ethan looked at that gun, yeah, there's some that's a Chekhov's gun. Ethan's gonna get that gun or something at some point. And that could be the third. I've also theorized that Ethan is going to get another item from Victor. He got the staff, he got the jacket, and now I'm thinking it might be Victor's gun.
Nice. Yeah, he did look at it pretty strangely, didn't he?
Look at that face. Yeah, it kind of looked like he might be turning or changing a little his demeanor.
I kind of thought maybe he wants to get it back and give it back to Victor because he knows it's Victor's gun, but maybe he has something else planned.
Yes, and Terrence's theory is that Ethan ends up going back in time and shooting his grandfather.
Oh, jeez.
So that's crazy.
I could only imagine. But what about you, JH? What was the one moment, if you had just one, that really stood out for you?
It really stood out for me. I didn't like how Tabitha was character infringing on Boyd. I have to go. I didn't like that.
Yeah, she took over the spot, bro.
And she was in the church. Why did you go to the church if you didn't want to hear about God? You might as well have been saying this right here. Hold on.
You know what, motherfucker? I ain't here to pray.
Yeah. Yo, you are the
We are drawing up the legal paperwork as we speak. I don't like it.
Yo,
So
that's
you
hilarious.
didn't like how she was kind of taking his shine, his thunder. Huh?
Yeah, she definitely. Well, I think that might be a clue. I mean, Boyd definitely was skeptical, to say the least. And Tabitha's point was very valid. Like, yo, if this guy made a place like this, my family stuck there, he's bearing witness to it. So, yo, yeah.
Very, very true. Well, what about you, Ravener? What if there was one moment that stood out for you? What would it be?
Well, this one I didn't catch till actually I was rewatching it again today. So, we've seen this, I don't know, 4 or 5 times already and talked about it for hours and hours on end. What got me was at the very, very beginning. Right when Chen Chen had Ethan hemmed up, and then there's Jim, and then here comes Julie for one of her, her first little appearance. We saw it in like the leak scene or whatever, the trailer. Yeah. She goes, this isn't your fault. None of this is your fault. Well, you pass it off to her just being a petulant teenager, or maybe she's still working through whatever. But I think there's a lot more to that. And I think that, sometimes when, we've seen it a million times in movies and shows or whatever about possession, where sometimes the thing is inside of you, but then also you get a view inside of it. So when she said, this isn't your fault, none of this is your fault, we kind of, it's easy just to pass by it and think it's just a line, but she might be really revealing that there's a lot more to that. She might actually have some insight, or she might have gotten a glimpse at least to what is going on. So when she's saying it ain't your fault, none of this is your fault, she's speaking from authority. She knows.
Yeah. And I almost kind of got that same feel from Randall when Randall, during the goat scene, when Randall says to Boyd, you have no idea what's really going on here. It's like, okay, is he just trying to be the tough guy? Or is he, like you said, does he have some kind of insight after what they've been through in that cicada coma? Because I do think there's going to be some residual side effects to what happened to them in season 2. I don't think that's fully gone yet.
I want to see what they saw.
Yes.
Yes.
And it seemed like they were
screaming.
Revelations episode, make it happen.
I know, right?
I know.
They were in pain. It seemed like they were like screaming in excruciating pain. It seemed like, what exactly was that thing doing to them?
And is it gone? Because we still see the crazy chick that I thought was tied to it was Elgin, the old dream chick. Like, is she like separate? Were they like 2 separate things? I thought they were connected with the bot. They definitely have made it to appear that nothing that I thought I knew is what I thought I knew it to be.
Because you see the movie box pop up when you first see that thing.
Yeah, that monster is going to be connected to the Brundles because she's always dripping water. She seems to be connected to the water. I think we're going to see a connection with her to the Brundles because Elgin, he asked, "Where's the water?" So first thing he asked when he talked to Fatima was, "Do you have a body of water, some kind of water?" And now you have this chick
talking about the other body of water that Kenny and them found.
Maybe
because he looked at the Brundles when she took him to the Brundles. He looked real uninterested in those Brundles. He was like, "This ain't." He was looking at this like, "No, this ain't. This don't look like what I'm looking for."
Yeah,
could those
Do you
bodies
still think this is Fatima?
No, absolutely not. Especially
okay.
after they put out a casting call before season 3 started, and the description of it just sounded exactly like this monster. So we kind of knew it was coming back in season 3, but they were specifically looking for a female actress of Asian descent. And if you look at her in season 3 compared to how she looked in season 2, totally different design. Like you can really kind of see the Asian features here in season 3. So I think maybe that's why they did that.
Fatima.
More like Tabitha now than she does, than she did in season 2, for sure. But yeah, apparently it's an Asian actress that's playing the role. They were specifically looking for an Asian actress this time.
Which makes sense because what she's wearing, I mean, even when they first
The
showed
kimono.
her, I remember
Yeah.
her, I remember thinking that she reminded me of, and I know I'm probably going to pronounce it right, but it was one of the Japanese kind of spirits. It was like Yuri or Oni.
Oni, yep.
Oni. I know I was going to pronounce it wrong, but that was the vibe I got when we first saw her back in season 2. And now that they're showing the full body with it, it's like they embody these things from culture. Like they're not necessarily going to say it's this particular thing, but she's embodiment of sort of like that sort of aspect of a culture. And then you have talismans that might be with the ruins, could be some kind of Greek or Norse culture, like all these different monsters. Like I don't understand what really we have here, because they're bringing in a lot of very specific lore almost, but it's not exactly that.
It's a melting pot of all of these different cultures and lores and mythologies, just sprinkled all throughout the show, from Native American, Norse, and now we're seeing, like you said, Japanese. And it's awesome. And I mean, it seems like they're drawing inspiration from a lot of real world mythologies, even with a lot of the Fae, Irish and Scottish Fae theories that have been going around lately. Yeah, it's
And they're
interesting.
definitely in there. Like you can see those connections. Like just talking to some of the guys in your Discord, Jeremy, Robert, and everybody in there, Susie, all you guys, BK. What you guys are seeing is absolutely like they're putting it in there. It's just the why. They're still getting us with the why. Like, what does it mean? What does it mean?
Exactly. Yeah, Susie's an expert. Like Susie Greenberg, I got to hand it to her. When it comes to like the Irish and Scottish Fae mythology,
Yeah,
she's like an
killing it.
encyclopedia. She knows
Oh, you have to see her
everything
lost
about it.
brain. Her lost connection brain is phenomenal. When I tell you, like, she is on top of it when it comes to certain stuff. She is awesome.
Yeah, she's great. She really is great. They're all great. I mean, everybody in the chat, they really find some interesting perspectives on things that even we don't catch. And that's what's so fun about the show. We're all watching the same show, but we're all seeing it from a totally different point of view, our own point of view, with our own kind of life experiences to kind of draw off. And it's only when we kind of all come together like this where we can really kind of get into the weeds and compare and maybe solve this thing as a whole.
Yep, and I got to give it to Vic and Debbie too. They are on top of stuff as well. They are like we've just been talking for like hours about all the different stuff that we've seen. So we're gonna give them a nice little shout out too, because their brains are awesome as well.
Yeah, Susie, we got to get you and Percy, Robert, all you guys on a live stream. We're gonna do like basically, a call-in live stream, but I really want you guys who I know are in Jeremy's and some of these other Discords who have put out some of the best theories out there. We're going to get you guys, if you want to, on panel to really let us know what you guys think. Because I'm telling you, the brains in some of these Discords and the other social media forums and stuff, like when we started in yours, Jeremy, I thought we were like theory crafting. Now that we're really like branching out and seeing what everybody is. Oh,
yeah,
it is amazing.
It's really, really interesting.
Yeah, it's definitely the best fandom that's going right now. At least the best fandom I've been a part of in a very long time. And yeah, you got so many just incredibly creative minds that are dissecting every little frame of this, and they're coming up with some super interesting stuff.
Yep. So Michelle, I know you're still listening. That includes you and Martina. Like,
oh yeah, because they've come in. I know some of them guys have come into the Discords now, and they're definitely getting sort of learning. And for all you guys who are new to the Discord, trust me, I was new to it. Dana, all of us, less than a year ago for some of us. So yeah, get in there with us if you can, because we will help you guys learn the process just like we did.
Yeah, BK, if you're still in the chat, can you just put up all the Discords? That would be awesome.
All of them. We have quite a family of crafting on the Discords. But Robert also has asked us something.
What?
Or it's told us something, and it says, I predict the Komodo virgin is the fairy from Ethan's Lake of Tears, and she will show excuse me, Elgin how to heal Fatima with the water. Ooh, very nice, Robert.
Healing water? I
like it.
Hint, hint.
Yes, Dana. She's like, yes, see the water. It's all connected.
I'm telling you, I'm gonna keep saying it. I'm gonna keep saying it. But no, that was awesome round. What else is the
Let's
chat
see what
saying?
else the chat's. Yeah, let me scroll back up just a little bit. You guys were saying. Let's see. Our internet's
Can I
probably a
point
little
out one
bit.
question?
Sure,
Yeah.
honey.
I'm gonna go with Summer Girl. I saw you posted this earlier. What do you think Tien Chin was saying at the end of the episode?
Oh, we need Ravener for that. He's got someone who can translate the Cantonese.
Yeah. I got the DM in, so I just haven't gotten a response yet. But yeah, we're gonna go probably after we get done here. I'll get in touch with her and we'll sit there and go screen, frame by frame or line by line.
Was she a Christian?
She had a cross, yeah, but
Okay.
she also has the
So-
thing. What I will tell you is about the Cantonese translation. That what we've done in the past is a lot of it was pretty on point. I mean, it was pretty much one for one. Like when it had an English translation on the screen in the subtitles, it was very much one for one. Very much the gist of it. Pretty straightforward translation, even when they didn't translate the Cantonese. The one instance that was kind of funny though was when Jade was sitting in the diner looking at his book with the symbol, and she came over with the tea, and she saw him with the symbol in the book, and she was saying, "What is that? What is that?" And Jade thought that she was trying to make him drink tea, and he's like, "I don't want any." And she kept saying, "What is that? What is that?" And Jade goes, "Fine, I'll take the tea." And then he goes, "It's pretty good." But that's when she grabs him and pulls him in the back and shows him the yearbook and the Christopher book or whatever. But that was the only time that the Cantonese translation and the English, what was being portrayed, was different. But it was kind of like a cute, funny scene because he was completely not getting what she was saying.
I wonder what she was saying to Ethan earlier in the episode as well. When Ethan's trying to leave and she's dragging him back to town, she's kind of firing something off. I wonder what she's saying there too.
Well, I'm going off context.
Wayne Fishing is saying, "Get him home." Was that something that he was saying? She was saying?
Oh, was that what she was saying? Ooh, interesting.
Or maybe referring to Kenny? Like, get him, make sure you get like Kenny home?
Get him home, or maybe get them home. Could it have been? I don't know.
That does make sense.
Interesting.
I'm down for dissecting some sound bites. We can definitely do that. That'd be fun.
That would be.
I still wonder about the monsters because they had some weird whispers back in season 1 or something, and I was like, you could hear them saying things, but you can't quite make out what it is. But you can almost hear like every other word.
That was super creepy, and we've tried to analyze it. Maybe Real will get a little bit further with his kind of his expertise in audio. But yeah, that was super trippy. I think it's at the end of episode 1 or the beginning of episode 2 in the first season. We hear that weird whispering when Jim and Boyd and all them are in the RV. Yeah, it's super hard to make out what they're saying.
I swear I heard something like blood, and I heard a name. I swear one of them said Norman, and then I was like, they know about Norman.
Norman.
But you can't really make it out. It's almost like one of them things like you can't. They make it to where your brain kind of almost interprets what you think you want to hear. Because it's good. That's what I love about this show, because they really mess with just even us. I know it's messing with the townsfolk and their perceptions and what reality is, but it's even messing with us because we're like you say all the time, Jeremy, how far do we dissect something as little as a shirt or as little as a color? And it could actually be that one shirt, that one color could be the answer from season 1, episode 1, but the rest of it didn't matter.
Exactly. And that's what's so cool about the show. I mean, you kind of, just by its very mystery box nature, you tend to want to overanalyze every little thing you see. And a lot of it is going to mean something. I do believe that. But some of the things, I kind of have to kind of train my brain to be too careful when I'm diving too deep into, and if it's going to really have any kind of overall significance in the main narrative. But a show like this,
I agree.
It plays with you. It plays with your mind.
The only thing in my theories that I actually think are going to have some overall significance are the historical parts and how they relate, and the relevance I think is going to have is to how this place actually got started. I think there was some
Mhm.
sort of turmoil between entities, and you had settlers coming into America, you had the natives there, and I'm sure they both had their like forms of magic or witchcraft that they would use, and typically, people use those things during war as well. Like when you look at the Haitian Revolution, they used voodoo really heavily in the Haitian Revolution, with the French. And I mean, I think that will be there, but you're right though. I've said this many times, that I believe when you look at my theories and things about the show, it'll be like a hidden meaning kind of thing when it's all said and done and the show is over and there's no more episodes and we get to the finale. I think you'll see like, okay, he was talking about like certain hidden meanings. Because some of the clues that I find, I feel like are undeniable. It's bugged out. Like
Mhm.
but at the same time, do I think that they'll actually propel certain actions of the characters? I don't think so. However, I think they'll start to become more apparent because just sitting here thinking about this episode, there are so many things that talk about witchcraft on this episode. The other part was the game between the entities. There's so many different game references. If I have some time, I'm gonna go through the entire episode again and not look for anything else but just the game references because there were a lot of them in this episode. They kept coming where I lost count, and so I'm gonna go check that out. So the game, uh, there's definitely a game being played here.
That's awesome.
Yeah. So, but yeah,
I
I'm
know you
definitely
guys are killing it. Like all this info, this is so great. But
my
I
next
guess
video. I'm already plotting on my next video right now. Like you
Nice.
guys have
I
really
know your
this
brains are awesome to kind of dissect. But I guess
yeah.
we'll go ahead and get ready to give away
I
the
was gonna
first
say, Data,
t-shirt.
right before we do that, I want to ask a question for
Sure.
everybody.
Sure.
And I don't know if y'all can see it, but when we look in the lunchbox, does anybody else notice something in here that perhaps I didn't know we had an extra one of? Or is it extra? Is it extra?
Yo, and
Ooh,
I was waiting
gelatin.
on you to bring that up. I
Yeah.
didn't want to say
Mhm.
nothing because I know that was your find. Yo, for y'all heard it here first. Scarlet Fever found a talisman looking thing inside of Victor's
It,
lunchbox.
it could be, I don't know. It could be something bought. It appeared to be a talisman in the lunchbox, which means if Victor had one
With
all
two
along, he
eggs
could
on
have
it.
already had it, which means that's how he has been surviving even before Boyd. We know he doesn't like to talk. He does, even when Boyd was coming back and stuff. We don't really see him in those flashbacks, I think, too much. So I don't know, man.
Yo, and
What you
then the
guys think?
two eggs as well. And I didn't say anything about this when you showed me this, and I was like, "Holy shit, Scarlett! You found a big one." And what? Not I was thinking about this shit today. I said, that talisman in Victor's lunchbox means that the showrunners will tell you a lie. If that is a talisman, and it definitely looks like one, it looks like a rock. That looks like the twine that they tie around
Mm-hmm.
the talismans, and it looks like there's something engraved on it. There's also two eggs up top, and I talked about the eggs as well, especially when I was talking about Tabitha, and I talked about how the eggs means the ovum and everything, and it talks of I was talking about like her and Julie possibly connecting, and Victor also wrapped up part of that snack with a picture of Julie, which is a strange wrapping for a snack, right? Like, but
Yeah.
yeah,
So like, where did it come from? Like, did he already know about the hut? So did Victor already know about the hut? Was he using this to survive in his the trailer that he had, or
The peach
peach
truck.
truck?
I'm calling it like the peach truck trailer?
so
Was that
Victor know where he's from. That this means that Victor knows the whole time he's
yeah?
known where his ass lived at. He
Yes, because
I
remember he
don't
was
know if he
saving a
can
lot there, and
read.
even back in season 2, wasn't it? Boyd was like, "Babe, I didn't even know you had this." How? And we're all like, "How is this dude surviving? Like the boy in white's just been sneaking him around. He's had a talisman this whole time."
Yeah. And part of me starting to think that Victor might have given Tabitha this lunchbox for more of a specific reason. Maybe, I mean, is there a possibility that Victor knew she was going to need this date if she did get out?
Or need that address.
That address, I mean, yeah.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
about
Yes,
you?
Bitey, it
That's a
could be
talisman?
cloth. I will admit, Bitey, it is possibly cloth that he packed for another snack, and it's wrapped in twine.
So, JH, you think
Yeah,
that's a
we did
talisman?
Yes,
You do?
It
most
looks like
definitely.
it. It does look like it. I mean, the color's right, the twine's right, but Bitey makes a point. There were other snacks in the lunchbox that were wrapped up in a similar manner, but man, that looks a lot like a talisman.
Right, that's why I had to ask everybody because I'm like, man, if this just turns out to be like a little snack sandwich that he's done wrapped up, and then I'm like, this is a talisman.
I mean, it's a weird
Let's
snack.
start
Though.
all
I want to
theories
know
off
what's.
of nothing.
I want to know what's wrapped up in the Julie picture. But this is a weird snack. You got 2 eggs and an apple, okay, which are also significant. The apple, the bite of the apple. Apples are very significant and have very very strong significance in certain mythologies, and
Garden of
also
Eden,
your
like
Garden of
And you know
Eden.
that they assumed that apple was actually not even an apple; it was more of a pomegranate, because I think there's
Yeah.
like a translation where it is so, which relates back to the Greek gods in the underworld, and that was
Which is
how
wild.
Persephone got stuck.
Which is wild. Yeah, I mean the contents of that, the contents of the lunchbox. Oh, Del Senior just popped it in the chat. 2 eggs, an apple, a talisman, and something else wrapped up in the Julie pic. I wonder what. I bet you it's some sort of bread, because bread is also in your Bible, real heavy. There's a lot of biblical references for sure, and they all surround the Matthews family, which is a book in the Bible, the book of Matthew. And the book of Matthews is also where you find the Mr. Fish and Loaves story with the 2 fish and the loaves of bread. So, like, there's a lot of the biblical references in here. You have the apple, like Jeremy said, the Garden of Eden, and you have your eggs there, which actually represent the ovaries. That, as a matter of fact, the word ovary comes from the word oval and ovum, which means egg. So yeah, this is bugged out here, and the way that the eggs are sitting would be like a Vesica Pisces if you were to trace the outline of them. Check it out. But yeah,
Oh, I like what Miss Cinnamon Sweet says. What if Fatima has twins?
Cain and Abel. Yo, Miss Cinnamon Sweets is a great mind. She dropped some of the dopest things, and she said
Yeah,
she
she
was a
killed it.
writer as well. So I'd love to hear what she
That would be
has.
interesting. What about you, Raven? Or you think that's a talisman?
I mean, given what we see in the still here, it certainly looks like something inscribed. It looks like a stone. It looks like it's got those characteristic carvings. So, in the absence of anything else, I would have to say, I'm going to go with yes. I mean, it could be, and it's one of those many questions that From will present and then resolve it immediately. The next time we see it, or maybe we may never see it again. But yeah, right here on the surface, I'll go with yes. I mean, I have no reason not to. I mean, that's what it appears on the surface, so I have no reason to doubt it. So yeah, I'll go
I
with
wonder
yes.
if we should go back to when Boyd is in the hut and see if there's any like holes where talisman might have been.
Ooh, yeah.
Like a missing one.
Because
Good.
like I said, the showrunners be telling us things that are not necessarily true then. Because they told us there was a specific number of talismans. But we never got an accurate count of the talismans.
But were they saying that just in regards to what Boyd found?
We don't know.
We don't know.
We never
All
got an
John
accurate
Griffin
count.
said was there's 12 talismans in total. That's all we've ever heard. But like you said, Real,
Where
I
are
wouldn't be
they?
too surprised if they're kind of maybe misleading us from time to time. They can't just give us all the answers. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're throwing a little white lie in there every once in a while.
Where are those 12 talismans? I mean, okay, there's not even that many dwellings. Are there 12 dwellings?
I think Robert actually did put something in Jeremy's Discord where all the talismans or
Oh yeah, that the numbers of the people in the town. If it's a numbers game, Robert's probably delved into it.
Yeah,
It becomes a shell game though, because it's like, well, wait a minute. Okay, that was the one that belonged to the one for the Matthews house is still missing, presumably, because
Boyd has it. I think.
Boyd has it. Yeah.
Okay. And then the one that was Paula and Reggie's is still in there because that's where Sarah's at.
Yeah.
You know, but I mean, they were doing that from season 1, episode 1. You know, when Boyd picked up the one from Frank and Lauren's house, and then that's the one that they ended up giving to.
That's the one that they put in the tent.
Yeah, yeah. So yeah, they've been doing a shell game with those things.
You know, now Victor, this explains a lot now about Victor. Just, you know, maybe he knew about the talismans. And check this out: when a boy found the talismans, how in the hell did they know how to work the talismans? And so maybe Victor gave them that information.
I mean, was there some kind of trial and error? Did they learn from Victor, or was there some kind of, like you said, how do they get from A to B? I've always wondered that too, because yes, Boyd finds these talismans, but how does he know exactly how to use them? How does he know that they're only going to work if they're hanging on the wall with all of the doors and windows shut? How did he get those specific details as to how they work? Again, was it trial and error? Did they was someone a guinea pig trying them out one night? Or, like you said, maybe Victor knew a little bit more than we know.
Yeah, something's up with that.
It'd be interesting. But are we ready to do our third giveaway of the night?
Yes, ma'am. Let me just bring that screen up.
So anybody new who just popped in, we are doing a raffle, and all you need to do is put hashtag Frumley in the chat, and that will enter you into the raffle. And we're gonna give it a couple of minutes, and we will go ahead and draw our third winner. But no, that's very interesting. I wonder if we should go back and look at the stills of the hut and see if we can notice any ones that might be missing. That would be interesting. I bet you Robert's already on that. Knowing him and his beautiful mind, he's probably already trying to figure that out. But again, thank you guys so much. We have like 60 people here. You guys are awesome.
Awesome. I
Yes,
love
we
it.
appreciate
All
it.
the brains coming together. We're gonna figure it out.
What else are they saying in the chat, Scarlett?
Oh, sorry, I was on the other screen. Let's see. We got a lot of hashtag Fromelies. He put 2 and 2 together in the tree from the talisman being on the wall. Talking about Boyd. See, Chocolate Beauty says Victor was living in a colony house way before the turn into a den of sex and drugs. Possible. At this point, I believe anything is possible in Fromville. We'll connect all the theories at some point in the way they're running the show.
That's hilarious.
Mandy says, has anyone watched the original VTV show from the 80s? A woman had twins, one that looked human, one reptilian.
Yeah, the original V was good. I mean, the remake.
So we're gonna say Fatima's having a demon baby and a good baby. Ew.
It was more a reptilian baby.
What's your take, JH, on Fatima's baby? You think it's gonna be good? You think it's gonna be evil? What's your take on that?
I was all demon baby, but now we bringing in the Jacob and Manny Blackbird.
Possibly. You never know.
I can see that, you know.
I can too.
Good versus evil theme. So, yeah.
That'll be interesting. Oh, there's our Snuggie. Hi, Snuggie.
Yeah, Snug's old enough to remember V.
Yes. Well, we can, if Snuggie's here, we have to say it's aliens. So,
yes.
Snuggie is aliens.
It's aliens. Hey, it just means something that we're not familiar with on our planet. It's from another realm. It could be aliens. No, I don't know.
Well, awesome. Are you ready, Scarlett? Let's draw that third.
Yes,
that third winner.
Here we go, guys.
Here we go.
Woo! Come on, who's gonna get it? Who's gonna get it? Oh gosh! Oh gosh! I can't wait to see. Oh, it's still going. It's still going. Is it gonna stop? Where's this? Oh!
Yay! Summer Girl!
Woo! There it goes. It glitched on me for a second. So I was like, wait, what?
Yeah.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Awesome.
That's
awesome.
what's up.
Winner clip.
Yes.
Matter of fact, I got 2 winner clips. We got another one. So it's even fun.
You can't get in here because there's a fucking rock in the fucking window.
I'm not afraid of you.
Woohoo!
Yo, my
Right,
mic was stuck muted. I'm sorry about that, yo. I was trying to say something.
Oh,
Go
I'm
ahead. What's
sorry.
up?
I don't even remember what I was going to say. Congratulations, summer girl. Yes,
Yes,
indeed.
Congrats.
My mic was stuck in a mute position.
it's okay.
Congrats to Summer Girl and RIP to the creepy nurse monster who unfortunately got recast in season 3.
And she did.
I
I
know.
know. I did. I know
Yeah, I
y'all
think
probably
the
talked about
cheerleader
it.
got recasted too. Somebody was saying the cheerleader looked different too.
Yeah, and is the boy in white? Is he
And
still
the
the
boy in
same?
white.
I didn't go look. Okay, he did. He
The
looked
boy
a
in
little
white's a
different.
different actor. Yeah,
He looked a little
that other one
different.
must have, yeah. The other one must have been just too old. I mean, we saw how much he aged up from seasons 1 and 2. He looked like a completely different kid when he showed up at the end of season 2. I actually had to look that up to make sure it was the same actor from the first season. But seeing how much he grew between those seasons, yeah, kid's probably smoking Marlboro somewhere now.
Right, his voice is all deep now, all mature like. But okay, so another question for you guys. Is there anything that surprised you from this episode that you almost weren't expecting, that you didn't think maybe they were going to do or show or reveal? Any surprises in this episode? And we'll start with you, JH. Anything surprise you from the first episode?
If it wasn't for all the trailers and all the stuff beforehand, I wouldn't expect them to. I thought they were going to hold off on the Tabitha thing and meeting with Victor's dad, and I think we was going to get all that in episode 1.
So you were surprised how quick we got into all that information about Victor and
Yeah,
her being led to him and
yeah,
everything like that.
she got
That
to
is
him
interesting.
quick.
Do you think maybe they did that because they wanted to just give us tidbits in the trailers for just the first episode and leave more surprises for the rest of the season?
Yeah,
Interesting.
I was expecting that car crash to happen. That didn't happen.
Well, a lot of people think that car crash is going to lead them back to From, and I don't know if that's going to be the case. I think it's going to take a little more for Tabitha to get back to From. Don't you think? Like, I think that's really obvious to put them in the car crash. We see the ambulance. I think that's kind of like a misdirect. We think that they're going to be in that ambulance.
I think it's going to be very anticlimactic if they return.
I think so too.
But there are some signs that are pointing to Tabitha showing up back in Fromville a lot earlier than I originally thought. I was really hoping that they were going to put her on this like grand, excruciating journey in the real world and really make her earn it. That way, when she does reunite with her family, the reunion actually has a good payoff to it. So if they bring her back too quick, I feel like it's going to feel like a little bit of a missed opportunity, unless she's coming back with some kind of big reveal revelation that could kind of propel the plot forward. But I was really hoping she was going to be gone for the entirety of season 3 and maybe not even come back in season 3 at all. But now I'm not.
That's what I was thinking.
Interesting. So what about you, Real? Anything surprise you in this episode?
What surprises? Let's see. What surprised me? Nothing really surprised me in this episode. One thing I was surprised to see that they didn't start this episode. The opening scene wasn't Boyd ringing the bell.
Right.
But then again, who has time to ring a bell when this shit's going on? It's getting cold out here. We don't have shit to eat. The girl's pregnant. Like, if you don't know to get your ass in the house by now, then this bell ain't gonna help you at all. The bells, we're not ringing the bells no more. I don't even think we'll see Boyd ringing the bell anymore. What do y'all think about that?
Well, season 2 was a dream sequence.
Absolutely, it was a dream sequence. However, it was still Boyd ringing the bell. But technically, it was the cliffhanger it was right where we left off. So I wasn't mad when they started off right where we left off, literally with Tabitha at the window. So that's cool. That I was okay with it. But I was like, I thought that they would I thought that Boyd ringing the bell was a trope.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Kind of start every season off with a similar kind of tone of Boyd, ringing the bell. And it would be kind of add some symmetry to each season. I was a little surprised to see Father Cartry in episode 1. I mean, we knew he was coming back this season, but I didn't think we were going to see him in the very first episode. Not even the first episode, like the second scene in the first episode too, right at the beginning. So that I was a little bit of a surprise to see him that early. And to see that Boyd's Parkinson's seems to be returning is pretty interesting as well.
So I wonder what the Parkinson's returning. Does that mean it was with him all along? Or do you think From is punishing him again? Like we see how people get healed differently.
Boyd attributes the worms to stopping the Parkinson's. He says that to Cartry in season 2. He's like, I don't have the shakes anymore, but now I got these damn worms under my skin. And now that he doesn't have the worms anymore, maybe the Parkinson's is coming back. Because we know that the worms were keeping Martin alive for a very extended period of time. So it stands to reason the worms might have been halting Boyd's Parkinson's. And now that they're gone, could be coming back. I know a lot of people thought that the Parkinson's was cured by these spider bites based on the real world research that scientists are doing right now to cure or treat Parkinson's with spider venom. So a lot of people thought the spider bites is actually what healed the Parkinson's, but now that we're seeing it return, I think it was really the worms that was just halting it for a little bit, and now it's starting to come back.
Yeah, and I was surprised to see that his arm was shaking when he was pouring that drink too. I was surprised at that. Maybe
when he's
I'm still going with the spider.
Putting on the bandage.
I'm still going with the spider bites. Maybe he just needs a recharge.
Maybe.
And I also predicted that he was going to get bit by spiders too.
Interesting. So you think he might need to extend the venom from the spider bite, like?
Yeah, he might need some
almost
more,
like a medication.
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Interesting. What about you, Ravener? What surprised you about the episode?
Well, I'm going to go back to what JH was saying, and what kind of surprised me was how quickly that the whole Victor's address was resolved. Because we talked about it from the end of season 2 for a whole year. We talked about everything. Then the trailer came out, and man, we cut that thing in. We dissected it into a million pieces. We saw the priest. We saw Henry. And then we see the scene in the basement, whatnot. And we just, our minds, we're theory crafters and stuff. So we drew all these connections. Well, maybe the priest knew Father Cartry. Maybe how did she get from there to there? No, it was none of that, man. It was like literally his address was in the lunchbox. So I was kind of surprised how quickly that whole thing was resolved. But part of it was, it was no fault or anything, no knock on the show. It was like they gave you the information just tied up with a bow. That was what was surprising about it. It was just like, okay, well, and that's what we do though. We see something that we'll do the same thing when we see, the preview for episode 2, we'll slice it and dice it and look at every little freeze frame, and then it'll be nothing. When we see it in the context in the show, it turns out to be like, okay, yeah, well, that makes perfect sense. And, they were very economical in the screen time. They needed to convey XYZ information, and it wasn't as elaborate as any of the theories that we had about how that was going to get resolved, but it's again, it wasn't what I would have written, it wasn't what a million people would have written, but it was what they wrote, and it's plausible. So and it didn't take hardly any screen time, so good on them. But yeah, that was what was surprising, is just how quickly what we consider to be a massive mystery and a loose end, it was just resolved like that.
Interesting. That's a lot of things. What about you, Scarlett? What surprised you?
Oh, for me, I didn't catch and go as deep as I know a lot of people did prior to the first episode. I watched the trailers. I thought a lot of the stuff that we were going to get was going to come so much later. Like a lot of the stuff we got in this first episode, I was not thinking we were going to get, from even the barn scene, because like I said, I didn't quite catch some of the, I tried to make sure I didn't get as many spoilers as I could. And I was even trying not to watch some of the trailers because I wanted to be surprised. I wanted to really kind of craft it based off the episodes, kind of what I thought was going to happen. And so just there was so much in this episode. And even like what some of the chat's saying, you got Miss Cinnamon Sweet surprise would be get gangster Victor with the gun. That was a little bit surprising. Like he pulled it out, he was ready to go. I was like, oh god, okay, that was pretty cool. And then I'm trying to remember. I done lost my train of thought looking at the chat. But there was a lot of stuff. Oh yeah, the address. I was still trying to wonder what is the connection. Is it just the address? And we kind of got that really early on. I thought we were going to get more with Jade, Boyd in the beginning, and I'm trying to remember the very beginning when Boyd gets. We're kind of seeing his arm or whatever. He's still bleeding pretty good, and they're even Katri's like, I think you need to go let Christy look at it. I mean, I know gunshot wounds are different in real life compared to TV and movies and stuff. I mean, he was still bleeding pretty good. Like, he hasn't cleaned it out or nothing. But then again, I'm like, he would still keep the bullets in there. So was it 3 days later? Like, that
did the monster scratch the bullets out his shoulder? Because I could have sworn I thought I saw like him scratch.
It's possible they scratched the same arm and it was still bleeding at the beginning of the episode.
Right. So here's a question for you guys. We've seen that this place somewhat heals people quickly and almost kind of picks and chooses who they heal. As we see, Jim is still basically almost limping around at this point from when he was stuck under the house. Do you think that Boyd is also going to be like Jim, where he's not going to get that healing factor? Or do you think From might turn around and help him heal?
I think
we've
the
already
healing
seen
is
that he's not healing. I mean, we see his hand, it's been cut for so long and it just won't heal.
Yeah, like he's not getting the treatment like some of the others, especially now that the worms or whatever, spider bites or worms are gone.
He's actively trying to look.
What was that real?
When people break the rules here, something pushes back, and I think that's why
the healing factor is exclusive to Colony House.
It could be, but I think it's actually Fromville that is choosing, because we see that when people break the rules, there are consequences. Ethan and Ellis heal super fast because they weren't breaking the rules. Boyd and Jim, they were actively looking for ways out, so that's why I think they're not getting the healing factor.
Well, you have the common denominator of everyone that healed. They were at Colony House. Ethan, after his leg got impaled, they spent the night at Colony House for a couple of nights, actually. And that's why I think everybody who we see healed definitely was at Colony House. And that could possibly heal Tilly. So we're yet to see that. We also seen Donna heal from that bump Randall put upside her head. When he busted upside her head, she was bleeding and everything. And that healed up like the next day. It was healed. There was no blood or anything. So I think that the healing factor may be exclusive to Colony House.
It could
Interesting.
be.
What about you, JH? What do you think?
I think I'm gonna go with Jeremy.
Okay, like it picks and chooses.
I think if you're more in alignment with the place, it'll help you.
Okay.
What about you, Ravener?
Kind of like John Locke with the
island.
Exactly what I think of. I'm so glad you said that. He was so in tune with that island. And we see some people here are kind of in tune with this place a little bit more than others. But we saw what happened, in some of the flashbacks when Boyd first arrived. Before anybody was even trying to escape, the forest was providing them with food all the time. They were giving them everything they needed. This place was providing for them. It wasn't until they started actively looking for a way out that this place started to turn on them a little bit more.
Okay.
Can you acquire? I mean, can you put the rotten food and the rotten soil in that bubble of them being punished?
Absolutely. The weather, all of it.
Oh yeah.
What about you, Ravener? What do you think?
Well, yeah, I mean, going on to the punishment part, and we've talked about this many, many times. Everybody has, how it wasn't until they started trying to escape. When Boyd was bringing the talismans back, when people were doing things that made staying there more comfortable and more livable, not a problem. Once Jim and Jade put up the tower, that's when the storm came. That's when the town really started punishing them. And what we talked about last night was the storm killed half of the crops, so it didn't destroy all their hope at one time. It destroyed half the crops, and that's why Donna, had to grab Ellis and say, we're going to pull out the rest of them before the frost kills everything. So it didn't want to destroy all their hope in one swoop, but then it waited till they got out there, and then when they pulled them up, that was the other shoe dropped. So it's the town is doing it very deliberately, I think, crushing their hopes, or it's never one catastrophic wipeout. It's tightening the screws bit by bit by bit. The weather, the cold is increasing bit by bit by bit, and it didn't become 50 below overnight. It's just a little more cold, and a little more cold by the day. They didn't wipe out all the food in the storm. It wiped out half of it, and then, half the food's gone. We got enough to get by. We got a little bit of hope. Let's get what we do have, what didn't get destroyed. Let's pull that up, and then we'll work from there. No, you're not. So, I mean, it's every time they get hope, the town contrives a way to knock that back and keep the screws tightening and tightening. And I think that's what powers the whole system is, the despair, the negative emotion, the freakouts, the anxiety, the insecurity, all of that. I think that's what powers that whole thing. But it's 100% the town doing it.
I think it's only going to get worse now that Tabitha's gone. It seems like whatever is in control of this place, that is the one thing it does not want them doing, trying to escape. And we get that little bit of a hint from, through Ethan and Sarah in season 1, where he's talking about if people try too hard to find answers or to leave, something will quote unquote push back. This place will push back. And now that Tabitha's escaped, I think the town's only going to get worse and worse. The conditions are going to worsen until Tabitha returns.
And what happened? The one person who's able to feed 45 people at a shot is dead now. So
I wouldn't be surprised if they lose their electricity next.
So do you think maybe the monsters wanted it to be Tianchen? Like that was their plan?
It definitely knocks the feet out from under the town, the moving forward. I wouldn't be, honestly, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if Christy doesn't get it, just because she is the nurse or she's the doctor. You take that out, and people are back to almost pretty much square one. They're just shy of hiding under a bush like Donna when she arrived. I mean, they still have the talismans, but they don't have a whole lot else after that. And guess what? This is the beginning of winter, man. We haven't even seen what happens in there's no guarantee that summer lasted forever. There's no guarantee that winter won't last forever. It's up to the town.
That's a good point.
That is a very good point. And what about you, Scarlett? What surprised you the most this episode?
It all did. I mean, I just I'm trying to think the most surprised, because I really didn't expect a lot of the stuff they put in this episode, but oh man. Well, Randall sort of surprised me a little bit because he opened the door up for him, and not to say that I didn't think he would open the door, but he was all like, he has these like moments of bravery that make me have hope for him. And then he goes and was like acting like he's gonna steal the goat. That was expected, but I don't know, something about the way he was trying to like let the girls in. Like he almost like is cool with Sarah, and I think that's gonna kind of maybe open it up for him and Julie to sort of tell us more about what happened to him. But yeah, I didn't expect him to just be like honking the horn trying to get the monsters completely. Just that sort of like less fear it seems a lot of the cast have. Like once Boyd went outside that door, they were all just running out there like, well, we're going to do it. And then Tajin, she's like, yes, we do it together. I'm like, no, y'all stay inside the house. Y'all have talismans for the reasons. I get it. The animals matter, but you can get them back. It'll be okay. The cows didn't want to move anyways. They'll still be there in the morning.
Interesting. Well, I could tell you from my mom, it was the cow. That surprised my mom the most. She's so obsessed with this cow. I'm telling you.
It completely froze Jade in his tracks. If it wasn't for Victor coming up and like snapping Jade out of it, Jade probably would have died next. He was just stone cold frozen after that cow got killed.
Yep.
Yeah, because Jade really never seen the monsters at all.
Good point.
So that coming out there, that was his first introduction to him. And even in the trailer, They just showed us the good old milkman standing out there. They didn't let us know that he had actually transformed and everything. And I thought that that was super dope too. Like,
Yeah,
just to
he's
see those
wiping blood all
transformations
over
was
him.
freaky. I love how Boyd pushed the one monster up against the post, and he hit his
Yes,
back pretty hard too. Like
he
he
did.
launched his ass over there, and then that made
And
him
he
get
pushed the
angry and
mechanic.
turn into
He
say
pushes the
what now?
professor dude off of him. After he pushes the professor dude
Yeah.
off
So
him,
why is
he even
Boyd
gets
so strong against them?
exactly. He even gets the mechanic off of him a little bit as well. It's not until the cowboy and all three of them jump him at once that they're able to subdue him. I mean, is that just adrenaline, or does Boyd got some extra strength somewhere?
Yeah, I think he got it from the spiders, G.
Could
Well,
be.
so
Could
here's
be.
one more question for you guys. So were you guys surprised to who and how Ethan opened the door? We had a lot of theories thinking it was possibly hearing the voice
yeah.
of his mom, hearing the voice
That
of
was a
Tien
surprise.
Chen after we deciphered that it was going to be her going outside. Are you guys surprised that Ethan opened the door for the goat compared to some of the
Definitely.
theories that were floating out there?
By the time it got to that scene, no. But yeah, I started putting two and two together, like, oh, that's what's gonna make him open the scene, because they're making emphasis. They made too much emphasis on the goat,
Of
like
him
all
to
the
go. Yeah.
time.
We gave it a
Yeah.
Yeah, when we just
name.
watched the trailer, though, I was definitely of a mind. I know a lot of people were of a similar mind that maybe this granny monster was disguising her voice as Tabitha, and that's why he
Yep.
kind of just flings the door open so quick. But like Real mentioned, once you see the episode and they're kind of they made Alma almost a character in the show now. This goat. So yeah, you make a good point there. Maybe they were hinting at it that was coming the whole
Right.
time because we
But
see
I
that
was
we see the
definitely
connection
rooting
to
for an eclipse, but I think we're still gonna get
that.
the eclipse in episode 9.
Okay.
Look at the title picture that they have for episode 9 and tell
I'm
me that
staying away from all of those title pictures.
oh,
There's a
okay.
lot of spoilers on Rotten
Yeah.
Tomatoes if people don't want them, and
Yeah.
at least I've been told. I'm
Yeah.
staying
Oh,
away.
yeah. Yeah.
Well, what about you, JH? You think that were you surprised how Ethan opened the door and to what he opened the door for?
I was disgusted.
Mhm.
I was surprised. I was appalled. You
I
put your
was
sister in
I was
danger
taken aback.
for a goat.
What did you have a theory about that before? If like the episode aired,
I
what did
thought
you
like
think?
everybody else, maybe the monster was gonna mimic Tabitha's voice. I'm telling you right now, 100% of the From community was wrong.
I
Right?
know
You were wrong on that one.
that was a big theory, and then I know it started floating around later once we realized Tien Chen somehow got outside that maybe he thought it was her because we heard from Kenny's father that when he was dealing with the monsters, they were speaking Cantonese in his language.
Yeah.
So I was definitely with that kind of twist more so than it being Tabitha, but I was definitely shocked that he opened the door thinking he was going to go save this goat. I was not expecting that at all.
Yeah, it was just hilarious for me. It was just, I mean, just like having the address in the back of the lunchbox. This was just, it was so tied up with a bow because it like taken in isolation, taken only from what we saw in the trailer. We had every different. I mean, 0% of people. I mean, out of every theory, I guarantee you, on this planet of Earth, not a single person said, "Well, Ethan has some strange connection to this one particular goat." And that is and he sees it, he cracks the window, he pulls the blinds back for like a half a second, and it just happens to be in his frame of view, that one goat that he loves. And then he goes outside impulsively. I mean, we had every other theory, as elaborate as you could get to explain it. And then it's tied up with a bow. Again, I don't have a problem with it. They're moving the story along, but again, this was another shockingly concise little plot moving forward. Is like, yeah, nobody had guessed that he loves his goat,
if you will.
And I was saying earlier, man, Alma has had more screen time than Clara so far, just because they've talked about her. There's a lot of characters in this show that we've seen over the seasons who have had less screen time and less mention than Alma.
We didn't see Baxter at all in this first episode, I don't think.
No.
Yeah.
And what about you guys in the chat? Were you guys surprised on who and what Ethan opened the door for? because I know it was big in our community that they thought it was going to be Tabitha. So I'm curious what the chat thought. What they saying, Scarlett?
Oh God, they're saying so many things. I'm trying to go back up and find that because where we are now with the chat and where they were saying it as we were talking. It's way up here. But no, yeah, they were saying a lot of different things. Let's see. Purple They says, I was surprised Donna didn't check the crops first. She's always on top of keeping the peace. Yeah, she definitely was upset about that. Them poor crops, man. That was painful for her. Let's see what else we got.
Claire's eye patch is gone too.
Yes. Yes.
So she's healed at Colony House. I told you.
Or she's the mole. I still think there's something up with her. She's always in, and just like popping up to Fatima in the bathroom. Like, where does she come from? We have literally seen her pop up in so many random places that I'm like, I'm watching you. I know people think it's Donna, and it's not my girl Donna.
Mm-hmm.
Donna is not the mole. I've had this argument. Donna is nope. And Tilly, I think it's this chick. I think it's that chick. She's always popping up.
Tilly definitely sus. I don't think Donna so much. I mean, they made her look sus, and I think they do a lot of that stuff for us as fans. Like, they purposely was listening to us from season to season and then, like, throwing stuff in there to see. I think that's what it was. See, they said that. They said it. She popped up. It's her. But Laser Bean says, surprised the goat was the reason for him opening the door at night. And let's see, what else are you guys saying? I'm gonna keep scrolling up. It's like he says, I was surprised Victor's address was in the lunchbox. Yeah, that was definitely, when I seen that, I was like, oh, does that mean that's his house? That means he's from this town? Wait a minute, what does it mean?
And I know I asked you this question the other night in Discord, Jeremy, but what do you guys think? We have the lighthouse, right? And the boy in white pushes Tabitha out of the lighthouse. Do we think that the lighthouse, its exit is stationary and that it always goes to this Camden, Maine, kind of like the donkey wheel always goes out into the desert? It has one stationary place that it leaves you? Or do you think that the boy in white, if he is the entity attached to the lighthouse, can let that lead you anywhere? And if so, is it just a coincidence that Victor lived in Camden, Maine, or was he being sent to Victor in this situation? So, Ravener, what do you think?
Oh man, I'm gonna have to let you guys down on this one because I have no idea on this. It's so, there's so little information to go on for me. I can't even begin to theorize. I don't know. It was certainly, if it wasn't by design, is the biggest coincidence on ever that he just happens to have Camden, Maine in his lunchbox, and I mean Victor tells her you're going to need this or whatever, and then she falls and then ends up in Camden, Maine. If you had a different address, but it wasn't Victor that was determining the destination. He kind of like put her through the tree and let her loose at that point. So I have no idea that whole storyline. I'm really sitting back and along for the ride because it'll break my brain trying to make sense of it.
I think that I have a theory that the reason why Boyd ended up with Martin is because he went through the bottle tree with that note in his pocket. And so maybe Victor's lunchbox and things could have worked the same way when she went through the bottle tree and the faraway bottle tree, and also the tower and things like that. Maybe his lunchbox had something to do with her destination.
It does seem like items might play a role in where people might end up, because I do kind of like the idea that maybe Boyd went specifically where Martin is because he had that 1864 date in his pocket. And then you start to think of where Tabitha ended up. She wakes up in St. Anthony's Hospital. What is St. Anthony? The patron saint of lost items. So you start to think maybe there's something more there.
What about you, JH? You think that was that the lighthouse is fixed where it sends people, or that she somehow was sent there?
I think it's dependent upon the person. So I think I'm gonna rock with Real's theory.
Okay.
Interesting.
I mean, because we have
juicy.
seen people go, two
Mhm.
different people go into the same tree and end up in two different places. So yeah,
Mhm.
maybe these trees are sending people where they need to go. Like it is an individual thing. Maybe it's not as random as we think.
And Sarah was in the basement with Father Kotri when she drew that candy bar wrapping,
Yeah.
and she ended up back in the basement of the church when she went through the faraway tree.
So you think
Allegedly.
she was
Yep.
telling the truth? That's really where she ended up, and she
Allegedly.
didn't lie about that?
Well, yeah. I mean, it doesn't seem like there would be much of a reason to lie there, but yeah, I mean, I think that's probably how she ended up there.
Yeah, I was sus about her at first, but now that there's really been nothing else even hinted at that, yeah, I think she was telling the truth. Because I was a little wondering at first too, like, is she really telling the truth? Did she really end up there? But I agree with Real. I think that that's where she was. She just got spit out right there.
And like, where was she gonna go? She knew if she just popped out, like people were probably gonna throw her in the box. She probably
Exactly. Yeah.
figured it was the
Yeah.
best place. Hope that somebody comes down there and finds her.
And if if that faraway tree put her there, I would think that it was trying to protect her in some way.
Oh yeah, they were
Because
definitely
Yeah,
seeing were trying to protect her.
I mean, that I mean, like even Boyd told her, you being here after what the fuck you did is like a shitstorm waiting to happen. Like you gotta do something with you.
Interesting. This was awesome.
The
So
items are definitely interesting but especially what y'all are saying, that lost and found sort of vibe, because that's what Tabitha does, right? Bracelet's lost, she finds it.
Ooh.
His
And
lunchbox
that's
is
why
lost. It's being seemingly found or returned to where it belongs to.
And I
So
think that's why
is
the
it
boy in
our
white
from
sent her there.
Villians are sort of lost in a sense, because we know the crossroads sort of reference to everybody that comes in sort of has this life changing, altering thing. So are they sort of lost from their path, needing to find the right way to go, whether it be the marriage that's lost, need to be found back together.
Ooh.
That's definitely a theme.
Hey, Kotri, for
Yeah,
the
a lot
first
of
time
these
he's a
characters
priest.
are.
For the first time in my life, I heard the voice of God. Really? You're a
Mhm.
priest? And this is the first time? Yeah, exactly.
He,
Ooh.
God, he was lost and now he is found.
Yeah.
And
We have
I think that's why the boy in white sent her to the real world. Maybe he sent her there because she's meant to bring something back that was lost from Fromville. Maybe she's ultimately meant to bring an item or maybe even someone back. That maybe that's her ultimate purpose for being there, to return something that was lost.
what were you gonna say, JH?
I was gonna go to like in season 1, I believe Julie had a like conversation with Jim. She's like, what if we were meant to come here? Because before they even got there, they were unhappy. They were on the verge of divorce, of course. And then I remember Ethan saying we were always unhappy before we came here.
Interesting.
Yeah, Ethan does say that. I mean, like, yeah, we never played board games like this at
Yeah.
home. It's like we can kind of notice that this place, for however horrific it is, it seems to be healing their family.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yo, y'all cooking. I'm
And
over here. I'm about to mute my
down the
damn mic.
rabbit hole we
I'm
go.
about to mute
Yes,
my damn mic.
indeed.
Y'all over here cooking. Go carry
Down the
on.
rabbit hole we
Yeah,
go.
And
But I guess
Freddie
we'll get
says
ready.
now I'm leaning towards objects.
I know we'll
to
get ready to
where
do our
we go.
4th t-shirt of the night. So you could go ahead and start pulling that up. And anybody new who just popped in, we are doing giveaways for some awesome From t-shirts. And if you'd like to join the raffle, all you have to do is put #FromLee in the chat. And hopefully you get lucky. And we shall see. We shall see. I love this t-shirt. It's one of my favorites.
It's a really cool design. It's a really cool shirt.
Yes. And he did some other ones too. I sent a couple other ones to Scarlett as well.
Oh yeah, they're really nice. There's some sweet T-shirts, guys. Data's so generous to give this to all you guys. Yes, thank you,
No,
Data.
this is a big
and
thank
you
you.
guys in the chat for
Yes.
supporting us.
That's what this is. This is a thank you from us to you guys, especially you guys on panel with us. Like, you guys have really supported our video and supported the stuff we've done, even back to Evil, especially me with D&D. Like, Ravener, you have been like my champion in my corner. And no, I seriously appreciate that you really have fun with us and you come in you mess with the chat and you mess with my players, and it's just so much fun.
Nah,
So
I'm just a cheerleader. You know, my job is to tell you guys. I mean, when you were talking about starting, because I'm the only one here that doesn't have a YouTube channel. I'm just the eternal co-host. But I'll tell you, man, I'm the one that'll say you can do it. I mean, there's a million other people that have done it, so why can't you do it? And guess what? There's a million other people who want to do it, and they won't do it for some reason or another. They'll tell, well, I can never speak publicly. I can never do this. You guys did it. You guys said, this is what I want. You just have to you let it go. You put aside, everybody's nervous the first time. Everybody's nervous. Public speaking, even anonymous, public speaking is an archetypal nightmare that people have. There's a reason for that, and you guys did exactly the right thing. You said, okay, yes, you can have those anxieties. You put them aside and you started your channels. And the other side of it is put in the reps. It may not be great the first time. Okay, we'll do it again. Do better the second time than you did the first time. Do better the fifth time than you did the fourth time. And it just keeps going up and up. And you guys have really, set your sights on your goal, and you've done a fantastic job. So, big kudos to you. I'm just the cheerleader,
we love you, Ravener, and Jeremy, real, you guys have really kind of supported me and Scarlett on our adventures, and we appreciate you guys as well. And I know JH, we just met, but I think we're gonna do some Lost stuff. So I definitely appreciate you coming through and commenting on the video, and just you guys are awesome.
You've been awesome to us. I know we kind of just recently really started working with you as well, but you've been a real big support. Really, one of the few people who really pushed our video out in the beginning when we did release the video for From. So we really do appreciate that. All you guys helping us out to just
like Jeremy, you didn't have to give us space on your channel, like to entrust us with that meant the world to me and Scarlett. So just know you're getting a compliment.
My absolute pleasure. It's always cool to see people, coming from the chat and then starting their own channel and having fun with it. And I know you guys are approaching it from a place of passion. So yeah, I'll always be in your corner.
Thank you, guys.
Likewise, I feel the same way.
We appreciate all of you.
Y'all two are real dope. And everybody that's helping you is dope too. Like Jeremy, Ravener, everyone that's giving you some.
You too.
Well, thank
Master
you.
Chef.
Thank you.
It's great fandom. This really is such an awesome fandom. I say it all the time. I don't want to sound too cheesy, but this is the coolest fandom I've ever been a part of, with the most welcoming people coming from so many different walks of life too, all kind of sharing the love for this show and good storytelling. And yeah, it's an awesome fandom. I'm super grateful to be even a small part of it.
And JH, like Tony put me on the JH, and I had seen his video before, but I didn't know, I didn't know he was heavy on From, because when I looked at his channel, he does a lot of other stuff as well. So y'all got to go check him out too. And then just like the way he just comes through, bro, is like super.
If one of our mods can throw his channel up in
dope mind.
Chat, that would be
awesome. Drop his link so I can I'll sub right now.
I've had a couple years.
And I believe I do have all of your guys' links as well in the description too. So mods, you would be able to get that from there, I believe.
Nice.
Yes.
But yeah, honestly, I will make sure, just like Jeremy said, we make sure we appreciate you, because honestly, you guys don't know in the chat, but behind the scenes, sometimes, we all have little chats about how to help each other with our videos, or, the thumbnails, or just little, things to help you with your streams and things like that. And Real has given us some pointers along with Jeremy and all you guys, so really do appreciate that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And we're going to try to pay it forward here soon. Very soon. I'm going to do some morning streams.
Dropping.
Well, not just that, but we're going to do some morning streams where we kind of show you guys how to use some of these programs that we've kind of learned how to use, or some of the techniques that these guys have kind of told us about. So if you guys out there want to join us in the conversations, or really come up on panel, or do some of the things as a streamer, you can also learn just the same way we did.
Yep.
Oh.
And I think
I have a couple of those videos as well. So They're buried in
Awesome.
my channel somewhere.
Yeah. Link them in any of the Discords as well. Put all that stuff up in the Discords. What were you going to say, Jeremy?
Oh, and I think you guys are already paying it forward. Just, simply by creating the channel and having another outlet for this awesome fandom to come and hang out, and another channel for us to all kind of congregate at. That in and of itself, you're already paying it forward, in my opinion.
That's a
And
great
yeah, you guys are doing a great job.
Thank you. But are we ready to draw this fourth winner?
Yes, ma'am. We get ready to click the button, and here we go.
As Kate says, click those buttons.
Yes, ma'am. Okay, who's it gonna be? Who's it gonna be? And it is Illegal Mods. Woo!
Hey!
Yay!
You are the lucky winner.
And I'll post, just in case people are still not here who happen to hashtag before, I'll make sure that I put up the list in everybody's Discord. And even Jeremy, if you could at everyone just with the list of names so they can see that it's them as well when we're done, just so we could have everybody kind of get back to us. And yay, another winner.
Yes, I will play your awesome winner clip for you.
Play it.
My blood is your blood now, motherfucker.
Awesome.
Yes, awesome. So let's see about this question. So I know some of you have seen the trailer for episode 2, some of you haven't. So I kind of want to know, like, name one thing you think we're going to see in episode 2. Putting the trailer aside for those who haven't seen the trailer and maybe don't, what do you guys think we're going to see in the next episode?
Where's the trailer at?
Yeah, I want to see the trailer.
I've seen the photos. I haven't seen the trailer.
The trailer is uploaded on my channel. If you can check it out there. I just put it up a little while ago. But it's super quick. It's only a few seconds. And then they played the longer 3-minute kind of in-depth trailer, the one that we kind of got early access to. They released that after episode 1. So there's kind of the episode 2 trailer, and then there's the kind of behind the scenes trailer where it has a ton of new footage and it has the cast and crew kind of talking a little bit about it. But there's some big spoilers in there. So if you don't really want to learn any more, maybe only watch the episode 2 trailer, which is like the first 30 seconds. But I'm looking forward to seeing how Kenny reacts to Tien Chen. I think this is going to be heartbreaking for him.
Yeah.
What about you, Real? What do you think we're going to see in episode 2?
I hope to see. I want to see what's in that basement. I want to see everything that's in that basement. I've been hearing people say that there's been some spoilers about Victor's fathers who drew those paintings. I want to see what's in that basement. I think there's other stuff down there. And if there's not other actual items, there are some pictures down there that will give us some real serious clues as to what's going on. And I think that Victor's father, Henry, may know something. It would be interesting if he has a lot of information about this place. That would be very interesting.
Well, yeah, the episode 2 trailer will give you a little bit of hint as to how Henry is going to be receiving Tabitha.
Yeah, matter of fact, if you get through asking Dana, I can play it whenever I believe I have it pulled up. I can share my screen with
Since
you.
we're talking about it, you might as well play it now.
All right. I just want to make sure you didn't want to get anybody else's ideas before we saw it.
Yeah, while you're pulling it up, what about you, JH? What do you think we're going to see in episode 2?
Of course, we're going to see the funeral. I better not see any of those town people there. Kenny's reaction. Is he going to blame Boyd? I'm not sure. I don't know if I want to. Did we get this already? As far as, him kind of at it with Boyd. I want to see what Victor's father is talking about. Other than that, those are only three major things I'm really looking forward to.
Interesting. What about you, Ravener? What do you think we're going to see in episode 2?
Well, we got to get Kenny back into town. So in one way or another, that means that Jim and his adventure has to end. Is it going to be in episode 2, or are they going to, keep adventuring farther? I don't remember if the trailer, the preseason trailer, kind of indicated that they'd be out longer than they already have, or see different things than they've already seen. But the whole thing, Kenny's reaction to Tien Chen's death is going to be a key issue. So it's just a matter of when they want to get that plot line started. And I was feeling for Kenny, and I was thinking today, I almost tweeted, but I'm not like to Ricky Heat, because even when I didn't like him, even when he was like throwing the ornament and acting a little petulant or whatever, even when I didn't agree with what Kenny was doing, I kind of understood what the dude was about. And I'd said this on the show, kind of understanding him, because he was a dude that had lost his tethers. His father was dead. His faith in Boyd was utterly betrayed, which is probably worse than Boyd dying, having Boyd deceive him, and the guy that he held on the biggest pedestal in the world, beside his father. Mm-hmm. So I was like, I kind of understood he was spinning out. He was definitely doing stuff that I wouldn't have done, or, having actions that I was like, oh man, come on. But I understood where it was coming from. And here it is. And then here we are a few days later, he's stepping up to accompany Jim because of a sense of duty. So he's still on board, man. Even when he's hurting, he's still on board. And I thought it was like the character redemption arc kind of for him, because he was a little, impetuous or a little whatever. And now, and then, he's getting punished for doing the right thing. It isn't like the town, he's a dude that's, even when he's hurting, he's like, okay, I can't leave Jim, on his own. He'll die out there. So let me do my thing, let me step up. And then what does he get as the reward for good service? He'll be coming home to find out that his mom is gone. And it's like, man, I'd be doing more than throwing a silverware tray at a jukebox. I'd tell you that. But
yeah, I'll tell you one thing.
He will be. Kenny's going to be doing a lot more, and I think you guys will see that in this episode 2 trailer.
Oh, yes, indeed. I think that there's no way you kill a character like Miss Lou and 5 real men don't stand up ready to bust a grape in a fruit salad.
There's no way. He's getting ready to do something that a lot of us have been hoping somebody would do at some point in the series.
Yeah, and I wouldn't be asking Boyd's permission. Like, I would have, realistically, if I'd had the pistol and Sarah's ass pops up, I wouldn't have been asking about the box. I wouldn't have been asking Boyd's permission. This story, Sarah's story would have been over. So yeah, I could definitely see him, seeking some kind of vengeance and not asking permission. It's like, look, we got to do this. We got to. So yeah.
Wow.
Interesting. So you got it pulled up, Scarlett. You ready?
Yes, ma'am. Let's play it. Actually, let me close that real quick. All right, here we go. Make sure I got it full screen. Yeah.
You were in the barn with her, with those things. How are you still alive? I'm gonna find those things. I'm gonna burn every last one of them.
Victor is alive. The town I was telling you about, he's been stuck there all these years.
Where did you get the lunchbox?
This family is all we got, and now we got what left.
What was I supposed to do? We would have
We would have found another way.
Oof. Yeah, so it looks like Kenny's getting ready to burn some monsters.
Can I see it one more time? Please.
Absolutely.
I need to see it again.
Roll it.
Looks like
Real
Kenny's
set.
got the
Replay.
inside the bar. He's going to get the alcohol, and he is going to torch some monsters.
Where did you get the lunchbox?
You were in the barn with her, with those things. How are you still alive? I'm gonna find those things. I'm gonna burn every last one of them.
Victor is alive. The town I was telling you about, he's been stuck there all these years.
Where did you get the lunchbox?
This family is all we got, and now we got what left.
What was I supposed to do? We would have
We
stolen
would have found another way.
Oof.
I
Oh,
yeah. Oh man.
It is
Damn.
heating up, guys.
Mm-hmm.
oh wow.
Oh, gosh.
Well,
What's
good,
up with
yeah.
the music box?
Yes, right. The
Oh.
music. Oh, especially because we know the little chick's still there. I swear she's attached to the music box, right? Like, is that confirmed? Do we know that the new
It
Asian?
seemed like it was. I mean, Elgin he's asleep, he's having this dream, the music box appears, and then boom, the kimono monster appears. So a lot of us assumed it was connected, but I don't know.
Then the cicadas. So were the cicadas separate, or is it coincidence? Oh, they got my brain going.
Yeah, and I want to see more of Henry though, and I know everybody. I mean, from square one, as soon as somebody's wearing a wife beater T-shirt, you know, you're like, okay, well, he's bad or whatever, and everybody's saying like, oh, well, he's abusive. That's why Miranda and Victor, you know, left or whatever. They might have been driving. So I'm holding out my judgment on him. You know, it looks like he's an alcoholic now, just because you know they get his one accessory was a 6-pack of beer. But maybe he became an alcoholic afterwards. If your wife and wife and kid vanished with no trace,
cops are coming after
I
you.
mean,
and
he's
stuff,
obviously not bought another automobile since they disappeared.
Mhm.
I mean, he's got the super hoopty. Like he's got the straight up hoopty. There's an 8-track in there. You know what I'm saying? He's got he got to roll the windows up the old fashioned way. The crank shit's up. Like I don't even think he can put his windows down. His shit just looks.
Still has the roll down windows.
His shit looks rusted shut, yo.
You gotta roll them shits down
And he
manually.
hopped out.
He needs a screwdriver to start the thing.
Got an ashtray in the back, built into the back of the seat.
Yeah, he's got the ashtray in the seat. Yo, the car. I was really now. You talk about what surprised me about this episode is that car was still running. That's what surprised me.
But the thing is, that might mean that those paintings were done by Eloise before she ever left. I always assumed that they were done afterwards for some reason or another, and you know that then for whatever reason Eloise is gone. And looking at the paintings, they don't look like they're much more advanced than Victor's stuff. As a whatever 10-year-old or whatever age they were. So
could she have been having visions of Fromville before she even got stuck there? Maybe.
Mm-hmm.
I'm curious, is she even going to be there? Like we haven't really seen her, and I haven't looked at any spoiler stuff, so I don't like spoiler stuff aside. I don't know if they put anything out like that, but I don't know. Did she even? We're assuming she made it out, and I assume that pretty much up until this point. But Victor still has to find something that he can't remember. He couldn't even remember he had a sister. She supposedly just left out into the wilderness. He found his mom, but he doesn't know what happened to his sister. So I'm curious to see if she's even still alive.
I think they're holding that in their back pocket. I really do.
You think so?
Yeah.
Because that was going to be my next question. Do you guys think?
How did she even left Fromville a little bit?
Yeah. Do you guys think Eloise is in fact alive and out of Fromville, and that she's going to be brought in?
Yes, I do think. I don't know. I do think she's alive, and I do think she's out of Fromville. And I mean, I think there'll be a big twist when it comes to some of the reveals around Eloise. A spoiler came into my comment section. I'm not sure if it's real, though. You get these random spoilers in your comment section. You don't know if it's credible or if it's someone just kind of trolling you. But if what I saw was true, we're going to get some definitive answers about Eloise.
Is she cast in season 3? An actress for Eloise in season 3?
The young girl? Nothing official.
Anyone named it. Old or young.
Well, it's apparent that they must have brought the girl back to at least take those pictures of her and Victor out there, because they look older in those pictures. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
It seems
And
like
if
they might have.
Eloise was around, she'd be a lot older right now. So it would be somebody totally different playing that character if she does come into play.
Yeah,
But again,
yeah.
I don't know if the spoiler I saw is true or not, but if it is, it's going to be a big twist for people. I hope it's
Well,
not true personally because
well,
I don't really like it, but I don't know.
well.
We'll see.
Here's another thing. Like, even getting answers doesn't necessarily have to show us Eloise grown up yet. They could show us
Mhm.
what happened to little girl Eloise when she ran out the
Yep.
root cellar,
Yeah, exactly. Exactly.
and like
What
trying to
happened
take
when
us
she
on
did
a
go out.
journey with that. Yeah,
Mhm.
and then bounce that narrative to us for season 4.
Yep. Yeah. How did she get from A to B? If they do reveal that Eloise is alive and she is in the real world, like you said, that they need to at some point they need to go back and explain what happened when she left that root cellar. So yeah, I think you're right.
What about you, JH? You think Eloise is alive?
Yes.
You think we're gonna see her?
I thought that was the whole point of the lunchbox, to be honest.
Same.
With the
Same.
drawing that he had inside. I wasn't expecting the address.
What, so that Eloise would notice it or something,
Yeah.
or what?
Yeah.
Okay,
Recognize
okay.
it. Yep.
That's
And that
interesting.
would be the catalyst that kind of brought Tabitha and Eloise together.
Yeah, I mean, people were saying, well, maybe Eloise is the nurse at the hospital, and when she's, discharging Tabitha, she gives her possessions back and says, "Oh my God, where did you get this?" I mean, we wrote all every
Yeah.
possible permutation of how they could
Found her at
cross
the police
paths.
station somehow or something. Because I
Yeah.
assumed the police did get involved, right? I was assuming she would have to talk to the police. I didn't assume she was going to hightail it, which was actually smart on her part to like sneak out of there.
Yeah. Nice and cool. Well, part of me thought the priest was going to play some kind of role. When we
Yeah.
see Tabitha in the confessional, I thought maybe Tabitha will go into this confessional, explain what happened to her, and the priest will recognize the story because he'll have heard it before decades ago when Eloise told him. Maybe Eloise first came back, everybody thought she was completely crazy because she was spinning the story about monsters and being stuck, and then here we go, all these decades later, here's Tabitha saying the exact same story, which kind of corroborates what maybe Eloise might have said decades prior. Part of me was always really hoping that Tabitha would get to the real world. She would get closer and closer to getting onto Eloise's trail, and she would find out that she's maybe been locked in a mental institution the whole time, and she needs to kind of get her out of there.
Mm-hmm. I was on the same page. Like, maybe she was in some. Maybe the priest was looking at her like, "Damn, I just locked a little girl up back in the day for saying the same thing."
Right? Yes.
Like,
Yes.
what is it? Not requested, but suggested, or suggested that the family get some help for the little girl and whatnot.
Which would have been a
Especially if
huge
he does
echo
that,
to what
knowing
happened with
that he
Country.
broke. Yeah, well, and especially if the priest did that, knowing that he broke the seal of confession. If Eloise was telling the priest this during a confession, and he goes on to reveal this information, that's going to make him feel even more conflicted. Like he broke this, this sacred bond of confession and got this little girl incarcerated when maybe she was actually telling the truth.
Well, and inadvertently, he did do what we thought he was going to do, is connect him to Eloise, because if it wasn't for him asking her to get the snack out of there, she wouldn't have
Yes.
even seen the address at that
Good
point.
point.
And I think that
Good point.
his conversation with her was very captivating as well, when he talked about her son, and as if he knew
Yep.
her story as well. It was just a little, I don't know, it was something about the preacher that I think he might know something.
Yeah.
And he was,
It didn't seem too
and oddly
perturbed.
enough, my last sentence, oddly enough, to me, he seemed a little bit too nice.
He didn't seem shocked. I mean, he's hearing this crazy story about this girl being stuck in this place with all these monsters, and he's looking at Tabitha like she doesn't have 10 heads. It's like he took it way too calmly, like the story he was being told. It's like I don't know. He wasn't perturbed by it at all. It was weird.
Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I'm one of those that it doesn't bother me when a priest is actually portrayed not as like some kind of a pedophile villain in media, like once in a blue moon. But and what kind of got me was when she was in there, when she was telling him at first or whatever, he was really kind of giving her the uplifting spiritual platitudes kind of thing, like and then she wasn't having it. But she was there seeking answers that he was absolutely not prepared to give. Now, a priest is going to have pocket phrases, pocket comforting, comforts and stuff, that you're going to put out there, that fit almost every situation. But she was asking him questions, or she was seeking something from him that he couldn't have hoped to provide to her, even if she had explained the situation from A to B. And of course, like you guys are pointing out, when she dumps it, when she literally just lays out her exact situation in one line to him, and she said, you think I'm crazy, right? He kind of flipped, or he kind of like went into the mode where, maybe she is crazy. I mean, because that's what you would think. I mean, you would deal with somebody with mental problems or whatever. And she goes, you think I'm crazy, right? He's like, I think you're hurting. And so then he went into that kind of a mode, and that's when you're a clergy or something, that's what you got to do. You can at least be understanding. And
True.
it was the first person there in that town that wasn't treating her harshly, wasn't treating her mean. Everybody in that town had treated her like shit, once she left the hospital. So, at least it was kind of interesting. And, of course, we had all thought that he would, there was going to be a more convoluted path from the hospital to Henry's house. And, like we talked about earlier in the show, like the address in the lunchbox really ties up that part with a bow and hands it to you on a silver platter. But yeah, I kind of dug this scene, and I don't know that we'll see more from him. I don't know that they have the screen time, to give him more.
Yeah, he
What
wasn't
about you,
listed as an
Sage?
official
What do you think
new
the priest?
character.
What do you think about the priest?
I definitely picked up some vibes from him. It's like he knew something. He was like too welcoming.
Yeah, I picked up some vibes from him, and I think that the casting choice was very interesting because he looks a lot like Martin.
Martin, yeah.
Really?
Similar kind of.
Yeah.
There's some similar kind of facial structures. If you look at like Martin's cheekbones, the way they're kind of protruding and pronounced. You look at Martin's forehead, and then you look
The
at the
beard.
priest a little bit closer. There's kind of some similarities there.
It is confirmed that they are two separate actors, but the
Yes.
resemblance is definitely there.
And
You
with
could
the
see where
show
people
like
saw him
From,
in the trailer really quick. Those Martin theories were out there.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Golden
I
Child
feel
saying
like
the
things like that are exactly the kind of details where sometimes us as fans, knowing that this thing is such a wrapped in mystery, it's details like that sometimes I feel like I'm reading too much into, and really it's just nothing there. It's just a coincidence that they happen
true
to live there
indeed,
somewhere.
true indeed, and
Mhm.
that would
It's
explain, that would also
it's hard.
explain the that also explains the casting choice. Maybe they threw that in there to throw us off the scent. You know what I mean? Just a
at
little.
this point, I would believe anything because they definitely want to make us question it until the end. And Golden Child says the clergyman is sus than a motherfucker for sure. He was definitely sus.
I know the chat is not feeling the clergyman. That's fine. That's what it's about. Disagreeing or having different takes on stuff. It's cool.
Xavier has a question for all of us.
Oh, hang on. Which one is this one? Next one down. Hang on. It moved on me.
Yep. He's asking us, Tabitha.
Yep. Go ahead.
Nope. You're better than me because I have to really look hard to read these things.
Tabitha clearly blames Jim for the death of Thomas. Do you guys think Tabitha or her mom put a hex on Jim and she got caught up in it too?
I was getting the vibe that Tabitha was blaming God for Thomas's death. At least that's what she kind of says in the confessional there. She blames
And
God
she faked
for
me out because when we first watched it during your live stream, Jeremy, because like you said, you even said it, like it's hard when you're watching it while you're doing that because even us chatting, I swear I heard her say Jim at first, and then when I rewatched it to get the screenshots, I was like, oh, she said God, because even in your chat, I think I said, oh, it was Jim's fault, all his fault.
Yes, I was thinking the exact same thing, Scarlett, 100%. Because it's tough. That's why usually when I watch the episode for the first time, I kind of like to watch it alone so I can really kind of just ingest it all. But when you're hosting a watch party, and you're trying to watch the episode at the same time, you're always going to miss stuff because you got to worry about keeping things going. You got to worry about keeping an eye on the chat and stuff like that. You're naturally going to just miss things. So I was right there
Yeah.
with you. I mean, I don't
It's
know
just even
why
us hanging out in the chat, right? Because I'm like kind of
Yeah.
listening to it, but I'm trying to keep up with everybody in the chat, or at least keep up with the conversation.
It's tough.
And then you're like, oh wait, what happened? Oh no, and literally, if you just look away for a second, you're
And you
just
can't
like, wait,
rewind
what did I
it, you know?
miss?
Like, if I was doing that when I was watching it alone, it's simple. I can pause it, rewind it, rewatch the scene. But when you're doing a live watch party like that, you kind of just gotta just go.
And I like it though, because in the middle of it, we're all like, wait, did she say Jim? Like, and then so even in the chat, we're all like, wait, what? I gotta go back and rewatch it. Like, we're already like, oh, like marking the time slots, like this is the time we gotta go back and rewatch the scene. Like, it gives it a different vibe when you watch it with the watch parties.
Yeah.
Then you get to go back and watch it kind of alone or really dissect it. So it's a lot of fun vibes out there. And again, in the community, I love it.
Yeah, I love the watch parties. They're fun. Like I don't mind having to go back and watch it again a second time and really pay attention. I mean, I would prefer to do it the first time, but
yeah,
I mean, it's worth it for the fun that everybody has in the watch party. So
we were ready for that early drop.
Oh my god, I thought they so messed me up. I swear I said
We're like
3
getting ready.
a.m.
Okay, 3 a.m. We gotta stay awake. 3 a.m. We gotta do it.
All
We gotta
the
do it.
information we were getting, even when you looked it up on, even when you looked it up everywhere I could find, it was saying 3 a.m. Eastern. I'm thinking, why are they switching it up this year? It's always been midnight Eastern Standard Time for MGM Plus subscribers. Why would they just switch that up? So I was really glad to see that the information out there was wrong.
Well, another round of awesome questions.
Let's see, we got some people in the chat real quick. Let me just see what we got. Some folks saying. We got Ty says that Scarlett, when I first started watching, I didn't like Father Cautry because I thought he was calling Boyd boy. Yeah, I really like it when you first listen to something. Yeah, then you go back and you rewatch it. You're like, oh, that's what they said. Okay, never mind. I retract my statement. That's definitely funny. Let's see what else do we got.
Cautry's death scene will always be one of the most profound death scenes I've ever seen, and not just before his death scene, but for all of the kind of deeper layer underlying meanings that is going on in that scene. It's one of the best death scenes I've ever seen in cinema history.
And PM says, yeah, I had my coffee and was kind of happy to stay up for it, but it was a nice spot. I know it caught me off guard. Look, they were dropping it in everybody's Discord. They're like, atting everybody, oh my god, the episode just dropped. I'm like, what? I mean, Dana was literally just about to like get off for a minute and go chill and get something to drink, and what?
Yeah, I wasn't ready. I was going to close down the stream. I figured, all right, it's not dropping till 3 a.m. Let's end the stream. We'll kind of reconvene at 3 a.m., watch it, and do a little after show. I was 2 seconds away from
we was talking to Real, and Real's like, no, that shit's out there.
I don't know. I was going to get ready to go get in your Discord because I knew everybody's going to jump in the Discord after it aired. So we're like, well, maybe we'll just go hang out in the Discord, while we're waiting anyways.
Yeah.
And then it was like, nope, it's dropped. I'm like, I wasn't prepared.
Yeah, and that's what sucked is right up to 11:59. We were telling people in the chat, "Nah, man, it doesn't drop for another 3 hours." And it wasn't until like 12:02, and then people in our chat were like, "Yeah, it's already up. It's already." I was like, "Oh shit," because I was planning on a 3-hour nap. To be honest, I was needing it, to get that second win.
Set that alarm. Set that
Wake up
alarm.
around 3 a.m. Watch it. But no, it definitely threw me for a loop, but it was fun. It turned out to be a really, really fun night. And I thank everybody who, who came and hung out for us. 7 hours that stream went for in total. And there were people from the start of it that were still there 7 hours later. Over 100 people stayed the whole time.
Dude, me and Dana, and I know a lot of other people out there, real stream was going, so we was popping in between. At some point, me and Dana was like, I was like, Dana, how are you doing this right now? She's like, I don't know. I'm doing it. We was just trying to like keep up with both chat. Man, you guys was killing it that night though. It felt so fun for like a premiere of a show with a community that we kind of haven't had since probably y'all haven't really had that. But I know Dana and stuff like you with Lost and stuff. It just hasn't felt that like, oh, we're just ready on our fingertips. And even like I didn't really get into the Twitter stuff, but I know like just looking back at my Twitter that next morning after I finally took a nap and woke back up, just all the comments from all the actors and stuff, how they kind of interact, and it's just so fun. I don't know, I'm losing my words, but I loved it.
I mean, it's just so great that From's back. I mean, especially after the extended hiatus and we had to wait a little bit longer than usual. It just feels so good that not only the show is back, but it seems to be maybe better than it's ever been. This could potentially be their best season. You know, if things
And I
keep
love
progressing like this.
how From jumped on it. They didn't bullshit. They didn't wait. They didn't right when that writer strike was over, they was back at it. They was like, this is one of the first shows we're getting in a while. Like that really jumped on filming and getting their content out there. There's still shows that are filming right now that haven't even begun to start filming. And From was like, nope, our fans want this show. We're going to get it out there. So I like that we didn't have to wait as long as we're going to have to wait for some other shows.
Yep.
But yes, I guess it's time to give away our final t-shirt. And then I have one little mystery prize after that I'm going to give out. But everybody, again, if you're just coming into the chat, #Fromly in the chat to enter yourself into the raffle giveaway. We're getting ready to give away our last t-shirt of the night. So everybody make sure that you're in here so that you get a chance to win one of these awesome t-shirts that I have. And so, yeah, #Fromly in the chat. And let's see who's going to claim the last one. It's the last one. Last one. And then, yes, and then Jeremy, I have some for you as well for you to give away. So it's going to be fun.
Yeah, it'll be a fun one.
Let's see. Almost last one. So sad.
All right, you ready? All right,
People
guys.
are still putting in that hashtag.
Still going?
Yep,
Okay.
they're still going. You guys are awesome tonight. Thank you so much. This is the biggest stream that me and Scarlett have ever had.
I know.
So thank you for being patient with us. Thank you for being so nice and kind to our being thrown in the deep end over here.
You guys are killing it. I'm serious, man. This is fun. I love theory crafting.
Yeah, objectively, you guys are doing a great job. I mean, you're on point with the screenshots. It matches up to what we're talking about topic-wise. Everything's going really smoothly. I hate, and you guys know this, I hate panels because the overtalk and the crosstalk and all that stuff. And everybody's been very respectful. It's not unlistenable. So, yeah, you guys are doing fantastic. And thank you, Real. Thank you, JH. It's been a pleasure. Absolutely.
Yes, this is very fun, and I can't wait to do future episode breakdowns like this. So I hope you guys come back with us on Mondays to do this, because I think this will be a lot of fun to break down the episodes, do some stuff for the chat, and have some fun on Monday nights with these episodes, because they're just going to get bigger and better and crazier. And me and Scarlett are going to need people to talk about it with, and decipher this with, because we're tired of hearing each other talk.
All right, guys.
We got a fun 9 weeks ahead of us. It should be good.
Yes.
Oh, yeah.
Are we ready? Last t-shirt of the
ladies
evening.
and gentlemen are. All right, guys, here we go. Last t-shirt. Who's going to get it? I got to get music for this. We got to remember.
I
Make
know.
a note, guys. Game show music.
I know. We're not in our D&D. We're not in our D&D.
Missy.
Yay.
Welcome, Missy. Just about every winner we've had tonight have been regulars that are in all of our chats every single time we go live. And it really does showcase the awesome, just little tight-knit community that we have here kind of growing. And awesome stuff. Congrats to all the winners. And thank you so much for all the participants as well. And Dana and Scarlett, as Raymer said, you guys are killing it. Killing it.
Thank you. We appreciate
it.
it.
And you guys rock. And for your winning pleasure, here's your clip.
You can't get in here because there's a fucking rock in the fucking window! I'm not afraid of you.
Yeah,
love it.
Love it. Love it. So now for the final question that I'm going to ask you guys before we open it up to just a general chat about the episode. So did this episode change your thoughts or theories for the season? And we'll start We'll start with you, JH. What about you? Did this episode
Hmm.
change any of your thoughts or theories for this season?
I will say, and this is gonna be my final comment because I do have to go ahead and get out of here. But I will say I went back and forth as far as who was in the barn because it didn't make sense for Boyd to say you're so strong to T and Chip. To be honest, I thought it was gonna be
Mm-hmm.
Fatima.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I was going with the whole demon baby C-section ordeal. So
Yes, me too.
yeah, that's what I wanted to happen. But yeah, Lou
Well,
was in the barn.
thank you very much for joining us tonight, and we will be definitely talking about some Lost stuff that I hope you will come on board with me and do. But
Oh yeah.
Mondays, if you want to come back and join us, I hope that you join me and Scarlett because this was a blast. And thank you very, very much for coming.
Oh sure. Well, before I go, here's my overall thoughts of season 3.
Yes.
All I know is that it's real, and I'm fucking terrified.
I bet you.
Yes, perfect.
Awesome.
But thank you,
no.
sweetheart. Thank you very, very much. We appreciate that you came
Yeah.
out for us.
All right, no problem.
Have
Definitely
a
gonna
good
do
night,
this again.
man.
Good
Keep
night,
talismans
sweetie.
up. Stay safe out there.
Cheers, man.
Have a good one.
No, and that was exactly
Yeah,
right
he's
though
a
too.
sweetheart.
That pep talk that you're so strong, you're so strong. I mean, I understood it, and it's fine, but it didn't really it kind of didn't ring true, kind of, because I mean, Tintin isn't the one that like would get a pep talk like that. But I mean, I guess again, in the moment, Boyd's doing what Boyd does, and probably falls back to his instinct. But yeah, I mean, that was a very good point by him. And again, it's just another situation where would we have done it different, or would we have written different words? Maybe, possibly, but that wasn't what the writers wrote. So, and that's where I am I'm just along for the ride,
Mhm.
So did this episode change any of your thoughts or theories, Ravener?
Kind of to the positive. I'm not much of a theory crafter, just because I like to see what I like to base theories and ideas off of what we've been shown. And sadly enough, we prior to up to season 2, we hadn't been shown a whole lot to go on. There's a lot of theories that take the little seeds that we've gotten and gone off in every different possible direction, but we didn't get any hard facts. The one thing that I've taken away, or the one thing, a little bit of encouragement, that they are, because of the pacing, because of how quickly they moved, how much they packed into the minutes that they had, and how much they moved forward in this episode number 1, that really gave me a lot of like anticipation, a lot of enthusiasm that it is being handled correctly. So my faith in the writing has been reinforced. You've kind of you hope for the best, you hope that they're going to provide good entertainment, but man, oh man, yeah, it seems like there's a lot. My faith is being rewarded, at least so far.
Nice.
I think so. That's what I'm taking away from it.
What about you, Real? Has this episode changed any of your thoughts or theories? Oh, is he muted? Okay, so I'll get back to him. What about you, Jeremy? Has this episode changed any of your thoughts or theories?
Yes. I mean, not like a theory I was too married to, but after seeing this new version of that weird kimono-like creature, I am very much convinced it has nothing to do with Fatima anymore. But other than that, yeah, I don't know. Some scenes actually maybe reinforced some of the theories that I have going forward, but that was probably the one that kind of came to mind the most. I'm pretty sure this thing is not going to be Fatima related anymore. This seems to be like an Elgin thing now.
So I'm curious, what reinforced them?
A few scenes that we haven't seen in this episode. When we look at the trailers, the season 3 trailers that we have gotten, a lot of those scenes in those trailers, a good amount of them happen in this episode, but there's a good amount of those scenes that we haven't seen in this episode yet. And that tells me, it just gives me a better idea as to what I think is going to be happening in episodes 2, 3, and 4 in particular, and maybe even 5. based off the synopsis we've seen and based off the scenes that we haven't seen in this episode that we have seen in the trailer. Things like the Christie and the bear trap, little stuff like that. Nothing too big and too, revolutionary, but just little things that I think are going to be confirmed as we go along, like the Jade Vision. I think the Jade Vision of seeing the guy drinking out of the skull. Some people think that that's actually a real guy and not a Jade Vision. I'm pretty sure it's a Jade Vision. Just little things like that I think some theories might be right, but this Fatima one, I'm definitely kind of crossing off the list. I don't think this is Fatima related anymore.
Interesting. What about you, Scarlett? Has this changed anything for your theories?
I wouldn't say like any of my overall major thoughts. Probably agreeing with Jeremy. Like just nothing major. I mean, of course, where I thought if I watched the trailers, where I thought things from the trailer was going to line up with the season. But as far as like maybe what I think about the show, not so much. But yeah, I definitely thought some of the things we were going to get were going to come later. So little things like that. Definitely, I don't know what they're gonna do now. So is we gonna get the ambulance like episode 4? See, I didn't even try to read the episode like summaries.
The synopsis, yeah, they were a little spoiler. I really wish I didn't read them in hindsight.
So like I watched some streams and when you guys were talking about it, but I did not go and read them. And then now I think some of them are down or something. I went back to go find them and I was like, you know what? I'm just not gonna worry about it because then there was some crosstalk saying that they may not even be accurate. So I was like, well, then I don't even want to put it in my brain because then that's going to mess up my whole. I'm going to go down that whole rabbit hole off of something I can confirm, which I already do bad enough with what the show gives me in the show.
And one other theory, I think a lot of us didn't have this theory, or at least a lot of us were having a similar idea. And I think a lot of us will probably turn out to be right in terms of Fatima's pregnancy is definitely not going to be normal.
You guys in the chat are killing it. Let's see. I know I'm always going to say your name wrong, honey. I'm so sorry.
Wild Majorum.
Wild Majorum. I thought Kenny's mom's death would be much more graphic. And yeah, I know even like Jeremy, I think on your channel, y'all were talking about that a little bit. I'm sure on Reels and some of you other guys, how much were they going to show of that? And they showed to me just enough to let you know. And then the sound effects to me were even better than seeing it. I don't know. I go back and forth with that because there's scenes I like where I'm like, oh my God, okay, they showed the actual body and stuff. But then I'm like, you don't really get to hear all the screaming, right? You don't get to hear the pain that comes with that. But then when we see some of them, you do. So I don't know.
No, I think you're right. I mean, in hindsight, we didn't need to see it. They did not need to show us, like you said, any more than they did. They show us that one little glimpse of a bit of her scalp getting ripped off. That definitely told us that we knew it was going to be a gruesome death. I think they were better served by focusing on Boyd's reaction than the actual gore. But one thing I do wonder, will we see Tien Chen's body in episode 2 when Jade comes into the barn? And because it looks like Jade's going to come into the barn and unlock Boyd's handcuffs because he's still cuffed to the beam. That is what I'm wondering. Are they actually going to give us a glimpse of what the monsters did to Tien Chen, or are we only going to see her body wrapped up in the cloth?
Yeah. Oh.
I really hope we don't see it. I hope we don't see it. Like, I really don't want to see Tien Chen like that. I just don't.
I don't either, but I just know like it's such a 50-50. Like, oh.
Yeah.
I don't ribs. The ribs spread open. Yeah.
Oh my god.
No, like half the face ripped off or something. Okay. Yep. We're going down that rabbit hole.
So do you guys think that this confirms Donna's story in a way? When she said when she first arrived what they did to her sister? Because I know people were questioning Donna's story about how she first arrived and whether it was true or not, because we've only ever known the monsters to like rip people apart and rip open their chests and stuff like that. But then we got a little glimpse of it when Kelly was like, they tortured me and made me watch. Do you think that this almost confirms Donna's story a little more, that you might have actually seen them rip her sister's face off?
Definitely shows a pattern, I think, of torture. I mean, because they did it with Brian and Kelly, that watching, they did it with Donna, and now Boyd, and the means of which the torture might be slightly varied, but they definitely like to let someone watch.
because that was a big thing. Like, oh, do we believe Donna's story? Could it possibly be true? Maybe she's not telling the truth. The picture looks kind of iffy. So I was wondering if this maybe changed people's thoughts about that, knowing that we actually are pretty much looking at a monster ripping someone's skin off.
Mm-hmm. I don't know. Me personally, I never really questioned Donna's story too much. I know that was a big kind of point of contention with the fans. A lot of people thought she wasn't telling the truth.
Yep.
I don't know. I guess I wasn't seeing a whole lot of supporting evidence that was pointing to her lying. Yes, we haven't really seen the monsters skin people before, but we have seen the monsters slash up people's faces before. That actually happened to Kenny's father as well. His whole side of his face was slashed up. So I guess I never really questioned Donna's story. I kind of always took it at face value, but I could see where people might think she might be a little shady.
Yeah, and I still don't believe it, because I mean, even what we've seen with Chen Chen, I mean, is it possible? Of course, anything's possible. I mean, we've never seen anybody have a piece of rebar shoved through their skull either, till it happened. But I still think Donna's story is so suspicious, because they're like, it ripped her face off. Okay, well, yeah, that's horrifying or whatever. Then we got the thing like hours later, she was still screaming because they kept her alive. So it's like, wow, they skinned her and then left her alive. That is a bit extra. But yeah, I mean, sometimes they do kill immediately, and then other instances, like in what we got here, Boyd's tied up, so now they've got an audience, just like what Kelly had said. She was made to watch. So there's got to be an element to that. And one of the coolest things though is in that scene when Cowboy is talking to Boyd at the very beginning of it. He's standing next to Boyd and he's looking over at Tien Chen. He's talking. He's not even looking at Boyd. He's just like relishing that moment. It's when Boyd's like, kill me or something. He's like, we're not going to kill you, Boyd. That
would it be fun?
Yeah. So he's got a whole different kind of menace, because he wasn't looking at Boyd. He was looking over at Tien Chen. And then he turned to Boyd and a second later, but it was like the way they're pulling off Cowboy as opposed to Smiley, kind of, they're definitely different. And it's kind of giving these monsters a little bit of agency, because we wonder, are they just pawns of the entity? Are they mindless drones that work in one way? It doesn't seem like it. I mean, they really do. And Donna alluded to it, like they hunt, they have fun, when she was saying that. And it seems like they do have a capacity, at least, to derive pleasure from this kind of, torture, essentially. Yeah. So.
I like what Mackie Doll says. The missing posters showed all of the family members that were missing except Donna's.
True, but Jade's also didn't show Toby either.
Oh, it didn't?
No, it was just Jade. And I think maybe that's just because they were only showing main characters, but who knows? Maybe there could be a little bit more there.
That is very, very interesting. But now, what do you guys think of the monsters? Like, do you think they're definitely evolving in a sense?
Oh, yeah, definitely. And I think this is something we've seen in the past as well. Like before Boyd finds the talismans, the way Father Cautry and all them explained how the monsters behave, they were much more rowdy. They were loud at night, screeching all hours of the night, most likely for, fear tactics to try and get people to reveal their hiding spots, most likely. But after they found the talismans, they noticed a subtle change. They started to rely a little bit more on their human form, a little bit more on mind manipulation, psychological manipulation. And now it looks like we're seeing them evolve even more, where they're starting to employ incredibly clever tactics to get people out of their houses at night, with the whole letting the animals out. So yeah, they're getting smarter and smarter. Their tactics are changing, and I guess it begs the question, what else are they going to do this season? Like, what's the next step going to be?
Yeah, they're like upping their game in a sense, because we've never seen the monsters do something like let out the animals and almost lay a trap. Like they've tried to manipulate entrance or getting into people's houses, but we've never seen them try to get somebody out.
Yeah, it's a little bit different, and I feel like we saw the beginning of their tactics changing after we saw what they did to Kelly. That was something like new. We hadn't really seen the monsters do that, where they just stick the rebarb through her head, keep her alive, and leave her there for the town to find the next morning. It seems like, from that point on, they were kind of changing a little bit of their attack strategy, maybe.
And like, do you think that the monsters killed that cow for shock value, or because they know that like they're fucking with their food?
Probably a little bit of both. I mean, maybe shock value to kind of kill the monster right in front of Jade and kind of freak him out. But I have to imagine they must know about the food shortage. That's probably why they let the animals out in the first place. They probably know how valuable they are to them right now, which is why I don't understand why, especially with winter coming around and the cold weather. I don't know why they didn't have all of these animals in the barn locked with a talisman inside keeping them safe. Why does Randall get his own talisman in a freaking bus? Get back in the colony house, use that talisman to protect the livestock, I say.
Yeah.
Interesting. What about you, Raven? Are you think it was for shock, or you think that they know that they're going to be killing their food?
I mean, it's just so it's not a coincidence that, you know, we know that there's some sort of surveillance in one form or another, that even when the monsters are down in the ground asleep, you know, during the day, that in some way or another, they're hearing what's going on, not only out in public, but, you know, even inside of somebody's house. So when they're having that huge discussion right out in the open about, you know, like basically just verbally laying out that, yes, we have a resource shortage, yada, yada. And then they're also talking about it privately. You know, it's 100% certain, you know, just from what we know, that, you know, that the monster, that whoever's controlling the monsters or the monsters themselves have some way of knowing what's going on. So that was just, it was too obvious. I mean, if you're going to, like they basically verbalize their vulnerabilities out right out in the open to everybody. You know, like when Boyd was that, mainly that scene when Boyd was stopping Randall from taking the goat, but also the scene with Tin Chan's house getting mobbed. So I don't know.
I don't know, but poor Tien Chen, there was nothing she could do with that mob. Like, there was nothing she could do against all those people just bombarding her house. Like, I think maybe they should have protected the food a little more, or put something somewhere.
Yeah, the chat's even saying it. Yeah, a lot of you guys in the chat are even saying, I'm surprised Fromville didn't talisman the barn.
It's crazy, yeah. Randall
The milk,
doesn't need
seriously, the milkman doesn't give a fuck.
No, he don't give a fuck.
I mean, it's the best. All right, you know what? That was the best scene ever, because yeah, he does. He just smears the blood on himself. Like, is that what they're doing? And they're going to show us like actually how these monsters get their kicks. Like they kind of like give us little hints, but now they're like showing them.
Well, Jasmine was nervous. You know, she was concerned about having a blood droplet on her collars. I mean, she was wiping that off after she killed Kevin, and now this dude's just wiping it across his thing. The other thing is, I mean, it ties into their monster form versus their human form being something of a glamour. The granny, she lost her scarf, her headscarf.
Oh, her little Gupalina, yes.
Yeah. When she's in granny form, in addition to having hair, she had her little thing. When she converted, then the scarf vanished. So it's not like it fell away or she put it in her pocket or something. I think it really is like a glamour that they have. And I don't know.
But she's still holding on to her purse.
She did.
She still had that purse in her hand. No, it's going to be interesting to see what else they're going to do with the monsters. And now, especially seeing the trailer, and Kenny's going to try to capture himself one. Oh, that's going to be interesting.
Oh, Kenny. Look, man, they've been pushing Kenny.
It looks like he's getting ready to burn them.
Yeah, they pushed him. I'm sorry, go ahead.
It looked like he was in the bar, and it looked like he was right near the still that makes the alcohol. And he says, we're going to burn every last one of them. I think he's going to go to the caves and potentially try to burn some of them.
I mean,
which is what y'all have all been asking for, right? As the fans, like, can somebody please go put? They listen. See, they are listening.
I mean, they got 100 cars with at least enough fuel to drive from place to place. You'd think that they could do that. Use gasoline. That would probably be way better than potato vodka, as far as the burning.
Yeah, to burn probably be a little better. Yeah.
And 40 Stefani says, I thought the same thing about putting up a talisman up in the barn with the animals. I think with Randall having his own space alludes to how much everyone hates him around. Yeah, you would think that at some point they would figure that out. Like, he should have already wanted to not be in there, but then again, they gave it to him, so why would he give it up?
Yeah, well, no, if I was Donna, I would just take it back. I mean, sorry, buddy. This talisman is much better served protecting these livestock as opposed to you just having your own personal bus. Get in Colony House or beat it. This talisman is going to better use. That's what I would do if I was Donna.
Find a house
Seriously.
somewhere. You better find somewhere to settle down.
Hell yeah. You better just deal with it, dude. Like you get your own bus. Who says? Just because you're a dick? No. You don't
What kind of
deserve your own
prima donna
freaking
are you,
bus.
Randall? Get in Colony House with the rest of the weirdos.
Or bunk up with Sarah in her house.
Yes. Well, honestly, I don't know. Certain characters seem like they're going to start becoming a little more closer, a little cooler. So who knows? Maybe they will be a weird combination,
Especially
but who knows?
the cicada victims look like they're going to have some kind of bonding experience this season. And, well, Julie and Randall in particular. And again, I get the feeling that there's going to be some kind of residual after effect for them being in that coma-like state. It's something's messed up inside them.
Well, especially after we just watched the episode 2 trailer where they got the slight music box music going off. Like, okay.
Yeah.
Like, I know that sound. Dana was telling me about it when we was looking for music in CapCut. She was like, "Ooh, that sound like the music box. Use that. This good music makes you think of the music box." Let's see what else we got. PM says, I hate that mob. They were people who weren't even helping. Never seen them a day in my life. Yeah, the mob people that just kind of came up on it, like they were just some random people.
Right? The red shirts rebelled.
Complete red shirt NPCs. We've never seen any of these people before in any background scenes. Because I went back and tried to think, have I seen any of these extras? And I haven't. I hadn't seen a single one of those people at any point in the show ever. So it's I mean, we've always wondered how many people are really stuck in Fromville. Because again, like you guys were mentioning earlier, it doesn't seem like there's a whole lot of houses. It doesn't seem like there's that much of much space to kind of house everybody. So I always wonder how many people are really in Fromville, because it looks like there's a lot of red shirts.
Mm-hmm. I mean, I always assumed they were just trying to like pawn it off on Colony House people and then just try to like pretend like, okay, yeah, they're separate, but they're still kind of walking around town and participating in things. But now it's getting a little out of hand. Look, I mean, I was willing to disbelieve a little bit with Colony House being a house of ill repute from time to time.
Yeah.
And having a massive amount of people. But this is, it's getting a little out of hand.
Yeah, it's a lot of peeps. A lot of peeps.
Let's see what else we got in the chat.
A lot of people share one bathroom, evidently.
Oh yeah, really? That wasn't very fun.
Right? Like, there's one bathroom in all of Colony House. The place has like what, 2 or 3 floors? What the heck is up with that?
I was saying to Chad earlier. The thing that got me is when she's bent over there, they pull away a little bit. There's no toilet paper on the roll, and they got one gnarly bath towel on the rack, and then some like little like cloths, like washcloths or hand towels up on the toilet tank. That's all they got. So I mean, they got 30-40 people going into that bathroom using that thing, and all they got this little white
there's
towel.
Nothing.
Yeah, it's
like I don't want to go to that bathroom anyways. I'll just go outside or something. I don't know, man. I guess you have water, right? The water runs, so.
Yep, they got running water.
I guess the COVID situation. I mean, a C situation. You got to get in the shower after. Rinse off.
Man, whoever's on laundry duty, man, you do not want to, police the bathroom.
Yes. The logistics on this, man.
Washboard,
think about it. That's horrible. Like, thank you, Raven. Accommodations at Colony House.
They got a sink. They got all that stuff. They don't have washing machines, so you're out there with the washboard going. Yeah, man.
That
sucks. How do they not have a washing machine? What? Do they not have some form of a washing machine during this time? Come on, man. It sucks. Jay figured out the power. They're not capitalizing on what they have found and from. They're worried about fighting the monsters. They just need to worry about laundry, and everybody will be peaceful.
Well, I guess that could be. But
I
I
don't
just
know, I was
wanted to
joking.
show everybody. So we'll get ready to do the final giveaway of the night. I actually pulled this from my
Oh, hang on, let me
box
get you.
for
Hang
the
on, let me
Halloween
pull
season.
you up bigger.
It is Sam from Trick or Treat. I don't know if you
Ooh,
guys see that.
yeah, I
Yeah,
like
it's
that
a
movie.
it's
That's
a
cute.
Comic-Con Spirits Halloween exclusive.
Oh,
Sam,
that is so
he's my
cute.
favorite. I love him. He's my favorite. A little
Aw.
Funko Pop and then a pop keychain. It is Gizmo from Gremlins.
Oh,
Yay. So
so for all you guys who are
from the
hanging out
box.
late,
I pulled
look, you
that
get
from the box.
got
So
lots
as
of
just like a
goodies.
special little bonus. As you can see, can't tell that I like Funko Pops. I don't know if anybody can tell. Just in case you couldn't tell that I like Funko Pops. They're my comic books, Jeremy. They're my comic books.
Yes, they say
Nice.
it's very cute and
Quite a
great
collection.
movie.
Yes, I've been collecting for like 15 years. I've been collecting for a really long time. And it goes way that way. It goes way that way. But yes,
Quan, so they're saying, I
we have
love
a Funko
Gizmo.
Pop and a Gizmo Pop keychain that as our final giveaway for the night. Again, a special thank you to all you guys for everything because you guys are awesome. So hashtag Frumly into the chat, and we will get ready to give away the final prize. The final.
Is
This
it the
was
countdowns?
awesome.
Final
Yes.
prize.
Yes,
Look, we're gonna get better at our
kicking in
music
my
and
box.
singing. We're gonna get to this. It'll be, you just never know. We're gonna have so much music one day
I
for
know.
everything.
And we have to play. Are you going to play the intro going out? Because Jeremy wasn't here for the intro.
Oh, that's right. I can. It's either that or the Jack Skeleton one we made. Either or.
Well, if you want to save the Jack Skeleton, then I think you need to play that intro so Jeremy could hear it. I think he's going to like it.
I like both. I'll play both.
Double whammy.
I don't know. I don't know if we get trolled or not, but I'll do both. I don't know.
Well, it's the end. If they yell at us now, we already got through the whole thing. So, haha. Trying to figure out how this YouTube works. But yes, hashtag Frumly in the chat. And it's for the Trick or Treat Sam exclusive Funko Pop and a little Gizmo Pop keychain. I love the Gremlins. It's one of my favorite movies. I love the Gremlins. And he's got little like 3D glasses or something. My blind ass can't really see. But he's got something in there. Really cute. But yes. So give everybody a couple more seconds and then we'll draw the final winner. So what else is the chat saying, Scarlett?
The intro is the outro. They're like, yes, we shall play it again. And they're saying that they were saying all kinds of stuff. Look, I'm horrible because by the time you ask me what did they say, it's like 20 in the chat.
I know, like Jeremy. I don't know how you do this.
I know. I'm not used to. So I apologize, guys.
No, you guys are doing great.
PM says the girl was so rude to Fatima. They're supposed to be all love, and Fatima's literally the princess of that place, screaming at her like that crazy. I know, right? She's pregnant. I mean, did everybody know she's pregnant? And she was being a little rude.
Mm-hmm. She just put a big giant target on herself.
Yes,
yeah.
Exactly. That's fine.
Right when she gets shot,
Noted
nobody gonna give a shit.
Yep.
Whatever happens to her, and nobody gonna care. See, that's what you get.
And Fatima's gonna be right there over, helping her wound. Like, yeah, you wanna be mean to me now? Care about that bathroom privilege?
But then you think, like, how big is the colony house? They got all them rooms, but only one bathroom?
No, I think Wild was saying earlier that there's two. But
because that's a big ass house to have only one bathroom.
I think they made her mean because, like, we were saying earlier, and Jeremy was saying, like, because she's next. You want to make note of her. So how do you make note of somebody? You make us pissed off at them. And nobody likes a lady that's being upset over a bathroom.
Yep. Paula 2.0 is what I put that earlier. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. She was next to go.
The first time you hear her name is she's being an ass, and then you recognize her, but then you don't care when she's dead.
Yep.
And
Randall was close to that. Randall got lucky that he was a main character-ish. he lucked out because he was close there when he first came in. The way he was acting, because I thought he was really gonna die like that first night. You got ready to open up the bus, and then he kind of stood back like, wait, nope. I was like, oh, he's gonna open it. I was like, go ahead, walk outside, you'll find out. No, he got the.
He had to stop himself though. When he was first like he was being all tough. You can't come in. Then when he went to go like open the door, he stopped himself and was like, "Okay, maybe I don't want to do this. I'm not gonna open the door."
No, what's interesting is that the girl out there with Donna pulling the crops was named Meredith, but that was also the name of the pillow.
Yeah.
So I was like, I wonder if she had a crush or something and named her loving pillow after the girl she had a crush on.
Yeah. That's
You never
possible.
know.
Trudy. Dirty Trudy. I can fix her.
She would have rode Jade like an alabaster dragon. Jade was all scared when she's like talking to him. You could tell Jade was just like, what now? What? Bitch, you crazy.
Oh, poor Jade, man. I mean, they gave him a little bit at the end there, and then of course Boyd takes the talisman, so Jade's like, oh shit, oh fuck, gotta go. That was funny. But now I want to know more with Jade. He's got to figure out more, and they just left us with these crazy strings. I don't know what it means.
Not even that. Like, he just came from the tunnel. Like, he's more crazy now than we've ever seen him. Like, I'm sorry, you mean to tell me just seeing the Ankui kids in the tunnel caused like this, like nothing else caused this like total fucking bug out that he's sitting under strings freaking out and I gotta figure it out. Like, really? Nothing happened down there? I don't believe it.
And we missed Trudy. Yes, Wild. Trudy, she was something special.
Okay, Scarlett, so I guess it's now's a good time more than ever.
It sure is.
Pick our final winner.
Back over, and we'll get ready to draw, guys. Here we go again. Hashtag Fromily. We are going to draw the last prize.
Yes, the last prize.
Here we go.
Who's it going to be? Who is it? Let's see.
Fiam is the winner.
Yay.
Woo. Whoa.
Awesome.
Nice. So nice.
Look at that.
We're going to give you the winner.
A Funko Pop and a Funko Pop keychain.
Yeah.
My blood is your blood now, motherfucker.
Congratulations.
Yes,
All right.
This was fun.
You did it.
So now I know Real got caught up into something. So I think he's coming back. I'm not too sure, but until he does, so what would you guys rate this first episode? What about you, Ravener? What do you give it?
Ooh, well, yeah, I mean, I said it last night. I'm usually very tough. I mean, even when I was doing Shogun, even when I was doing House of the Dragon, I wasn't afraid to give a 3 or a 4, loving it and then, objectively rating it. But for me, I actually last night, and I'm going to stick with it tonight, I gave it a 10 out of 10, man. For me, it scratched the itch. It did everything that a premiere episode of a season is supposed to do. It caught us up on where everybody is. And then, boy, that pulse pounding, finish to it, the last 10 minutes. Because, yeah, I mean, the beginning was a lot of exposition. The daytime stuff was all, putting the pieces in place and stuff. But man, that like I said, from his dancing with the one that brought him, they got famous for these pulse pounding, shocking, exciting, like horror sequences. And that thing, it was all on point. I mean, and I felt like if I were to downvote it, whatever I used, if I were to knock off a point, it would have been just way too petty. So it did everything for me, as raw entertainment. So yeah, man, I give it a 10 out of 10. It hit the spot for me.
What about you, Scarlett? What you rate in this episode?
Oh yeah, I definitely have to give it 10 out of 10. It was everything that I expected from to be. Again, it hit back on what season 1 kind of brought in its beginnings, but almost amplified it to where we're at, right? Like that level of heat. They really are intensifying just the danger and everything. So I loved it. Like I said, they surprised me. They got me questioning. I'm already getting back into looking at all the little details. I'll even show another picture before we leave too, that I want to see if everybody else sees it before we go. I got one more thing. One more before we leave tonight to talk about Dana. Did you see it? But yeah, I definitely a 10 out of 10 for the first episode.
Awesome. Yeah, I'm up there too.
So you guys in the chat are definitely giving it high.
Yeah, they're killing it.
Golden Child 10 out of 10. Doc Hayes is a 9.9. Kevin Rodriguez is a 10 for sure. Quan is definitely a 9 out of 10. Just Janice is 9 out of 10. So yes, we definitely given some good ratings. Got an 8.5, but way better than all of season 2. There you go. Thumbs.
Interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So the numbers are up there, but Raver, you think they're going to be able to keep up this pace?
The thing is, it's a matter of how much faith do you have? And I mean, I've been a little bit let down in almost every case. The one outlier was Shogun, which was phenomenal. We all thought it was great. It was surprisingly good. And then, then of course it mops up on the Emmys like nobody's business. But yeah, I have all the faith in the world that they're going to be able to. I mean, obviously they've course corrected. They've heard the criticisms. We've heard it from the top down that they were listening in that 1 year hiatus. And I'm sure they probably did some little script rewrites or, maybe course corrected a little bit here and there, probably from what they had planned to do with season 3 after hearing what people had said about season 2. And not to say that season 2 was horrible or anything, but it was certainly just a little off the pace of season 1. It looks like they've listened and course corrected just by how much they packed into this first, this premiere episode. I honestly do. And, I'll be glad to eat crow, next Sunday or the Sunday after if they do fail. And I know, in these series, they try to like ride a wave. They start off strong and then they'll give you an episode or two to catch your breath, and then they'll put in another banger, like another shocking thing, maybe episode 4 or 5, and then they'll give you an episode or two to catch your breath, and then and then build up for the big finale. So I'm ready for the wave. I'm ready for it to, I won't say get boring, but there might be a lull there. I can't imagine that there will be pulse pounding action like this every time, because the ultimate result of the pulse pounding action is somebody dying, and somebody, and it's more powerful when it's somebody recognizable, somebody like Chen Chen. They can't do that. They can't murder every this isn't George R.R. Martin. They can't murder every main character. They still got seasons to go, but basically this is a super long way of saying yes, absolutely, I think they can maintain the quality, if not the pace.
Wild saying sorry, I vote 8. And I understand that, maybe because I still miss Jade. And they did do some things where I thought Boyd was being a little stupid in the episode, but I still like the vibe of the episode. I like the tone that they set.
Yep.
And let's see, Kiwi says, I enjoyed the episode a lot. I like seeing Randall do something right for once, and Victor starting to stand up for himself and his friends. Yes, that was definitely a good point. Let's see what else we got. Johnson says, yeah, they did course correct rewrite and love the fandom. The MGM president has your back. Yeah, they might have definitely listened to us. I love how they put little things in every season after the fans have kind of talked, and then we're like, wait, is that for us or does it have more meaning?
Yeah.
Debbie asked a question. Panel, how did you feel about the handheld camera in the beginning? It lent to the dynamic feel, in my opinion.
When Tabitha's walking through the town, like what we saw in the town?
I think that's what she's saying, yeah. Kind of how it was weird, like running through. Because it was weird, because I was watching it like almost as if was she, I don't want to say like not conscious, but like she was still slightly like having a coma, like her coma she might have had a coma or something, so she wasn't quite walking or seeing straight.
Yeah.
See, I'm always a fan of that camera work that brings you down, down into the muck, the first person POV kind of thing. And they intersperse it with standard views and stuff, standard camera angles and whatnot, and framing and whatever they say, like scene composition, whatnot. But yeah, I mean, and it doesn't seem like they overdo it. I mean, they did give us that little POV behind the shrub after at the nighttime. But I can't say enough, how many times, how much I enjoyed the scene with Elgin, racing into town in the van. So, it doesn't seem like they're overdoing it, and it is conveying a little bit of, I mean, like, I don't know, like ground level, a perspective. And I absolutely appreciate it. So yeah, I'm a big fan of it, and it doesn't seem like they're abusing it or overusing it, not making people seasick or anything. So yeah, man, to answer the chat's question, yeah, I'm on board with it.
Mm-hmm. And even Quan saying here, level 2 room 2225 in the hospital was definitely for us, in my opinion. Yes, we're getting the level 2, got the 12, like the 12 talismans. Is this the level 2? Is she even out? They're definitely playing up all of the, I would say, the major theories out there, giving little hints and nudges to them.
Mm-hmm.
I have a feeling we're going to see that more and more.
Yeah, and I think that, I mean, I'm going to be the contrarian. I think that they just put it there because they have to. I mean, if they had put a hospital and it didn't have, commercial industrial placards, like room numbers and stuff, it would have looked a lot more sus. It would have looked like a underground government installation kind of thing, and it would have lent itself to like a simulation theory or a government experiment theory, that kind of stuff. I think this really normalizes it almost, and I think this was red meat, or it was kind of bait. And it does say, level 12, but you notice that when they went to when she went to the elevator, there was a 13. Well, it's coming down from floor 13 to 12, but they gave you that 13. Just, man, they were baiting you guys, red meat, and they knew 100%. They couldn't have just outright put room 47 on there. That would have been 2 on the nose. Mm-hmm. But man, you don't think that 2225 is a 47? I think they're leading people on with the numerology stuff, at least in this case.
Or that could honestly also be a little nod, a secret nod to Lost, with how everybody kind of, the numbers in Lost, it drove everybody crazy. So to think that people aren't going to look at numbers in this show, so it could also just be a hidden little, we're giving you these numbers, but in this show, numbers aren't going to have any meaning because they had such big meaning in Lost. So I think that this could be, like you said, Raver, just little nods and hints and little nudges to us to keep us on our toes in a way.
And they knew 100% that they're going to show that. They're going to give that a split second of screen time, and people are going to go bananas.
And they are. Look, they're saying it. 413, 412, 47. The numbers, they add up. And I'm sitting here thinking 13 is because I've discovered that supposedly now there's another talisman. So there's 13 talismans. They're just messing with us. I don't know what it means.
Right?
Yep.
But
they're messing with us.
Just... it's all fuckery.
Yeah. Speaking of those little things that they put in there, just as a little nudge and wink and something fun for us to look at, did any of y'all spot the little shop of horrors?
No.
Little shop of plants.
Audrey's.
Oh, nice. That's nice. That's a good catch too. Wow.
So what does it mean? Just for fun? Because we know how they love sort of the old horror sort of tropes and stuff.
That's great.
In this beautiful town, right? Of all the things, there's this little shop of plants with it a nudge to the little shop of horrors.
That's friggin' hilarious.
What does it mean? I don't know.
I did not see that.
It's just an Easter egg, probably. Like, just something fun. But
I'd love
or
it. Yeah.
Is it at the end when they tell us, no, that was the key? I don't know. Sorry. That's what I love about it though, because I'll go deep into it, but I still like know that I'm probably like will come up with nothing, but it's still fun to speculate.
Yeah, no, this episode was good. I'm thoroughly like when we looked at the time and we were like, oh my god, there's only like 10 minutes left. I felt like I was only watching for 5 minutes.
And I was like, I need more. No, you can't. What? You just killed him? No. He went, no. There's got to be more. They're still out in the woods, like they're coming back. And I wanted to see more.
It was definitely good. And I'm glad we got to see what we saw now. So now it makes me more on the edge of my seat for like the future episodes. Because I'm like, okay, they got through like half their trailer stuff in this first episode. So there's so much we haven't seen. There's so much we don't know that like what they're gonna do. So I'm curious to see where this is gonna play out. I'm very curious. So when do you think Tabitha's gonna come back to the town?
Oh boy.
You think she's in that ambulance?
You know what? That would be super cool. I mean, if a new thing is coming into Fromville, you know, and if we're going with the one person in, one person out kind of mode, well, we just lost Tian Chin, so another person does have to arrive if they're seeking some kind of parity, unless they can get some, you know, unless they knock off, you know, Nikki or some other red shirt, because we've got an ambulance driver and the police officer at the minimum, and I don't know if Tabitha will count if she comes in again. You know, is she a -1 and then she's a +1? Does she even herself out as far as keeping the population normal? What episode will she be? I mean, she's going to have at least one scene with, one interaction with Henry. Will they bring her back that quickly though? Definitely not to. Probably they'll let it cook for another episode after that. Maybe 4. But I mean, I know some people think that it's that 4. I mean, some people think that bringing her back at all in season 3 would be too soon. But they pushed her plot line to Henry pretty quickly. They could have protracted that if they wanted to drag it out. Her search for Henry, and they just served up Victor's address on a silver platter. So I don't know. Yeah, I mean, this is one of those things where I take my hands off the wheel. I'm just along for the ride. I'm going to trust and let the writers and let the showrunners do the entertaining for me. So I don't know. Yeah, I don't. If I had to pick, if I have to pick, I'll say no earlier than episode 4. But other than that, and that's based on absolutely nothing. That's based on gut feeling. But that would also mean that she has a lot more to do in town then. So, and that I can't really, theory craft on either. So
I know so much that could be speculated on, because they just gave us just enough to make our imagination go crazy if we choose to go down those rabbit holes. Because I know I'm looking at it, I'm like, man, okay, I seriously thought that this town was, and I still think it to a degree, but I'm sure after the second episode will probably let me know whether or not it's right or not. But I thought this town was connected to From, and not just because of the Victor connection and his father, but that this town might have been the actual town that From started from. Sort of like the Silent Hill sort of trope, or even in a sense how that movie, what was it, Room 1408, how like the room is still there, it's still operational, but yet if you go in there and you're in there for a certain, you kind of cross over into this other place where you're not there, and it's just weird, creepy, supernatural stuff. So I didn't know if this was that town. Now I'm still not completely sure, because if it's based off the items, then that would mean that it could be any town. You could go anywhere, and it's based off the items. So I'm not sure which way they're going with that yet. We will soon find out, hopefully, at least maybe, because there's 2 things. We got the items that are seemingly with the trees that are letting you go places, but then they have the Unkui kids, right? Can't play, because that's almost like, okay, there's something that happened here. The caves and the Unkui kids, and then the items, they're separate. The connection's not quite there yet. because if this was a town that had something mysteriously happen once upon a time, whether through some weird worship that went afoul, sacrifice, whatever, well, then what does that have to do with these items that seemingly transport people places? Where is that connection?
And they've got a lot of ground to cover if they want to explain that, which why would they put it in there if they weren't going to address it? So, yeah.
Lots to look forward to. Oh, and we did have a question. I'm sorry, let me go back up. Johnson asked, question for the panel. If the boy in white pushes you out of Fromville and you had no family ties but made friends with people there, would you try to live a normal life or go back and try to, or go, I'm assuming go back and try to save them or go back to them? Ooh, if they were the only people you had left, were the people in Fromville, would you go back to them or live a normal life? I don't know. I mean, like they're like our friends. Like you're all I got, and we're so cool that I could not live without you.
I mean, it'd be like going on vacation somewhere, kind of. Pretty shitty vacation where you have to work and stuff. But I mean, the way you framed it, Jocelyn, I would say, if you had no family ties, nothing. I mean, kind of like Donna's situation, the way she described it, or Victor's situation, if you have nothing to go back to, we talked about this, in other situations. What if somebody was a wanted criminal or something where you were actually incentivized not to want to return? I guess you could make a go of it. Yes, you have to work. Yes, you have to bunker down, every sunset, but it could be worse. It could be a lot worse. I mean, and that's the thing. If your life in the real world was a whole lot worse, there ain't no bills. I mean, yeah, you might have to work to grow some food, or you might have to do some kind of something to quote unquote like contribute to the town, but you ain't paying taxes. You ain't, it's very like even the town, which is more structured than Colony House, is still pretty free, pretty free to go about your business, I think.
Interesting. Quan Solar says, now I think Fromville is on Earth and it's an experiment for sure. Be a pretty fucked up experiment, no? Pretty fucked up. This is an experiment. Fuck those people. That's a pretty messed up experiment. Like, am I wrong? Like, this is fucked up. If this is an experiment for something, there's some twisted people out there. But then you can see now, because my brain, you could connect that to Lost, because on the island in Lost, all the different hatches, most of them were doing experiments on things and the people within the island and what kind of reaction they had from the island to these specific situations that they would put them in. So another Lost. Where's Susie? Where's Vic?
Are they in there? Well, actually, some of them might. Nope, Susie's still here.
Yeah, see? Yep. I'm telling you. There's so many, like, and again, I know people left a couple of comments saying, like, they hope this isn't like Lost. They don't want it to be like Lost. I don't think it's like Lost. I am just saying From is its own thing. They just share the similarity of it being some form of other place like Lost. I'm not saying that this is going to be Lost. This is going to end like Lost. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that this is just another place in the world, like Eloise from Lost was stating. Because think about it, the writers and stuff of Lost, it's all over this show. It's all over. They say they plaster Lost all over it. Even
I came back at the right time. You talking about Lost. Carry on.
That even if there's no connection in the, like, that if this place turns out not to be the same in the same universe, even that's okay, but you can't deny the connections that we've seen. Like, you just can't deny, whether they're Easter eggs, whether they're nods from the people of Lost, or whatever the case may be. You just can't nod the similarities to the two. And I was actually thinking about this earlier today. Since we know that if they share a universe, we know that there was a big catastrophe that happened during Lost. Not the incident, but when Locke and Jack had that final battle and Desmond uncorked the light and everything started, the island started to crumble. And we know that whatever happens on the island kind of almost shockwaves out to the rest of the world. So there was like earthquakes and catastrophes and devastation. What if, again, tinfoil hat, bear with me, guys. What if what happened on Lost with that incident that caused all that stuff caused the faraway trees that we see block the roads fall down because of the connection that they have, and now From is not in this kind of state of unbalance because of whatever they did in Lost. So we're seeing all these people get sucked into this place because of this fallen tree. What if it's connected to what happened on Lost? I'm just saying, if they wanted to go that route, I could see that that might happen. But I take my tinfoil hat off now.
It's all possible. Hey, look, they're saying.
I take it off now.
Juan says
I'll put it over
it
there.
would be cool if From is in the Lost universe. Let's see. Chicago says, I think they may be connected. Eloise from Lost is Eloise from. And I don't know if they're the same Eloise. It's just these weird coincidences of characters. And when you look at what From is and how it's this weird, and depending on how you look at it, it's weird nightmare world or even mirror world or just this almost opposite to certain things, right? Like it's, I don't know.
Is there a Donna and a Clara?
There is
Abby?
a Clara. As far
Abby,
as Donna,
Sarah.
there is a Sarah. I don't know if there
Tabitha.
There is a Tabitha, but that's not what she's known for.
Julie.
Yes, there's not a Julie, but there's a Juliet. Yes, there is a Donna. I had to look at my list.
Oh, there's a Donna. That's crazy.
Yes, there's a Ethan. There's a Henry. There's a Dale.
The connections to Lost
so many.
are
There's a
undeniable.
Jim.
The connections of Lost are undeniable, and it could be, two totally complete different shows. Even the names are very similar to me. Lost and From are four-letter words with the O. Like I just, I just think that there's a possibility for sure, but the connections are undeniable. Like even when I first started watching Lost, the first 2 episodes, there's like 10 connections automatically that jump out to you with characters on that show. And you had your drug addict, you had them, the food, they were getting food from the woods. They had the boar they got from the woods. It was other things, the pregnant girl, a crash. Those are just something that a beginner watcher of Lost will be able to point out if they watch From.
Yeah,
but
you can't, you just can't. And again, I'm not saying
when
that
you're talking about 20 names,
at least from what we've counted so far.
That's crazy. That's just crazy. I bet there's a Norman.
Let me check. I'll tell you
You're
right
a
now.
Norman?
I'll tell you right now.
That's crazy. What?
Yep, there is a Norman.
See, I knew that. I knew that the Norman was going to be there, which is really crazy because Norman has to be something important because Norman is a connection on Lost, but there's also a person that was in Fromland named Norman, and his name is on that board on the map board.
I'm sorry, I don't mean to interrupt you, but Wild just put a comment up, and she says, "Is that Christopher's sweater Ethan is wearing?"
Yeah, I spotted that too.
Along with the puzzle, I know some people in Jeremy's Discord after we watched the episode were talking about it, and I peeped it too. Man, that puzzle looks like where the Tabitha's at a little bit. But yeah, the sweatshirt. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Somebody sent me a message and said that they caught that. Matter of fact, it was in my comment section. But yeah, that definitely is the same type of design, if not the exact same thing. I don't know if Christopher's is exact, but it
Got that
definitely
vibe. Got
has the
that
same,
same.
yeah, the color and the same pattern for sure. No doubt about it. And
But
so what does that mean? Like, come on, like what does that mean?
Exactly. What does it mean? What does it mean? What
And
does it mean?
look how little Ethan's hand is compared to the sleeve. So yeah, like his fucking hand is real small compared to the sleeve, so it looks like it could be an adult sweater.
it could be so many things. So many things. But you missed what we asked. So what would you rate this episode? Ravener gave it a 10, Scarlett gave it a 10, I gave it a 10.
Oh,
What would you
I answered, that was one of my first answers that you asked me. Was I rated it a 10 all
10?
the way. I
Yep.
gave it a 10 all the way. It has its flaws, but the good parts overshadow any flaw. Like for instance, the CGI wasn't great, but it was good. And I love how they mixed the CGI with practical effects. It was really great the way they did it. They really pulled it off. The only thing I could say was bad about the CGI was the cow neck thing. But like, where do you find a reference to make it look the right way? What is it supposed to look like, right? It's not
Mm-hmm.
there's probably no videos of a human-sized hand just ripping out a cow's throat. So I guess they have the first CGI version of that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no, that was pretty. It was still pretty crazy. Like you could tell, but it was just like, ooh.
But the practical effects that they added in there, like the moving cow head and the sound effects and all of that,
Mm-hmm.
is on point. And it
Rest in
really
peace,
sold the
Betsy.
scene.
Rest in peace.
Jade's acting is just on point all the time. Like Harold and Donna are amazing. And I'm gonna tell you who else that people sleep on and they say her acting is lame, but Julie. Julie can act her ass off. It's very difficult to snap out of one state of mind from a teenage character to a different state of mind. And she went from this like bratty,
Mm-hmm.
insufferable teenager to very all about her mom and dad, worried about her mom and dad. Her character development is unmatched on the show. Her character development is as good as Jade's. Because Jade went from this guy that was like this total skeptic who was pretty much laughing at everybody. And then he's gone now into this guy whose hair is just grown like, he's worn some hair tonic and just he's like he looks like a Albert Einstein and shit, trying to figure this shit out. Like, and his art is crazy. His character development is bananas. But I think Julie is right there, not not a couple steps behind him, but like right behind him, if not equal. Because her character development was crazy. Everything started at the Colony House Massacre. And I'm sorry I'm talking too long, but I'm just trying to make up for when I was gone real quick.
It's okay.
But everything started at the Colony House Massacre. She was still that teen. We just had got a couple episodes before the scene with her mom in the shirt and everything, and her pretty much solidifying in her mind that she didn't want to be down there with her family. So then they have this party for Fatima, who is like her friend in this whole thing. And she asked the girl for a kiss, which embarrasses the shit out of her. It's awkward as hell. She goes upstairs and it just starts to change her. Like, I don't know why I'm here. I don't know why I'm doing this. And she starts to ask Victor some real questions. She's like, yo, man, do you know what this place is? They said you were here the longest. Like, what's going on? And that saved her life. That saved her life, going up there, being with Victor, him jumping on his hero phase, having a rope ready, and the whole nine. So that saved her life. And after that, it was all good. She was terrified when he was putting that the drawings around her shoulder. She was terrified. Boom. He gets her out the window, gets her there. After that, it was all about how she was feeling about dissing her family the way she did. She really started thinking about that shit. Like, you could tell the character was really like, damn, I shouldn't have left my family. And it really came to play in the second season when you seen how she was acting about her father being stuck up under that house. You see, so I really respect her acting. The CGI, like I said, it had its bad points. The enhance and the upgrade of the dynamics and the shots and the camera work, that's a 10 all day. This shit look damn. The beginning, when Tabitha was in the hospital, that shit damn near looked like a movie. You know what I'm saying? It damn near gave you that movie feel, like the way that they cut the scenes all the way to her walking to the elevator. Like in a TV show, they usually just like show the person walking, show them from behind, then they show them from the front coming towards the elevator. No, they did it like how movies do it. It was great. I was like, yo, I'm stuck already. This is what I was waiting for. And I gotta say this to say it last to end it off, right? Lastly, this episode made the long wait worth it. It was worth the fucking wait, right?
Yeah.
So boom, you get a 10 all day from me.
Yeah, it definitely made it feel like we waited less.
Yeah, it made me forget about the time I was waiting.
Yeah.
It made me forget about that last 30 days that was so hard to get through waiting on that show to come back. The last 2 weeks. And it was just boom, man, this is what I waited for. And I was satisfied.
Yep. Yeah, it was what we could have hoped for. And I mean, so many times, things don't pan out. Things don't measure up to expectations. This one I felt it really did. So that's how I gave it a 10. I had super high expectations, hoping against hope that it didn't, wasn't lame in one way or another. But yeah, you're exactly right, man. It hit, like I said, it scratched the itch. It did exactly what I needed it to do, what I expected it to do. Gave me some things that I wasn't expecting, and then that great finale, the great final 10 minutes. So yeah,
I'm gonna be real with you though. They have to do the entire season like that. And Angela E has a comment. She says, I think episode 2 is going to be better than episode 1. And I have to agree there, because they have to now. Or everything you have to pull out the stick.
They set the bar really high.
Yeah. It set the bar high. You don't want to dip after a moment like her getting killed.
Yep.
The trailer showing that Kenny is ready to break bad, like as Tony and Phil like to say. That this is going to be Kenny's Breaking Bad arc. I agree with that 100% now, seeing what I've been seeing. Yeah. I think that's going to be amazing. I'd love to see somebody ready to burn. Like, yo, why haven't y'all been burning these things? Why haven't anybody tried to figure out ways that these things? And nobody knows how to make a bow and arrow. Come on, what are we talking about? You could stay behind the comfort of your home. You could probably even sit on the roof and watch these fuckers. And when they come, you just dip back in the window. That same ledge where the granny was standing, everybody thinks she was flying, but she was standing up above the porch. The porch had the little awning right there, and she was standing on that shit. And that's how she grabbed up on Megan. But how did she get up there? I guess she climbed up there. I don't know.
Well, for Granny, she was moving kind of quick through the house, even though she was like shuffling.
Yeah,
lady.
She was like she was gliding.
She was just like, okay, children, like snack time. Like
she looked
was
like
fucking,
she was gliding from like Emma from
exactly,
the
but she was doing a granny shuffle, but like quicker. You know how little grannies like shuffle back and forth like that? She even had that little like granny walk to her, but like spry, like she was looking for them.
I think now we talked about why is Boyd able to manhandle these cats. Now Boyd is not a little dude, right? And I noticed that when the granny was trying to get in, she was having a little hard time with Julie too. So I think that they have to transform in order to use their like strengths as far as like speed or any of that kind of
Like werewolves and stuff,
right.
when they rage out, they're more powerful.
Right, because when Boyd pushed the one slow walk up against that post, it was almost like he pissed him off and he
He
turned
did.
right.
It was wild.
And in order to get him back, he knew he couldn't get him back as that human, so he had to go ahead and morph. Because Granny was having problems. If I was Julie, I would have turned around and mule kicked that door and smashed her fucking hand up in there. You know what I'm saying? Like, yeah, we shutting this door. I don't give a shit. The claws is coming off or something, but we shutting this goddamn door. But she was definitely having a problem getting through the door. Even her face was like she was really struggling. It was like that grandmother at the grocery store trying to grab something off the shelf. You know what I'm saying? Like she looked like she was struggling.
Doc Hayes says, "Yep, gliding through the house." Jocelyn says, "Granny shuffle."
Yeah, she definitely like glided through the house like Emma off the Changeling. I don't know if you saw the Changeling.
Yeah, I watched Taya. That was crazy too.
Yeah, but like she definitely glided through the hallway, and when she changed and morphed, I think that was the dopest morph scene that we seen yet. That was the dopest morph.
That was very flawless.
That was like, ooh, and the teeth looked so. She looked different than the other one.
And I believe it was practical effects. They did a lot of like.
Oh, the morphing was obviously CGI, but the masks that they had, and like the milkman, it looked like his whole body changed. It looked like he got short and stuff.
Yeah, that's the photo. The practical effects were really good.
That right there, that's the practical shit right there.
Yeah,
and
I thought that was really good.
Amazing. All they had to do was mix it with the sound effects, and it was popping. Boom, and it looks great. Even that, the milkman right there. Yeah,
it was also freaky to hear them screech. Like we've heard them screech, but to actually see them and hear them like that, that creeped me out a little bit.
Yeah, it's almost like like I took it as like the hunt is on. Like there's people outside. Let's up our game kind of thing. To almost like indicating, like a wolf howling. To
does he have like blood coming from his eyes?
It looks like they cry and shit. It's more.
Because we see the picture from Victor and them, like the mouth and the blood and the eyes bleeding. Is that just the way he sees it as a kid, like that shine or that glisten? I don't know.
He's like, oh shit, I done killed the cow. I don't know.
Okay.
Ain't no milk anymore.
So here's why I think we're gonna see more of Tien Chen's demise. Is because the blood on Boyd's shirt hasn't happened yet. And I think that they show the monsters gutting her out and all of that. God. And then one of them walks over there and wipes the hand on Boyd. Just like the milkman wiped his hand on his shirt. I think that you see his shirt still clean right there. And then when you see him and Jay walking with the cart.
Yeah.
You see, it looks like letters on his chest or something, but it's
really, I remember that.
Oh man, that part right there. That reminded me of the girl that got her braid ripped out at Popeyes.
Oh my
God. You think it might be like when he's picking up the pieces, because he got all bloody when he was picking up pieces of Frank and getting ready to clean the box.
That could be it. That could be it too.
Either are possible, man. Because I don't know. Oh,
I kid you not. I'm gonna I don't know if I can handle seeing Tien.
Oh, your mom's gonna die.
Oh my God, my mom's gonna lose it.
We can't give her a heart attack. Can't give these old folks a heart attack.
No, my mom's like. She's been looking up voodoo all day because she's gone down the voodoo rabbit hole with the whole Aunt Cooey kids, and she keeps coming out to me with her phone. I gotta read something to you. I gotta read something to you.
Well, we
And
still
I'm
gotta
like,
have
okay.
mom come on. We gotta have
I'm
mom.
like, yeah, Ma. I'm like, that's kind of been her. She's like, okay, but what about this? It's voodoo. I think it's voodoo. And I'm like,
trying to tell you, it got something to do with it. It's
I'm like,
definitely
Mom. She's like,
voodoo is
this word
definitely in
sounds
the
like
building.
Aunt Cooey, and put them together, Dana. Put them together, Dana. It makes sense.
Yo, I just put something in our chat on Discord.
Like, it's fucking my mom. I think I might have her come on with us for just like a few minutes next Monday, just to let Susie fucking let it out. She's gotta release her from frustrations.
Check that.
I
Check
see
that
it.
picture.
Yeah, that's funny.
But no, this is going to be interesting. This is going to be an interesting season, and I can't wait. I just can't wait. I can't wait to see.
What she is saying, and Enigma, yeah, the bottle tree, that's definitely what I looked into and got to the boo hags, but then I didn't get too much further past that.
My mom's late to the party.
To the nightmare realm in the sense that I believe like the boo hags come to you at night and like feed off your nightmares or something. I can't remember the specifics now. That was a while back. But
Well,
yeah,
you know, the bottle trees in the South are
we
part
trap
of
the spirits.
hoodoo, actually, to trap the spirits in there.
We had to use the blue color. The blue was essential originally.
Yeah, and they don't actually hang off the tree like that. You have to like put the bottle over top of the branch.
Well, there was two of them, right? There's one that you put on the branches, and those were essentially the ones at your house. And then the ones that you hang the bottles on the tree, those were ones later for Crossroads.
That's wild. So yeah, I think they're definitely referencing some voodoo stuff, and not just voodoo either, like just other things as well. You have Native American dream catchers, and those are supposed to, keep the bad spirits out of the children of the mother spider's dreams. Yeah, it's different things that I think, different types of religions and magics and things that are here in that play. I think that throughout this time, like people like when you think back to when you start going back 200 and 300 years, people really invested their thoughts into this stuff, and they took this shit seriously. So if this has been happening for a long time, and if those are dates in the tower, and they suggest going back to the 1500s and probably before, then it was at a time where people took magic serious as fuck. I mean, you had the Salem witch trials where people were burned and people were hung. So people took magic and shit like that seriously back then. And I'm sure if anybody was getting trapped in this town back then, they were trying to fight these things with talismans and bottle trees and shit like that.
Anything they brought from wherever they came from.
Anything, any kind of customs that they had, they brought with them, and they fought this shit with it for sure. Just like Boyd and them shoot them, they try shooting them, it just doesn't work. You're gonna use what you got, right? And you're gonna use what you know. And if you know this voodoo and all of that, then that's what they're gonna rock.
Oh yeah, and a lot of stuff lingered long after people like stopped actively believing it. I mean, we still got superstitions to this day. And I shit you not, like if I spill salt, I will throw a little piece over my left shoulder just for the hell of it. Do I believe it? No, of course not.
But I damn sure do it. A little salt over my damn shoulder, make sure. I mean,
I'm telling you, when somebody's sweeping, I get out the way. I don't want that broom touching my foot. None of that shit. Like my grandmother used to say that. Don't let no. She said if somebody accidentally sweeps across your foot, you're supposed to take the broom and spit on it.
I mean, I still say salute, or God bless you when people sneeze. Yep. Why do you think we do that, man?
That's a superstition.
You got it.
These things linger around.
Yeah.
Yes, they linger. They're still here. Why would somebody say God bless you? And then here's the crazy part about the word blessed. Blessed means to be covered in blood. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
So like that's even a whole nother level, like how we even look at these words. We don't even look at them for their actual definitions any longer. We just look at them for the brand that they have attached to it. Like it's like almost like a brand. Like when
Mm-hmm.
you see them golden arches, you know that's McDonald's, right? Like it's almost like a brand. We just look at these words like we don't
So
even
here's a question for you guys.
go ahead.
So we know that we've seen different dates on the lighthouse wall, right?
Were they
And
dates?
we know that in some way, shape, or form from moves, whether it be their entrances, because we've seen at least enough proof to know that it's not stationary in any way. Do you think that instead of from being old is the fact that it itself maybe has jumped in time and have gone to certain places, and that's how like people got captured, because the island could do that. So I'm very curious to think if you guys think from in its entirety could transport itself, and that's why we see different dates. Maybe that's different dates of when it jumped, so to speak.
Mm.
I
You
don't know.
know, I like the thought that they're dates, and I like to stick with the dates, but it is kind of thought provoking to even question if they are dates. That could be a total curveball, and
Mm-hmm.
that shit could mean. I mean, we did see Boyd pull one of those numbers out of the bottle. You know what I'm saying? Then we
That
saw
maybe the dates aren't historical points, but points where from jumped back, and yes, it could correlate with
well
a specific incident.
every one of those. If you look at them as dates, they all correlate to uh major tumultuous periods of American history. Like for
Mm-hmm.
instance, 1864, that's the Civil War. And then you've seen the Civil War soldier in there. So it's like, yeah, that it does look like they're dates. But a lot of things have been having double meaning. Like when you look at Colony House, if we're thinking about the historical aspects of from, and you look at colony, well, you talk about the 13 colonies or the colonial period, right? But then at the same time, Boyd was bitten by a bunch of fucking spiders and shit, and a group of spiders is referred to as a colony. Just like the word proxy.
I
Proxy
take
was
it even one further. How about this? Colony could also represent a colony of bees. A lot of times in Greek mythology, bees are oftentimes represented with death gods.
right. But have we seen bees yet in the
Yeah,
show?
they were. Well, weren't there bee boxes? I thought. What were those boxes they had right outside of Colony House where Victor was digging up the graves? I thought those
Ooh,
were bee boxes.
ooh,
To get
that's a good thing to go look back at. Yeah.
What
I
about you,
think I
Raven? Are
thought
you think
those were the boxes that they were digging the shit out of, wasn't
could
it?
be?
I
But
don't know.
Raven, I'm interested. Do you think those dates have any significance, knowing what you know about history?
Well, I tried to match it up, and I didn't have specific instances. Of course, we had 1864, and I mean, they served that to us on a silver platter. They gave us the Civil War soldier, which absolutely is consistent with 1864. I mean, some of them are iconic.
1609 in the starving time.
Yeah. Oh, that one too. Yeah, especially. Yeah, that one very specifically. The starving time. 1752. I tried to link that with the French and Indian War. It might have been a little. It was off by like a year or two as far as like major things. Because that was when Americans there wasn't America yet. We were still, it was still British colony, and we were acting at, the people in America at that time were British, and they were acting against confederated French and Indian forces and whatnot. But I didn't see anything major there. 1888, I had tied essentially to like what we consider our Wild West times. Billy the Kid. That was really the height of that. Along with all of the stuff that was happening with the Comanches and stuff. I mean, the Comanches were the lord, really were lords of the plains at that time, and there wasn't any competition. I mean, that's why Texas was Texas. They were invited by Mexico. The Texans were invited by Mexico to come and live there to act as a buffer so they would get attacked by the Comanches, because nobody could stop. I mean, nobody could stop the Comanches. when the Mexicans were Spanish before they even became Mexicans. They could not stop the Comanches. The Apaches went to the Spanish and said, hey guys, would you come to where we are and build missions here? They weren't trying to convert to Christianity. They wanted the Spanish to build missions so that they could have Spanish soldiers and fortifications to protect them from the Comanches. So there was a lot of stuff going on back then, in addition to all the Billy the Kid Wild West kind of stuff, in the 1888, 1931. I linked it to like Prohibition era, maybe Al Capone mobster kind of thing. That's the iconic thing. I thought that was the one thing that I thought was so weird though, was that long stretch between 1931 and 1978. And thank you for putting those up there, Susie Greenberg, as a at a glance reference. But the thing is, that's what shook me all the time was, the costuming and stuff is so rooted in the 50s, from the diner to like how people are dressed and stuff. And the one thing, it was so conspicuous that there's nothing, that the 50s time period is not, represented there. It's 31, big long gap, and then 78. And I was wondering how exactly that could be. And I was kind of like hashing out a theory in Discord, but I can't go any farther because I kind of hit a dead end. But it seemed to me like cowboy, they may as well be the Village People. Everything is represented. We've got professor, we've got nurse, we've got cowboy. But to me, he doesn't look like a cowboy like that actually herds cows and stuff. He looks like a TV cowboy.
Exactly. I think that all of their personas come from television.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe they were watching the televisions at some point and they worked at some point. And I had thought about that on Taryn kind of put it into perspective, where he talks about the lighthouse at Cape Race was receiving radio signals up until a certain point. He believes that this is in a witch's bottle at the bottom of Cape Race. And I think that's what he believes. I might be saying it wrong. However, it does make sense that the TV must have stopped working around that time period.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
There's definitely an old TV there under, in the tunnels, and that's where you see like all of those older stuff, like the I think there's a tricycle down there, a bird cage.
Yeah.
Like all that old
Do you
stuff.
guys think they could be a gap in that time? Because if these monsters did come and represent like the 50s, maybe that's when they first came to be, and that they aren't as old. These specific monsters aren't as old as we think.
Well, I'll just lay it out there. I was linking it to Eloise, and I think for somehow Eloise is creating all of this stuff for Victor's benefit. Like she wants Victor somehow. And this is the thing I haven't sussed out, is how they're connected. But because I was thinking, if Eloise and Victor were in 1978, well, okay, well, why all the 50s stuff? Well, when I was a kid, and I'm an old head, so I saw Gunsmoke, I saw Andy Griffith, I saw all that stuff. Now, this stuff wasn't from my time period, but it was on TV in my time period. You'd see girls like the cheerleaders that looked like 50s cheerleaders, like Grease and American Graffiti type stuff. But okay, then how do you reconcile, like this guy, the old man there looks like a sea captain. There's a guy that looks like the professor. This lady I call the librarian. If you were, say, 10 years old in 1978, so you're born in 68, so you're say 10 years old, 8 years old in 78, these would look like what you'd see in your life. They would be like at school. You'd see an old lady like this as a librarian, because they ain't up with the times. They're not current to 1968. They're still dressed like they're in 1958. Teachers were never cool like that. We got sea captain. That's why we got the mechanic. We got the guy in the jumpsuit. We got two, almost like two mechanics, but I almost called him like the janitor. The guy in the coveralls is the janitor. There's the guy, the yoke mechanic with all the muscles, but his cap flipped up just like damn Gomer Pyle. I think Cooter on friggin' Dukes of Hazzard dressed like that. I mean, these are like iconic and almost caricatures of, I mean, these would be like costumes. If you're going to dress like a 1950s, you name it, it would be like costumes of them. Yeah, Susie's saying tropes of the time on on TV, and you know, a lot of it can be mixed up, but Cowboy is the telltale. The way he's a Will Rogers looking cowboy, not a like a riding the open range, real life herding cattle cowboy. And they called him Woody. I mean, that's, you know, he is, you know, he's almost like Woody from Toy Story. I think they call him like Western Star or something. The name, you know, in at the end when they're saying who it is, I think they call him Western Star. But this doesn't look like, this looks like a caricature of a cowboy, not a cowboy.
Right.
But,
Yeah, it looks like a caricature. Like he and I think it's interesting that he wasn't in season 1 at all. And I made some connections to him and Boyd and Fatima. Fatima said she feels like this place is torturing her. And Boyd tells Donna about the Brian Kelly situation and how they made the girl watch them torture. Now, the cowboy shows up to Fatima first when she was in the post office with Ellis. And he was at the door. That's the first time we saw him. That was his first appearance. He wasn't in season 1 at all.
Okay.
But then he comes out again when Boyd goes out there to kill Smiles Davis. And then we see him again, and Boyd ends up popping one of those mango sriracha bullets in.
Yeah, he was definitely prevalent season 2.
And he always has a girlfriend with the headband on, which is different than the pencil skirt girl that opened up the corral.
Yes.
And he seems like, I don't know, at first he didn't see this scene right here. He seems like some sort of leader.
Yeah.
He seems like
I did get like it to me. Oh, he comes across as more intelligent than the others.
Or at least like they allow certain ones to do that. Like even Smiley seemed like he was almost like the leader for a little while. And then I don't know how they're picking that.
Do you think we got a foreshadow that Boyd is going to kill him?
Maybe.
Ooh.
Because he said, I'm going to fucking kill you.
I mean, I think if Boyd had one shot, he would be the one that he'd be the shot that he takes. It's funny though, because I mean, like Jasmine, I mean, it seemed like Jasmine got leeway to kind of cultivate a relationship with Kevin. I think that whoever they think they can get a wedge in could step forward, and you know, it would be kind of weird to have the nurse. I could see the cheerleader trying, maybe, you know, going a Jasmine route, like maybe trying to seduce somebody. Almost the same way that kid that talked to Julie for that split second, right when she was in the very first time she was entering Colony House, the young boy, somebody relatable, any way they could get a wedge, I think they would allow them to come to the forefront. But so far, like show wise, I mean, what we've been given, yeah, I mean, it seemed like Smiley, I don't know, was it just a product of them focusing on him more that we gave him more significance? But this guy definitely, I mean, it looks like he's the one talking. He's the spokesperson essentially. So I mean, we definitely give him that.
And the granny,
that credit.
And the granny gets her lines in. Like, why didn't the milkman say shit?
He didn't have to. He went for a different effect.
He went for the jugular, literally.
He went for the straight, like, rah.
Yeah.
Yeah. The thing I brought up yesterday too, what would be super cool to me, and this is just a complete guess, and another thing that will be absolutely resolved the minute we see episode 2, is I wonder if anything about them killing that cow. I mean, because at worst comes to worst, okay, well, we're gonna have beef for dinner. You know, a little earlier than we expected, you know, but
it's like cold outside. I doubt it's going to like rot overnight.
See, I was thinking something about his claws, something about him killing it, taints the meat and makes it spoil immediately, or makes it unusable. And it's just just a fleeting idea. It would be cool if it happens like that, but and of course we're gonna find out virtually
Yeah, that would
immediately.
be fire.
But yeah, it would be kind of neat, like because not only are they taking away the living animal and the milk and stuff, but then they'll take away if they have some kind of tainting effect or poisoning effect, rendering it unusable. They're actually just absolutely taking that one of the few cows completely off the board for
Yeah.
yeah.
I don't know. There's something just creepier about these monsters this season, and it's like they're fighting back too. Like you could tell just by the simple fact to see them lay a trap. We've always just see them do the whole knock on the window. Well, come here. I don't want to look like your grandma. Don't I
It was
look
very
like
specific, right? Like they could have, like you're saying, they could have messed with these animals at any point in time,
Yes.
right?
Mhm.
Why now, when they make note of it, right? They make note of the fact that these animals are their last resource, and so it's twofold. Like everybody always says, there's like two sort of things going on here. Yes, it's a trap, but also, yeah, they need the food. So was it a trap, or is it a trap within a trap? Like,
It would
yeah, you're
be
true.
it would be another, like, to add on to what Raven is saying about the claws making the meat tainted. It would be dope if they showed us like, or if they showed us like the monsters putting their claws in the soil to taint the
Mm.
soil as well.
Mm-hmm.
That
Okay.
would be, or give us an explanation, like,
Well, I think they're blaming on the storm, right? Because she was like the crops that survived the storm
yeah, but this
didn't
is blight. This
didn't
is
make it, so that rain that fell from that storm
but
rotted
it's
the
rained
crop.
before and
But
from.
peep what she said though. She said that everything was cool until they started picking the foods, and then they just went rotten. And then when they looked, everything was rotten.
Yeah, I took it that there was some sort of supernatural, like you said, a blight to it, because half of it was like she said, they lost half of it to the storm, and then that's why they were out there. They were going to pull up what they had before the frost killed everything, and it didn't even get to the point where frost killed everything. That stuff was deep in decay too. It wasn't just kind of sorta.
Yeah, it was, and it's like, because she said they didn't notice it until they picked it.
Mm-hmm. Because it was in the ground. It was the roots were rotted. A lot of that stuff, it just seemed like
Yeah.
it just was super rotted.
Mm-hmm.
But
I
she
just
said
assumed it was
she
from the
said it
rain,
was
like
fine
like
until
acid
then. She
rain
said
or
it was
something.
fine until we tried to start picking it. It was like nothing
Yeah.
wrong with it. And we picked it, and we looked over and it was rotten, and then everything else was rotten.
Right, like they pulled the first one, and it might not have been that surprising, but then when they pulled every successive one, those also were. Then it's like, okay, there is a problem here.
Yeah, that's crazy. Yeah, it's definitely
I
something
get it, man.
supernatural with that. I think that the science fiction aspect of the show is going to come with some sort of time travel. And I wouldn't even be mad if they did some sort of simulation, not the overall thing as a simulation, but if they were able to explain some of this stuff, like like for instance, the Pac-Man road. I bring up the Pac-Man road all the time. You go in one end, you come out the other one. It's like just certain rules and things like that. And I just think, I don't know, it could be anything. It could be anything. But I think the most apparent thing is the history aspects, because now we're starting to see pictures of pilgrims and Puritans and shit like that. So
Yeah.
that's the one we could definitely bank on, I think.
Yeah, I'm waiting for it to be rooted in the world that they live in, though, the real world. Because right now, everything that we're seeing that's anachronistic, that's historical, is in visions. It's Jade's visions of the soldiers hanging from the tree, Jade's visions of the soldier, the burn guy, and we always bring this up, though. They took the time to put burn makeup on that dude too. It could have just been any random whatever, but they made sure to put burn makeup on him for on the soldier that shot at Jade and bayoneted him.
Well, the Fort Pillow massacre was also in 1864, and it's
Yeah.
where the 1,500 Confederate soldiers ran down on the 300 Union soldiers, and after they killed them, they burned some of the bodies.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
And
And they
that's like,
disproportionately targeted. It was Nathan Bedford Forrest, the founder of the Klan, after the war. But yeah, they disproportionately killed because the Union soldiers had surrendered.
yeah, they were waving
But
the
it was
white
like,
flag.
yeah, it was like a 60 to 30 ratio of white prisoners getting just essentially massacred to black prisoners getting massacred. So it was a straight up, it was a straight up war crime essentially.
Right. Yeah. And then
the burning would be
and
absolutely
then the burning
consistent.
part, yeah, it's
Mhm.
like, yo, wow. So it's like that's, I mean, the wow factor comes in when you see the guy's faces burnt.
Mhm.
You
And
know
they
what
took
I'm
the time for that. Yeah. So, and that's the thing. I mean, I'm very much, and I mean, I've fought with people in the chat, sometimes something is just something, but that is undeniable. I mean, that the relation, like what you're talking about, the date, and especially like the black soldier with the burn mark, that is a little too obvious that it relates to the Fort Pillow massacre. That's undeniable. I mean, that there has got to be some correlation there.
Right.
Thing is,
And
it's
Boyd
in.
is the Boyd picks that date out of the bottle.
Mm-hmm.
That's the date.
Yeah,
Yeah.
the other data point, I just want any other person to pick another bottle, another date, and have it correspond to any other thing. And that might be what we're seeing with 1609. That guy that was drinking blood from the skull
That
might be a 1609 guy.
Right. I would love to see, instead of another date, an actual message that points to a certain point in history.
Yeah. They might be giving us a little breadcrumb here though, because we've seen a date inscribed, and then the person has it, and then they travel to that date, like Boyd with 1864. In addition to Jade, seeing the visions from it, and then of course we have the address on the lunchbox. Maybe something about inscribing something. Any kind of information, date, place, time, whatever. Causes that to manifest in some form for the person bearing that inscription. So I just love to see anything like that connects that dot. We're just missing that one next thing. I always say, if you have a point, then you got nothing. But when you got 2 points, now you're on a line, and that puts you in a direction. But we've got a lot of first points, but we need that second point to tell us which direction we need to let our minds go in.
And as Jay said, we just need the piece that connects.
Mm-hmm.
Then you have to have the start. You know where to go. There's somewhere to really start. We don't really have a good place to start. Got a lot of these weird, vague fucking pieces.
That's why I really would have liked to see Jade in the tunnels. Maybe discovering more cave drawings or something else to fill in just some of the gaps for us to dissect. That's what I loved about From. We got the Peach Truck map. We got the cave paintings. We have all this stuff that we could just sit there and look at and like dissect and see what we see. I would have liked, I'm hoping they give us that in this season. Like we got the cave paintings in, the first season. We got the Peach Truck map in the second season. So I'd like to see something else in the third season that gives us something to mull over and like connect more lines or fill in some of the gaps that we've gotten from the Peach Truck. And just like, what do you guys think Victor is digging up?
Oh, there's so many things.
Yeah. What do you think?
Digging up.
When he says, I need to remember, and we see him looking at his little map and going and digging something up from under the tree.
I like Tony's theory about possibly digging up his mom's body.
Oh my God, that would be awful. Stop it.
That's one. That's definitely one.
But what about you, Ravener? What do you think he's digging up?
You know what? I don't even think I must not have keyed in on a scene that had that. Honestly, was it in a trailer?
In the trailer,
yeah.
It was in the trailer. Yeah.
Okay,
He's got a little book, and he's looking through. And he's like, I got to remember something, and then you see him dig after he looks like trees. It's almost like a little book where he's marking the trees or something.
I think he's gonna dig up Polaroids.
It's got more stuff hidden around.
I thought that too. Because There's a Polaroid with him and Christopher on it.
Yes.
So how
So
that's
there was a Polaroid in
so
prom.
there was a camera out there. So like,
There got to be more pictures.
yeah,
Because we
yeah.
did the drawing thing. We got the,
And we're about
wow
to get
moment.
a shitload of fucking paintings in the basement at
Yeah,
his
like
house. So we
give
need
us
something
something
else.
else.
Yeah, we definitely need something. I agree with you there. And you know, but yeah, Victor buried his mom's body, so I guess
Oh my
that was,
God, that would be awful.
yeah, but what if he digs her body up and finds that bracelet?
It's possible.
That would be
Susie says,
wild.
I thought it was going to be, excuse me, I thought it was going to be his sister, and he thought it was his mom. Okay.
Oh,
I hope they really don't take a real dark turn with this. Like Mr. Robot took a really dark turn. I
Yes,
don't know
it
if you
did.
watched Mr. Robot, but
Yes, it
Mr.
did.
Robot was amazing. I loved Mr. Robot. That was a great show.
Yes.
And the lady saying Polaroids.
It took a real real is that fire you think you are on it. There.
Like I'd hate for it to be like I'd be okay if it were more drawings, because that's kind of like Victor's shtick. Like I'd be okay, but I'd hope they'd go one level better. Like
But I was gonna say that the dark turn that could possibly happen here is that Eloise never made it out. Chris kidnapped Eloise and took her. And maybe she somehow figured out a way to put his soul in that doll with some hoodoo.
Yeah, that doll's super creepy. I think that doll may not even be originally Christopher's, which we'll find out. I think he found it similar to how Jay found it, possibly.
That would be crazy.
In the caves.
Well, there is a shot in that one leaked trailer that's out now where you could see Christopher holding that doll.
And it looks like he's wearing that sweater that Ethan's wearing.
Mm-hmm.
Exactly.
Because I'm trying to figure out, did he bring it into From, or is the doll part of the madness? And it's because it's in the caves. Like, out of all the stuff, it seems like most of their items from the town before, or the people before, were kind of, I don't know, like, did they just come and clear all that stuff and put it in the caves? It was just weird. Like, I don't know.
I mean, it would be that'd be a huge coincidence if the dude is a ventriloquist, doesn't happen to have a dummy, and then arrives in From, and there is a dummy there for him to use. So yeah, if they're together, because up to this point, I don't think we'd seen the two of the dummy and Christopher in a scene. So it was all speculation, just based on what Victor was saying about Christopher being able to make people smile, which wasn't an easy thing to do. So
he didn't have to be good at it, though, right? He could have found it, and I mean, would you not be laughing? I mean, they're in a town of From.
Oh yeah, he could
suck.
A sucky ventriloquist is as good as a good one. Yeah.
I don't know.
Do you guys think that we have met the big bad yet?
No,
not fully. Maybe. I don't know. Kotri, the dead Kotri, and sort of some of these other folks that seem to be coming back. I don't know where I place them. I want to say they're part of the big bad, but I'm not 100% sure on that.
I think it's Sauron. I think he's in intangible form, but he's going to take a form at some point.
I hope it's not.
But yeah, I pulled up the photo of
I hope it's
Christopher
not the one
and the
from
dummy.
Rings of Power.
That looks like
oh no.
Doesn't it look like the shirt that Ethan's wearing?
Okay, so
Or
that's
something
not. It's
very
the same design, but it's not the same thing because
Mm-mm.
that's a little like polo shirt.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like a little button down.
Okay. Well,
And
thank
Ethan's
you.
joint was definitely a pullover joint.
Yeah, nope. Just figured my blind ass thought I was gonna get one, and I figured.
I mean, no, it definitely looks like
It's
the
same
same
as-
design though. That's the
Same
thing.
flavor.
Like, yeah, like I could see Christopher wearing that shit. Like,
Right? Doesn't it look like that could possibly be Christopher holding the dummy?
There's some great stills though too. You haven't been pulling up great stills all night that really key in on specific things in a very clear way. So this is excellent.
Started
No,
feuding with
I definitely think that's Christopher holding it. I'm just
Oh,
questioning on
let's
if
ask
I'm
Ravener.
curious to see if he
Look at
brings
this,
it in or
Ravener.
not.
Here's the crow, right? We were debating this on Reels. Do you think it's holding something? Maybe possibly a rat.
Oh, that'll be turnabout, wouldn't it? From what we saw down in the caves, the rats eating. Ooh, man, I ain't gonna fight on that one. I wouldn't argue that. Yeah, and
But
again,
it looks like it's got something in its talons, right?
yeah. Why would they put that in there unless it was significant? That's not going to be a throwaway that a set designer is going to say, "Oh yeah, by the way, when they say make us a crow that when we're going to have it on a string and run it through the window in this scene, that nobody's going to see it. Like I'm going to make
so I want to say something about all of these trailers. Every single one of them from season 3 and season 1 was tricky. Season 1 did have a tricky trailer. In the trailer of season 1, one of the characters says, "We didn't come here, we were brought here." That line is nowhere in the show. I've checked the entire script.
I've heard about that one.
That line is nowhere in the show. Okay, now season 3 comes along. Season 2 comes along. Season 2 had a dope trailer. However, they didn't have any fuckery in it at all. And then all the synopsises were telling us they spoiled everything. Like by the episode 2, we knew we were gonna have a dead monster in this season. We knew that because the episode 7 synopsis said, "Now with the dead monster, Boyd must make a decision," and blah blah blah. And that was the synopsis for episode 7, which pretty much just told us that we getting a dead monster. These synopsises were very vague and cryptic, and every trailer, the teaser, the trailer, the leaked trailer, first of all, they all are deceptive, and they're in terribly low quality that a major studio would never even put out. How are we getting 480p trailers from a major studio? We talking about MGM. Then when the show comes on, they got a brand new CGI lion roaring and shit. Like, but they're putting out trailers in 480p. It doesn't make any sense. You can't find me a trailer in 480p. You can't find one like that a studio puts out. It's just ridiculous. I don't understand it. But I do understand it. They're messing with us. Because even in this scene right here with the crow coming through the window, they're like this shot right here that we're looking at, it looks like it has something in its talons. Then it comes through the window, it looks like it doesn't have anything in its talons. Then there's another part where they show it looks like it has a rat you can see the tail and everything. See, it looks like nothing's in the talons at this point. But then it could be that we're looking at the back top side of it too. And that could be the actual rat's leg hanging down, because that doesn't look like a crow's leg.
I mean, the dichotomy between the crows being dominant and carrying the rat in the light, and then the rats feasting on the crows in the dark. That's right there. And I honestly, the way you're explaining it with the ultra low quality and whatnot, I think the answer is Tabitha in the hospital. I don't think they realize the extent to which the fans, us, like the super fans, are going to frame by frame, zoom and enhance everything. The way people obsessed about her reflection in the window, which people were convinced that the face was different or there was something different.
Yeah, that was hilarious.
Yeah, but I mean, and I do it. I know you do it. I mean, you put it in the movie maker so you can go frame by frame, and sometimes even moving it a single frame isn't enough to get us what we need. Clearly. So I think they probably do this deliberately. They probably release a trailer in lower quality. We've already known, it's well known that they play audio that doesn't correspond to the scene that we're viewing. Exactly. I think you were the one that pinned down
Yeah.
that it was Kelly.
I pinned
Kelly's
down
cry.
both of them. I pinned
Yeah.
down both of the sound bites. There's
Yep.
a sound bite that was used in season 1 and season 2. The
Okay.
sound bite that you hear the dude in the root cellar screaming, that's the same sound from the ventriloquist dummy.
Oh, okay. Okay.
So it's like, why would they do that? And how does that even connect other than it being Jade's vision? You know, like how
I
how does
wanted
the
to
root
ask you
cellar
guys
guy?
in the scenes where we see the ambulance pull up in that trailer, if you guys notice, there's no crows. We don't see any yet. Do you think they just didn't put them in because, like, I don't know, I just felt it was very weird that in this moment when we see Jim and his family pull up, the crows are predominant. Like, you could see them, you could hear
Well,
them.
no, they don't come out until he puts Ethan on the tree. So I guess you got to approach the tree, and then that's when they come out. Because that's what happened with Boyd. He gets out, he approaches the tree, and then the crows come out too. Like that. Like Ethan says, "Dad, get me up." He puts him on the tree.
So you think
And
they have
that's
to
when
get
they
closer
come
to it first, and that
out. I
kind
think
of
so. I
triggers the
think the
connection?
crows are warning them.
But the thing is, by the time the crows are warning them, it's too late. I mean, they're already hooked, I think.
Yeah, but okay, so here's a theory. Taryn and I were talking about this. Taryn had a good theory. Let's say Tabitha and Henry come back in the ambulance. They stop at the tree. Oh shit, we're in Frumlin. They want to turn around, and they're like, "Fuck no, we're not turning around." They get out, they hop out, they run, and they run past the tree. The people in the ambulance is not going to chase them. So that's why we see the ambulance go into Frumlin we don't see Tabitha in them. And we actually see a picture of Acosta inside of the ambulance. You know, and so maybe they get out and they run and they end up in another. What if they end up back out? That would be crazy.
But where's the
suck
car though?
if all it took was going past the tree. That would suck.
And the thing is, man, it's an ambulance too. I mean, you got a cop. I mean, presumably she would have a cop car. If they're doing something cop related, even if there's an ambulance driver as a passenger for some reason, or a paramedic. So there's got to be a reason
cops
why.
ride with criminals in the ambulance.
Right. So we're guessing there's a third person in addition to
Raven are
Acosta
out
and the
here
driver?
now. Cops ride with the rigs because they've been getting robbed a lot. So now they actually have put police officers on ambo rigs almost to any call. Yeah, if they're not following in a police car like attached to the ambulance, they are at least they ride the ambulances.
Okay.
That's
And I
crazy.
wonder if that would be something they do in Camden, like in like a small town kind of thing. If it was
No, I know, but I'm just saying, like, I know because people were like, why would cops be in the rig and stuff? And I was like, well, out here now there's a new reason why they'd be out on the rig. So I don't know if that's something that could possibly be in, but yeah, you have a criminal. It could be a situation to where there might be another kid on board. So the cops escorting maybe a mom and a kid. Something that happened to them. It would be interesting to see another kid come into From.
I'm not totally sold on Tabitha coming back in the ambulance.
Okay.
I don't know where I saw this on
I
a
think they were
Facebook
trying
group.
to misdirect us on that.
I heard people saying that she
easy,
does.
no?
I heard people saying that she does. If they do, I think that's bad writing. But then at the same time, I will wait and see how they play it out because they could turn it into something good. But it was like if they do that, it's like why
Too
throw
simple,
her
right?
out? Yeah, why have us go through all of that, her getting out only to be coming right back? That's just corny.
Like, what, just to get Victor's dad to come in there? I mean, you would think they could have done that in a different way. Like, what would Tabitha being out.
That's the only
Right.
way I'm taking that as good. If they specifically sent him there to go get his ass or somebody else.
But couldn't
But,
they just? But why would they need Tabitha to do that?
well, because I guess she's made some sort of connection with Victor. One thing that I always paid attention that Victor said is that you remind me of my mom. He said, "You remind me of my mom. She was a
Yeah,
real
because if they
nice lady."
wanted Tabitha back like that, meaning if they wanted Henry, wouldn't they just pull a Mari situation? They pulled Marion, who knew Christy.
That's what I'm saying. It didn't. So I couldn't figure out why they would just bring her back in so quickly. With, I mean, I would think maybe at some point after she would at least find some more information through maybe Victor's dad, whatever the images that are down there, and if Eloise is still alive, then maybe she would find a way back. And now that we see there's a faraway tree, or at least one that appears to be similar to a faraway tree there, I thought that was going to be the way that she's going to get back somehow.
Yes,
But
indeed.
I don't know that now after, because I don't know. It didn't look like there was much of a hole there. So I don't know though, because we saw the other faraway tree didn't look like, or the bottle tree didn't look like it had a hole in it. So the one that Boyd and Sarah come on.
Sorry, I don't have the nice strip under my photos like
You
Scarlett.
do. You do. Look, go down.
Oh,
Go
do
down.
I?
Go down.
I'm going.
Other corner. Other corner. Go
Bottom
down.
left.
Bottom left.
That
The thing is, though, she doesn't know jack shit about. I mean, she's traveled from Fromville back to the real world, but she doesn't know anything about the process. She can't understand anything about the process, and if she can come back, that doesn't mean that. I mean, like if somehow she does, she'll. I'm hoping that's what they'll be doing while she's out here in the real world. She will learn something about how all of this actually works, the actual functionality, because otherwise, you know, she'll be just like any other random person in the world, waiting for the random pick to be sent back there with zero control over it and zero understanding of the whole mechanism, other than the fact that she'll have done it twice versus everybody else having done it once. So I think that's why she has to stay out. She, you know, and yeah, I'm assuming this is in the backyard of Henry's with the bottles in this tree. I wonder if he has dates. I wonder if he has scripts of paper. With
and Quan asks, "What does the boy in white need Tabitha do in the real world?" And I assumed after seeing the trailer and even this episode, I was thinking that when she went there, he pushed her out because this town now seemingly is going to have answers to what From is, its origins, or even a way to stop the big bad or whatever it is, a way to maybe fight back and kill it off. But it's really hard to say because the boy in white throws me off so much. He pushed her out, seemingly, like I said, to possibly get answers or to get someone who could stop it. But then he I don't know if what she sees is really the boy in white in Camden, Maine, because it's showing that weird camera view that y'all were talking about earlier, where it's almost like she's got a concussion or something and she's kind of like out of it. So I don't know if she was really, if what she saw was real, or if she's still having, after, you know, kind of concussions or something from the fall where she's not really seeing things right. And then that means that then was the boy in white really helping her? I don't know, because he made her go into a ice cream shop or whatever and pretended to be some other kid because the child doesn't even have the same pants. Like and made her look crazy. So what was the point of making her look crazy? What, to get to the church? Maybe?
I don't know. But yo, it's about 1:30 here.
Yes.
Yeah, we
I'ma
fixing
hop
to
off
close
here.
it down for
This has
real.
been a great stream.
Yes,
I
we're
thank
gonna close it
everybody for
out.
coming out. All the other creators that was here that have gone. Lord Ravener, Dana and Scarlett. Yo, it's been a dope stream. I loved it. I had to dip out and take a couple phone calls earlier, but I was listening in a little something. But when I come back though, I was trying to add a little of my thoughts that I was having while I was listening to y'all. But
Yes,
yeah,
no. Thank you.
I loved it. I loved the stream. Let me know when you want to have me up here again. I had a
Yeah,
great
we'll
time.
try to figure out something for next Monday as well. If
Yeah,
everybody
man.
wants to
Yes,
join.
indeed.
It's
Yes.
been a pleasure,
That'd be
man.
awesome.
Absolutely.
Likewise,
I love bouncing
Corey.
this stuff. Yeah, absolutely.
Peace.
Right on.
Good night, Real. But yeah, no, this was awesome. We had a lot of fun. And thank you, Ravener. Thank you for coming on with us.
Absolutely a pleasure. I mean, when you talk with people who are serious about the show, I mean, and it's not like, being snooty or something like, oh, there's normies or whatever. But I mean, there are people that like you guys that have cut, like taking these screenshots. I mean, that takes a lot of work. It's a lot of work that gets very little reward. We know Real is a serious player. He definitely understands the show inside and out. And I mean, in the chat, man, these guys ask us these pointed questions where if you're a faker, you ain't faking your way through this with these questions that the chat is asking. You got to know your stuff. You got to. And I love that. And I love that the chat is asking these questions. And I love that we're able to give different perspectives. And I mean, sometimes we agree, sometimes we disagree. Sometimes we see things entirely differently. And that's what it's all about. I mean, we were laughing, we were taking polls last night. And we're asking questions, and it was coming up, 54, 30, 46 or something. And I mean, these are all people, 100 some people that have seen the exact same show that we've seen, and they're getting 50. Yeah, it's right down the middle of, do you think this? Yes or no? And it's literally half and half. So it is awesome and crazy. And it speaks to how well the show is written, and it speaks to how thoughtful the audience is. I love it, man.
Yeah, no, this was a blast. This is a blast for me and Scarlett. Like, we had so much fun. And I know Beyond wants to come back. JH wants to come back. Hopefully, I think something happened with Tony, so he couldn't come on with us, and he wants to come on and talk with us. And I've reached out to a couple of other creators that seeing if they want to come on and talk with us and do stuff, because it's just nice to get a nice melting pot of different thoughts on the show, especially with like people who are out there making the videos, like you said, taking those screenshots, really like delving into what this could possibly be.
And even some of you guys in the chat, I know Robert has reached out. He always has an invitation. We're going to actually try to set up a stream for him so he can kind of go over his thoughts, because he's got quite a bit in his theories. Percy, I think we said we're going to let him come on and try to do a stream for him. So yeah, a lot of you guys, man, we won't let you get your thoughts and theories out there.
Yep.
Really let us know what you think.
I'm working on getting the two girls from the Facebook group to come on with us. They're really interested to come on with us, just to get, because now you're getting us a perspective that they're not necessarily in our close-knit family.
Mm-hmm.
So it'll be interesting to, and like Martina, when I tell you like most of the images that I now post up, she makes. Mm-hmm. She puts these detailed, like, and she bullet point stuff, and like, oh, it's amazing. So I hope we do some more mesh ups, just because this show's great and we love it.
But yeah, guys, there it is, the episode 1 premiere in the bag, ready for episode 2 right around the corner.
I know.
But thank you all for joining us. We had an awesome time. Thank you to all those who joined us on panel and all you guys in the chat who joined us for tonight and the giveaway. And again, thank you, Dana, for providing such great, awesome prizes for you guys in the chat. But until next time, guys, keep your talismans up. Stay safe out there, family.
Bye, guys.
Trapped in Fromville, where nightmares collide. Monsters in the shadows, nowhere to hide. Lighthouse flickers, visions in the dark. Every step forward, another ripped apart. Street filled with whispers, eyes always peek. Nightmares descend, sanity's on a streak. Doors creak open, shadows start to move. Town's got a rhythm, every step's a groove. Farmville nights, monsters out to feed. Trapped in visions, fear plants the seed. Lighthouse calls, but escape's a Every corner turned, you find despair. Hope is a phantom trapped in the gloom. Monsters own the night, sealing your doom. Town's got secrets buried underground. Every lost soul, here they are found. Cursed by the darkness, can't break free. Vision after vision, haunting memories. From Ville nights, monsters out to feed. Trapped in vision's fear, plants the seed. Lighthouse calls, but escapes a myth. Nightmares wrap around on an endless drift.
You don't fucking break me. That's what she said.
Fear plants the seed. Lighthouse calls, but escapes a myth. Nightmares wrap around on an endless drift.
What? Okay, say it again. I know. Come on, please don't. Hey, don't. Okay, look at him. Keep looking at him.